I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit. So it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working this story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit. So it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And and they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague Annie Grayer, and basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein, and they show powerful figures like the Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague Annie Grayer, and basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf, but basically this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf, but basically this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here. As Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here. As Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf, but basically this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos in some of them, and others they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf, but basically this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos in some of them, and others they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, so it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, so it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein, and they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein, and they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that We've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump in his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though. And basically, they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos in some of them, and others, they're a bit, so it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble, and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which of course we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us. Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Grayer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce and shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal photos in some of them, and others, they're a bit, so it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though.
Go ahead, Marky Dan. You ready to cook? I know you've been waiting on this one. To the people in the chat, go to my community wall and y'all can pull up too and voice your concerns or whatever you may be talking about or whatever the case may be when it regards to Donald Trump. You see the people in the comment section, Marky Dan. They say that this is fake. They say that this is fake news, Marky Dan, even though we got pictures, even
It's
though
a
we got a
hoax. It's an absolute Democrat.
Marky Dan, here's the crazy thing about it. Donald Trump comes out while people are losing their jobs. 50% of farmers are filing for bankruptcy and
It's
says
a
the
hoax.
economy is really good. And they
It's
believe him.
a hoax.
And they believe him. And they believe him. But this is photo evidence. And they say AI, it's fake, or it's just a photo. Marky Dan, make it make sense.
Well, I mean, their thing is, well, it's nothing criminal. That's their only thing. But I mean, like, there's really no standard. I really think if there was an image of Donald Trump, and I'm just saying, I'm not saying that there is, but if there was an image of Donald Trump with a 17-year-old girl sitting on his lap in one of Epstein's mansions, or specifically on St. James Island, these people would find some way to defend it. I have no doubt in my mind. Like, they're just trolls. They don't care about the world and what's really going on around them. At least that's my opinion. But some of the things that's been coming out pretty shocking. I mean, or not
Is
really
it?
shocking. I mean, it exposed just how close Alan Dershowitz is. He keeps trying to distance himself and saying, "No, we weren't friends," but he was a friend. You know, Epstein had him listed under friend in the 2003 birthday book. If you go look at that, which had an entire list of names, which included Donald Trump as well as Bill Clinton. Then we see Bill Clinton with girls, or excuse me, with Epstein and Ghislaine. Then we see Donnie being a Donnie D or Donnie T, like Mark and Jeffrey like to call him when they were talking about him blowing Bubba allegedly. You know
Yo,
what
do
I'm
you think
saying?
Bubba is now Donald Trump? Like, I think it's really crazy
No.
that you don't think so?
You think Trump was blowing Trump?
I mean, Bubba was Bill Clinton, excuse me,
Absolutely.
because the Epstein estate responded with, "Hey, we just want you guys to know that is not Bill Clinton." And it's like, what? Why would you even build it? First off, there's a couple things that bug me, right? A couple things that bug me in life, and one of them being the fact that you even have a Jeffrey Epstein estate. Like the fact that we know that this dude is probably one of the most notorious PDF files of all time, and he's making money off of like he still has an estate. You know what I mean? Like that is sick. They don't allow rappers, excuse me, drug dealers to have a wealth after they've been convicted of a crime. And it's like you can't make money off of like if
But
they want to sell books and stuff,
he died in jail.
who cares? We still know he's guilty. There's
Well,
video.
I don't think he been sued yet. I don't think nobody sued him yet. His estate at least.
There's
They got
videos
Ghislaine
and
though.
victims that we know of that have to have their name redacted. Like this is not one that we have to be
I'm
like,
not. I'm
well,
agreeing with you, Boxer Scott, but there's a process to that. People got to sue them first. The Virgin Islands tried to sue him. I don't really know
but
what's the progress with that case. They hired some
But
a
Marky
new
Dan, there's actual victims. So the whole reason that they can't make money off of the stuff, like the books and stuff that they have, is because there's victims out there. So they're writing the victim narrative. There's actual victims, whether he was committed or not.
Absolutely, I don't disagree. I mean, I've
So
seen some of the photos. Did
why
you
is there
see?
still an estate?
What do you mean, Boxer Scott? He died in prison.
Come
He
on, Marky
didn't.
Dan.
He was
Are
a
there victims
free
or there
one.
not? Are there
Hold
victims
on
to
one second.
protect?
He was a
So hold
free
on, Marky
man.
Dan.
He was a free man walking this earth. Before that, he got a sweetheart deal back in '09 or '08. He got a
Was
sweetheart
Maxine
deal.
convicted?
So from after who
Maxine?
Ghislaine Maxwell?
Maxwell, excuse me. Was Maxwell convicted?
Yeah, just recently in
Okay.
2024.
So they shouldn't be able to make money off of it.
She's not making money off of it, as far as I'm aware.
She's in connection with the
The
Jeffrey
Jeffrey, it
Epstein
contains all his
estate.
assets. It contains all, which most of it has been frozen by the FBI and the DOJ. It contains his St. James Island, as well as all these records and photos and hard drives. And they're subpoenaing all of it, Boxer Scholar.
Yes, yes, and
Okay,
and
but if these women want a piece, I mean, there's a process to that. Bring your
they're
case,
Marky Dan. They
baby.
release
Shorty.
photos. They release hold on. They release photos, right? And in the photos, they blurred out some of the faces. People don't know why. Trump, Trump and his
Victims.
hold
You
up,
want to
hold up.
protect people.
Hold up. Trump and his administration,
Boy,
they said that they were going to have to redact some names to protect victims. So if there's victims in there and you've already established that there's victims, you already have somebody that has been convicted of this crime. Like the person dead or alive should not be able to profit off of it and connect. Like that there was something there. There's video and photo footage. It's not up for debate at this point. They got emails. They know at this point the jury's out on who
did you
Jeffrey
see
Epstein
that
was.
picture? Did you see that picture, Boxer Scholar, of Jeffrey Epstein with that glove?
Yes, I seen that. That was disgusting.
I mean, that was outrageous. That guy was an absolute menace. And then my mom was telling me that she actually knows somebody who knew two girls who were Victoria's Secret models. And the other girl convinced her friend, yeah, we'll go to this fucking island and get drunk and party. And Epstein had them there. And she said that he used all types of sex toys on them. And the next day, the two of them were just quiet eating breakfast because they understood they were on this man's island.
Yo, you ever
They
seen
were
the movie Blink
isolated,
Twice? I'm starting to think Blink Twice
bro.
was about
Like, oh
Epstein.
my god, he's a monster. But you got to look up this documentary on Netflix. Box. It's called, I think it's called JMS. It's about this Korean cult leader, and he was hugely instrumental in the revolution back in '83 when they overthrew their president dictator. And he said his objective was to grape over 10,000 women. Like, he had it set up like it was a cult. He had people believing through mathematics that he was the second coming of Jesus Christ, and then he'd lure women in and violate them. And they had this whole documentary follow it. Like, it was insane. And there was this one teacher who was committed. He said, I am going to destroy you. And he caught him in the woods, Boxer Scholar, in like a see-through tent with two little girls. And they beat the crap out of him on camera for the documentary.
Yeah, Marky Dan. I could have did without the details, but I get it. I get it. I get what you're
No,
saying.
no, 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 no. But I'm just trying to tell you, like, it was a great documentary, and you should watch it if you get a chance. But
I
my
would
point
never.
is, these
I
guys
think
are some sickos.
they
They
definitely
think they're
are.
God. They got a
And you know
God
what? I
complex.
don't. What does God have to do with it? Like, this is about decency. Like, the people. I did a poll today, and there are people that are still defending Donald Trump, even though
They're
he's
fags.
friends with this guy. Look, regardless of anything, because it's never gonna be enough proof for them. If their photos come out, they're gonna say fake. If videos come out, they're gonna say AI. So there's no burden of proof. Trump could come out and say, "Yeah, that is me," and they still would be like, "Yeah, Trump's getting a little old. He probably does have dementia like Joe Biden." It's just really crazy, really crazy stuff, right? There's no burden of proof. They are slave to Donald Trump, and it's so crazy to me that they think that they're the wokest people in the room at all times. Like I always say, they think that we're the crazy ones, and that the fake news has
How
us
about the
brainwashed.
dumb sons of
No,
bitches?
you're following a leader that tells you what to think. You're the brainwashed person. We're not. Nobody in their right mind will take CNN everything that they say at face value. Nobody. But you say that they're brainwashed by that propaganda. But you will take the person who has interest in lying to you word at face value. You can't make this up. And it's like, what is the point of Donald Trump being this deity or being perfect? Like, that he was hanging out with Epstein well before he became president. One of my friends, listen, I ain't gonna say his name, he's not here to defend himself. One of my good friends, his argument is, well, this stuff happened before he was president. What the? So if by that logic, King Von could have ran for president and said, yeah, I did kill a lot of people, but that was behind me. I'm admitting to murder. I was hanging out with all the murderers. But that shouldn't disqualify me from being the president of the United States. Like, you
That's
can't
what
make
Trump
this up.
said. That's what Trump said about his God. Didn't you hear
I
when
know.
they asked him when he
Every
pardoned
time I hear a
the
talking
drug
point,
lord?
I know where they get it from. They're getting it from their leader. Matter of fact, a lot of times that stuff happens like
That.
this, they run to channels like mine or people that are reporting on it, even non-biased
That.
people that are just reporting on the news, and they holler fake news, a Democrat, libtard, all this old crazy stuff. They just name call, and then they buy time to wait for Donald Trump to come forward and give them the talking points to argue against people. You can't make this up. If Donald Trump is innocent, or if you're a logical thinker or can think for yourself, well, then you wouldn't need to go to your leader to get the talking points, to go debate people. Like, the fact that you're even trying to debate people shows me that you're lost. Said, as a veteran,
Oh,
I HATE Trump because he got more military killed than Biden without ending a war. They have the guy that said he was going to end it on day one. He hasn't did anything that he said he was going to do. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then, Marky Dan, here is the funniest part about all of this, bro. Like poetic justice, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to believe in. Donald Trump, right, is the reason why all of this is happening. He's the
Absolutely.
reason. He's the one that started going after these people because he was tired of being blackmailed by these people. And he felt like someone with all that power in the military at his fingertips should not be blackmailed by Epstein and his estate of with pictures of him blowing Bubba. So he went after them. And then he tried to do a mass cover up. And then mysteriously Jeffrey Epstein in his cell, by being monitored, managed to unalive himself, just magically. And then 1 minute of the footage ended up disappearing. And this is why I say, Marky Dan, what's so crazy to me, that people that are conspiracy theorists on everything else look at something that is a reasonable conspiracy like this and just throw their hands up and say, Trump, tell me what to think.
Huh.
Crazy, bro. Insane, bro.
I mean, most of them are just racist. I mean, they're just downright racist and ignorant. And I think this is their ultimate middle finger for Obama. That's my honest opinion.
And then is the
That
crazy part.
or I
All they
think
keep all they keep doing saying is crying libs, whining libs. Let me tell you something, Marky Dan. There's
we
only
got the
one there's only one party who attempted to attack freedom of speech when a person was assassinated. Uh his initials are CK. When he was assassinated, there one party came out and was trying to attack freedom of speech and was crying because people were not crying for that individual. They cried when a Little Mermaid come out. They spent all day crying. They cry about transgenders in the bathroom. They cry about tampons in the bathroom. One party does that, and it ain't no libtards and it ain't no liberal tears, Republican tears. And then, like I said, the fact that Donald Trump, the more evidence that comes out, the more they're going to double down and go to Donald Trump for their talking points. It's inevitable. And somebody
absolutely.
said Bubba is dripping down his chin. That's hilarious. Somebody
Whoa.
said, who is Bubba?
Bubba is somebody, according to Mark Epstein,
Yo,
was
Marky, I got a question for
piping
you, bro.
down Trump.
I, I got a
What?
question for you. Like all you got to do is look at the screen. It tells you who Bubba is. I got a question for you, Marky Dan. So,
Mm.
uh, why the hell were these people letting Jeffrey Epstein just photo them, like get a picture of them? Like they
Bruh.
knew, they were behaving like this was legal.
DRUG, DRUGs.
So you think Steve Bannon was on it?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Probably. I mean, yeah. Look at Steve Bannon. I mean, he looks like a guy who's on substances.
So you know what, and you know what, Marky did. I
But not
never
only
thought I'd
that, they
say
do
this.
all about this scholar. If you look at one of those pictures with Epstein, it's one where Epstein is sitting behind a desk and Bannon is in front of him. You could see names on Epstein's desk. One of them is an iPad, and it's a live stream of two people having intercourse. And one of them looks like a very small person. I'm not gonna say
Marky
if it's
Dan,
a
God
number.
damn, you in the details, brother.
What do you mean? But I'm just telling you, golly, fine. Go ahead,
So
nigga.
this is what I wanted to say. This is what I want to say. So anybody that goes to my YouTube channel, all you have to do is go to post, go to community. It's gonna say community wall if you're already subscribed, I believe, or post if you're unsubscribed or subscribed, and hit the link that says pull up, don't be scared, and pull up and voice your opinion. Because I noticed that Trump people like to stay in the chat where they can look stuff up. Or they could not be exposed or put on the spot to defend their guy and it's so crazy. They were like, well, your king said this. Somebody put that earlier. It's like, what are you talking about? Who's my
I don't
king?
see no difference between you and Donald Trump, nigga. You a
So so
dictator
so the
yourself.
So the perspective that they have is that they're self-projecting. They can only see the world in the soup that they swim in. They assume that we're like them. They assume that when we look at President ex-President Barack Obama, that we look at him and view him the same way that they view Donald Trump, and that's not what's going on. If Barack Obama was in these scandals, like people will wash their hands with him. They wouldn't be out there defending Barack Obama. Like the mere fact that Barack Obama had to release his birth certificate, because of this same guy. This same guy who said he was going to release the Epstein files and how it was going to get the Democrats. They were all in favor when they thought Democrats was on this list. Now, all of a sudden, everything that's released is fake. You can't make this up, Mark. You did. When Donald Trump said, I'm going to release the Epstein files, it's going to be a bunch of Democrats. They were like, yeah, we love you, Donald Trump. Expose those Dems. Give us those liberal tears. They're going to cry, those
The
libtards.
libs. The libs.
And then now that Donald Trump is strong evidence would suggest that he's going to be in those files. Now, all of a sudden, everything is fake from the files. You can't make this up, Marky. This is crazy. And you know what? This is why Donald Trump says, I love the poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
No, that was
Because
back
it's
in
stupid.
2016. He had more energy when he said that. Like,
It doesn't matter.
golly.
It doesn't matter. The point's still the same. They're stupid.
They are pretty stupid. I mean, I remember what he said about babies and hepatitis and Hep B, which unfortunately now, well, anyways, man. But this is an unfortunate situation, and we're gonna get more pictures back, Sky. It's got more pictures coming out. We're only 25K deep thus far, and they
Yeah,
only
somebody
released
said that. Said
15
only
of
4
those.
pictures of Trump. No. First off, I don't know if you're aware of this. Those pictures were not from the files. Those pictures were released by the Jeffrey Epstein estate.
Yep, we still got 7 more days
So
though.
no.
To
Hold
lose
on. So we
all.
got to process.
The
Oh, we got to
law.
process that. You got to slow down, Marky. Then we got to process that. So those were
Uh-huh.
photos that might have not been in the Jeffrey Epstein files that they're investigating. Those were like additional bonus plus photos. So Jeffrey Epstein released this at the request of the Democrats who are requesting and working with the Jeffrey Epstein estate. So the files might be scrubbed of Donald Trump, but Jeffrey Epstein
Well,
estate might.
they released it based on a subpoena. It's not just based on the Democrats' box of scholar. The Democrats are releasing the images. That is a fact. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
but this is
I'm aware.
bipartisan.
I'm aware of the federal subpoena. I'm just trying to get you to stay with me, Marky. Dan. Trying to get you to stay with me
I just want to be
because
accurate. I want to be accurate. That's all. I'm
hey,
sorry.
and you can do that. You can do that, Marky. Dan, but I want you to stay with me. You know, because Donald Trump with all that stalling. You remember I suggested that even though he's stalling and trying to scrub his name from the files to release them, that
It's absolute hoax.
it doesn't mean that he's off the hook because no administration is incompetent. They've showed us at every step of the way that they're incompetent. And then not only that, the Epstein estate still has photos and stuff like that. You get what I'm trying to say? That's I,
Absolutely.
Trump shouldn't take a deep breath because he's not off the hook yet because his
No,
administration is
absolutely. Because
horrible. And then you know what? Let's
you
talk
know
about
what?
your boy Bill. What the? This is insane. Bill Clinton is sick. Okay, let's talk about Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is sick just like Jeffrey Epstein is sick, just like Donald Trump is sick. They're sexual deviants. There, you happy? Are you happy? Because see,
Absolutely.
like I said, y'all self-project. Y'all think that we look at Bill Clinton the way that y'all look and love Trump. I think the real thing that y'all have is jealousy. Y'all are jealous that y'all wasn't Bubba, that Donald Trump was blowing. You know, that's what I
Whoa.
think. That's what I think I'm hearing because it doesn't make any sense for you to bring up Bill Clinton. No Democrat is saying free Bill Clinton, arrest Donald Trump. They're saying get them all. And they're saying get the current president of the United States. This is so frustrating to me. When Barack Obama was president, right? We talked about Bush and how he wrecked the economy. We had to hear from Republicans, Bush is not the president, even though he was the president before Barack Obama. Now, all of a sudden, the current president, we got to go to the current president. Excuse me. We got to go to the ex-president, not the current president, to make y'all feel good. And y'all swear to God that liberals are always the ones that are feeling. That is crazy, man. I don't know how to get out of y'all's feelings. That's all y'all do is fucking feel.
Absolutely. They're the woke right. That's what I call them now, box of scholar. They're a bunch of little soy boys like Katie Miller and Stephen Miller. They're always offended, and they're talking about anytime somebody says something to them, they're saying, "Oh, you're making terroristic or terroristic threats against me," and "Oh, you're calling us bad people from World War II and such terms." But they're a bunch of soy boys, and then they're talking about deporting people just because you say things about them which are true. I mean, they're deeply racist people.
Marky Dan, Marky Dan, you know what I think is the biggest statement America ever made?
What?
Allowing the KKK, because racism was viewed as American as apple pie, which is why Jim Crow, there wasn't no people that was brought to justice during that time. Well, not no people. It wasn't a lot of people. I think into the 90s that the federal government during the Bush administration actually stepped in and had hate crimes for lynching. I think Jasper was the case, but the worst thing America ever did was not doing what the Nazis did, which was scrub every bit of Nazism out of their culture. They allowed racism to simmer, and this is what you get. You get
But what
the
you don't
KKK still
understand,
having meetings, the KKK in places in Mississippi and stuff like that. Black people know not to be out of sundown towns and stuff like that. You still get it lingering around, and you get dummies that still support it. I think that was the worst mistake ever, that to allow racism to simmer and still be fruitful in America and
it
multiply
wasn't a
because
mistake though, Boxer Scholar. It was a conscious decision. And if you go back and listen to Marcus Garvey before he went to prison for trumped up charges that J. Edgar Hoover put on him back in the 30s for some BS mail fraud, he says it himself. The KKK is the secret wing of the federal government in the United States of America. He
what's
talks
crazy
about
about
it.
it is Martin Luther King was being monitored by the
And,
FBI, but
and
there
just about to say, J. Edgar Hoover J. Edgar Hoover talked about I think he could be quoted saying that he has a mandate not to allow for a black messiah. And then we get all these documents about what happened to Fred Hampton. You see my picture right there? He had that man taken up out of here. And just like you were about to say about MLK, tried to make that man take himself out the game. And we don't really know about what happened with
yo.
or who was MLK's
But let me
assassin.
say this. Let me say this, Marky Dan. So
What?
we had to watch Diddy on TV, federal government
Freak boy.
storm in. And listen, I'm not a Diddy supporter. I don't like Diddy. He deserves to be in jail.
Diddler.
But we had to watch them go to the extra letter of the law, them call it, freak offs and all this stuff. And Epstein with a sexual glove that he more than like undoubtedly probably used on somebody who was
And
a victim.
jawbreakers. You see them jawbreaker gags he had. It was just some
Yeah,
wild
it's
stuff.
insane. Like freak offs. He's the real freak. Somebody in the comment section said that Dems are demented. And this is what I mean. Like they can't think past Democrat or Republican. They can't even see right or wrong anymore. They'll just justify anything that a Republican does and claim that the Democrats are the evil ones. How long did we have to listen about George Soros, Marky Dan? The dude who looked like he finna go to Jesus. You know, George Soros and this, and then you see Elon Musk spend more money to rig an election than George Soros. And Elon Musk that year was with Donald Trump. Doge, he had a chainsaw talking about cutting the fat off of government. Like you can't make this up. These people are incredibly stupid. Like they listen. That's one thing that they have a really really good talent at, being stupid. Nobody could out stupid them. I'm starting to slowly realize that nobody could out stupid Republicans, and Donald Trump knows it. That's why he hosts a rally and host a rally because and say that inflation doesn't exist, the economy's doing good, because he knows that all he has to do is tell y'all something and y'all will believe it, no matter how stupid it sounds when he says it. Oh, they're bringing drugs. The immigrants are bringing drugs, and then he pardons a guy for
But
literally
that's what
selling
I'm
drugs. Like,
saying about yeah, like all the reporters have to do is ask follow up questions for Donald Trump to fall apart. Like when he was on the plane, he was on Air Force One, and they were asking him about the why he pardoned the drug lord president, and he said it was a Biden hoax, it was a Biden setup, it was an absolute hoax. The people of Honduras wrote me letters. They said, "Well, Mr. President, what evidence did you see?" Well, just because the president commits crimes, I mean, that doesn't mean you throw him in prison. What? So what are we going after Maduro for? Like, what is it like? And like he's just insane. Like his brain is pudding, and these people like they don't really care, or they don't like. I don't know. Like they want the right wing and all, and I don't think they're gonna stay in office past these next couple of elections. But this guy, like, I really believe a time traveler came to our decided to travel back in time and mess things up, and now we on an alternate timeline, boxes guy. That's the only way that somebody this ignorant, this stupid, like, did
Or
you hear
or
that
or
statement he
Marky
made
Dan,
about? Did you hear that
or
statement he
this.
made about the Somalians? They're
Yes, yes.
garbage. I
That
don't
was gonna
want
be
them
my
in
next
my
episode.
country.
That was gonna be my next episode. But Marky Dan, or this. Maybe President Trump was lobbying in the future, right? As a lobbyist, because that's what he is, you know. And he asked one of the new and upcoming people who had invented a time machine, how does it work? And they turned it on and was demonstrating for him. And he leaped into the time machine and came out. And that's the only way I could justify this. Him not only being president once, but twice. Like he lost to the guy that everybody said had dementia, right? Joe Biden beat Donald Trump. How the hell did Donald Trump go on to win again? He
But
literally told
remember, that was
people,
a hoax too. That was a hoax too. You remember? That was a hoax too. That was a scam. It was a steal. You remember?
yeah, anything that
And
goes against Donald Trump is a
he's
hoax.
suing
And
Georgia
any
County right now. He's suing Georgia County right now with the DOJ.
insane. Anything that goes against the Marky Dan is a hoax. Anything that remember the Russia. It like all that Russian stuff makes perfect sense to me now. The fact that Bill Clinton is really, really close to Jeffrey Epstein and is more than likely in those files and was doing deviant behavior and breaking the law and stuff too. It makes sense with the Russian email scandal with Hillary Clinton. It makes sense with that. It makes sense that Donald Trump would become the president, get tired of getting blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein, and then would go on to use the branches of the government to have him unalive. Right? That's why a minute of the video footage, all of this stuff is coming into full play. And now that like even with him bringing it up to make it seem like it was a problem, the most important problem, and after Jeffrey Epstein disappears from from Earth, now all of a sudden it's not an issue anymore. It shows me that he was just being blackballed by Jeffrey Epstein and he didn't like it. Even that picture of does Putin have the picture of Trump blowing Bubba? I think that was a thing where Jeff was wondering if he had the pictures so he wouldn't be blackmailed. That Putin couldn't blackmail Trump, essentially. Hey, does he have those pictures? Is that why Donald Trump? That's what I think. What's good, Leah? Don't use the government. Just say what's
No, it
up,
was
Uncle.
Mark Epstein was the one asking Jeffrey.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The Epstein state was blackmailing. That's how they. That's probably how they got a lot of their wealth because a lot of people was there. That's why they took pictures of every single event that happened there, whether it be insignificant or really popular. They took it. They documented every single thing. And like I said, I couldn't understand for the life of me how people was there, knowing what they were doing was illegal, and still was in the picture smiling. They were all in the video. That is insane to me.
Absolutely.
But
I
hey, Marky
don't
Dan,
know, man.
all I
I
gotta say is
don't think.
this. I don't know if you've seen Al Green and introduced Trump to be impeached. The likelihood of it happening is really small, but with the corruption level of Donald Trump, maybe Republicans will turn on him like they did with the Epstein. I don't know. Maybe there's hope.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I
Somebody,
mean,
Marky Dan,
he
somebody in the
might
chat,
get
Marky Dan said
four.
we don't sound
He
like any.
might be
Oh,
able to get
so
four
let
of
me say
them.
this. Let me say this. So anybody who's just pulling up, all you have to do is go to my YouTube page, go to community wall, or go to post, hit that link. It will send you to my studios, and you can voice your opinion instead of staying in the chat. Come on up here and get some of these
Yeah,
liberal tears that y'all
yeah.
always
Be
say.
a
It's so
man.
crazy.
Be a
They
man.
always talk from a safe point, from a safe place and a safe point of view, Marky Dan.
I can't. I ain't gonna say it on your platform, respectfully, Boxy. I ain't gonna say
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you,
But
thank you,
they're a bunch
Wayne. You
of
learn.
rainbow. They're a bunch of rainbow riders. Let me say
Thank
that.
you, thank you, thank you,
They're a
Marky
bunch
Dan.
of fudge packers.
They won't hit the link and pull it. That's crazy. But Marky Dan, and then the
They swing
email,
on. They swing on the wrong side of the rope.
they wish it was them. I mean, like, what if it's so
Bunch of
crazy, Marky Dan? Like I
fucks.
said, they they've been saying conspiracies about Bill Gates for years, Jeffrey Epstein. They've been connecting every dot, but Donald Trump, which is crazy because he had photos and videos well before we knew what we knew. You know, there was a conspiracy
And
before that.
then Donald Trump has been sued multiple times for grape. I mean, call it. You could call it sexual abuse. I mean, it's grape what he did to those women. I mean,
But hold
Eve
on,
and
Marky Dan, hold on.
Carol.
Check this out. Check this out, Marky Dan. Check this out. They've
Uh
been known for so conspiracies. They're going to be more wrong conspiracies than right. Like there are some conspiracies that come out later that prove to be true, but there are more that are wrong than come out to be true, right? And I feel
yeah.
like their percentage and their getting it right is wrong a lot, right? So with that being said, when they get something, when they get their teeth into a bone, no Diddy, no Trump. I'm start saying no Trump now, no Trump. You know,
Yeah.
you would think that they would be like, oh, we got a conspiracy. But because it's connected to their leader, they don't even they whistle past the conspiracy. That's why I can't rack my brain around, Marky Dad. That's crazy to me. You have
Just
a
like
conspiracy
Alex
about the moon landing,
Jones.
Earth
Just
being
like
flat.
Alex Jones.
Everything you have a conspiracy about. And the one time that you have a conspiracy that actually has facts that will probably lead you to look like a genius if you're right. Because before Jeffrey Epstein was even arrested, people were talking about Epstein Island and they whistled past it.
Absolutely.
Don't want to connect to Donald Trump. That's insane. Sir Foul Play. No Trump supporter today was brave enough to get the link. Let's see if you is Foul Play.
Yeah.
Because this is
Yeah. Your
insane. I can't
rainbow
believe this.
rider. Fudge
All the
packer. Boy.
all the craziest part about this is, like I said, Donald Trump ran on, oh, the Democrats are soft. They support trends. I'm your champion. I'm your leader. I'm your retribution. That's literally a quote of what he said. And I'm gonna save this country from going off the wrong path. The entire time, this dude is at the original freak offs. Cause that's what they were. They were the original freak offs. Like I think Diddy was supplying Jeffrey Epstein with the baby oil. That's why he bought 1,000 bottles. You know, they were cornering the market on baby oil because he's the originator of the freak offs, and they don't even want to touch it, man. They don't want to touch it, Marky. That's crazy, man. That is insane, man.
I mean, it's not really that insane. I mean, it's a cult of personality. You know, if Mao Zedong violates a couple girls, it is what it is. Those girls were lucky in those people's minds. That's how crazy and sick they are.
I don't think that's that. I think
No,
it's
I
I think
think
it's
that is that.
easy. No, it's not that. I think that if you go back and you study cults and cult like following and you start studying confirmation bias and human nature, we have evolved to survive in groups because normally the larger group wins, right? That's normally how that goes, right? So people have a automatic switch that they can turn on inside their head to suspend their logic to join the group, right? And that's how you get cults. And I think Donald Trump is, well, I don't think Donald Trump definitely has a cult like following in America. And he doesn't even care about keeping it a secret. He said that he can come out and unalive somebody on camera and they would still support him. And I want to whisper it, no, I ain't gonna say whisper in the air, but I want to write on a piece of paper. Well, they can't read it. Well, I want to tell them that he's talking about you. Like he's talking about you guys. He's not talking about the naysayers or the haters or the fake news. Because if he unalives somebody publicly on TV, that's a crime. Those people are gonna do what they've already been doing. He's talking about the supporters. He thinks that you guys are stupid enough to support him no matter what he does. And he's right. Because you're still supporting him.
Box Scallop.
No Trump.
Can you hear me?
Did they get you no Trump? Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before. Go ahead.
I said they get you on the other side. You done got real quiet now. Yo,
I mean,
Marky
Donnie.
Dan, the fact that Donald Trump in the emails was talking to Epstein was talking to people about recruiting. I got some nice girls for you, and then casually speaking about Donald Trump. He didn't know that these were going to be, viewed by anybody. He was like, yeah, I know this nice recruiter who used to work for Donald Trump. Doing what? What recruiter would Jeffrey Epstein be in the business of having? Insane,
Getting
man.
Donald,
You know
getting Donnie
what
Boy's
made me
wife.
realize, Marky Dan? You know what America what America really is when you really look at it. Not only is it racist, your favorite word, fascist, but it definitely is sexist too, to the 10th power. They don't care about these type of crimes. I mean, Dave Chappelle did a joke about this, I think, a long time ago, and he said that if 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 men started getting raped, that the laws for rape would
Whoa.
change overnight. He's not lying. Like
Who
if
said
men
that?
started getting Dave Chappelle, if men started getting sexually assaulted, like there was a killer out there, well, not a killer, a serial rapist, and he was attacking like middle class men, and like they couldn't find him, they would pass laws overnight and find that guy. But the fact that he, the fact that uh the fact that those crimes don't affect men in large numbers, it shows that, I mean, they don't give a damn. They don't care about victims. They don't care about women. They don't care about anybody. They care about themselves. And they self-reflect a lot. And they like, even when Donald Trump with the grab her by the pee comments, you know, grab her by the, you grab it, it's these women, you come up and they kind of like that and all this old stuff. They said that was locker room talk. Marky Dan, if I was ever in the locker room with you, no Trump, and we were talking about some stuff and you started to get weird, I would either correct you or leave. I would leave. I would leave because locker room talk is, Marky Dan, remember that hot chick that I was looking at? Yeah, I hit. Yeah, word? That's locker room talk. Creepy talk is when you can still do creepy talk in the locker room. Hey, that girl didn't even put a Molly in her drink. She didn't even know it. Everybody was giving Rick
Wow.
Ross a bunch of pushback for saying that because that's weird behavior, bro. You admitted to drugging a girl on a song.
Jesus Christ.
That's not locker room talk. Oh my God. Pittsburgh, I'm so disappointed with Pittsburgh. I am so disappointed. Pittsburgh T said, you guys are freaking out about nothing new. No new information. Got to drop just more gossip. That is crazy. That is crazy. So they released never before seen photos, and it's gossip. What? What? Why ain't you freaking out about it, Pittsburgh T? Being a guy that voted for Donald Trump. More than likely Donald Trump was at Epstein Island, and he was participating with underage girls just like Jeffrey Epstein. When he say Jeffrey Epstein's just like me, he likes him a little bit on the young side. So I mean, self-incrimination, all of that stuff, right? Why doesn't this shock you? Like, why are you still in support of it? And I know the argument Pittsburgh T is going to be, well, there are some Dems that's on the list. Who cares? Why won't you renounce this guy? I don't understand for the life of me. Like, why they just won't say, damn, I fucked up. Not only is this guy not good for the economy, but he's also a PDF file. I don't give a damn how good you are at your job. A disqualifier is being a pedophile. If I had a guy that did my taxes and he got me back $10,000 every year, and but he was tied to a scandal about being a pedophile, I would have to stop going to him. It's just that simple. You don't do business or support people that are shady or have character flaws. And they definitely should not be the president of the United States. Like the level of mental gymnastics that you have to go through to just say that it's easier to just say Donald Trump is who he is and what we see him as, and I denounce him, than it is to play the mental gymnastics of, he wasn't president when this happened. Oh, well, you got to understand that he I don't know, whatever excuse you got to put in there. That's insane to me. That is definitely a sign of insanity to me. Because what's going to happen, Pittsburgh T, is this. They got a whole bunch of files and documents, and they're going to keep getting them, and they're going to keep releasing them to the public. And every time they release them, we're going to act. And Donald Trump's guilty bar is going to continue to rise and rise and rise and rise. And you know what y'all going to do, T? Y'all going to defend him. And that's why this is so frustrating. Y'all are going to defend Donald Trump and tell us why we should not be shocked by what they revealed. They can reveal something that we never knew. Hey, you guys know Donald Trump, Bill Gates, and Jeffrey Epstein all shared a room, and there's a video out there of them performing heinous acts. And y'all will say, it's nothing new. You shouldn't be worried about it. Like, what? Trying to control the narrative and gaslighting shows. The only people that people do that for is people that they love. So I pose the question, though, why are Trump supporters doing that for Donald Trump? Why are they doing that? Why are they trying to control narratives? Why are they gaslighting? Why are they not upset at this? Why are they not shocked? I don't understand. Like I said, if this was anybody else, Barack Obama, anybody else, the level of absurdness would just be flying through the roof of people calling for him to be impeached. They didn't even want to believe Barack Obama was an American citizen, and he had to come out and prove that he was, with his birth certificate, that he was an American citizen. So imagine if he had a scandal to this degree. Matter of fact, let me tell you how crazy they are, right? There's a Photoshop photo out there of Barack Obama on a boat with a kid. People try to connect him to Jeffrey Epstein because of that photo that was clearly Photoshopped. But Donald Trump, his friend is Jeffrey Epstein. He talks about it, how they're two birds of the feather. They both like him on the young side and stuff like that. They have letters of tracing women and all this stuff that connects him to Jeffrey Epstein, but you refuse to believe his connection to Jeffrey Epstein, but make Barack Obama guilty from a Photoshop photo. You can't make this.
Why you cooling again, man? You cooling again.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's good?
What's going on, man? You talking about the Great White Hope? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I was just wondering. You was talking about Donald Trump. You know he's done a lot for us, man. I don't know what's your problem, man. Criminal justice bill. Come on, man. We just how many more victories do you need? The two oldest presidents we ever had done the most, man. Like,
Absolutely not.
who's done more than Joe Biden with the CARES Act? Actually rebuild infrastructure over there.
BVO is trying to get you riled up, Marky Dan.
No, I'm not.
But go ahead. I'm gonna let Marky Dan off the chain. Go ahead, Marky Dan.
Joe Biden credit for the CARES
Oh,
bill?
no. I thought he was talking about Trump. No, absolutely. He did a lot.
He said two oldest. Trump and Joe Biden are two oldest. Now tell us what Trump did.
The criminal justice reform bill. I'll take that all day. I think that might help some of his buddies. But
he didn't strike the bill up. He just signed on it. Like, what? Why do you get credit for just signing on something?
Him and Van Jones worked together on that bill. Van Jones said he worked with Trump.
No, he didn't work. No, he didn't work with anybody. He just signed his signature on it. So and even if that's the case, okay, let's give him that. Him and Van Jones worked on it, BBO. Him and Van Jones worked on it. Now you gotta tell me why I should pour support into him for being a pedophile because he gave us the crimes bill.
Whoa. That's we don't want to get sued. I don't know, allegedly. I'll just
Hey, I
say
ain't alleged nothing.
I'll say I don't unless you were
Yeah,
there.
Buster.
Unless you were there, I don't know.
I ain't
All I can
alleged
say
nothing.
is
The man is hanging out with the world's notorious bro. If you BBO, if you hanging out with a drug dealer, if you hanging out with Big Meech and you in all the photos, right? You cooking up coke. At some point, brother, you didn't incriminate it yourself.
I'm gonna just tell you this right here because I know you like to get these grand stories of BS and grandeur. But I'll say that I had one of my good friends. One of my good friends I played football with, my man Troy. Shout out to Troy. Troy is in prison for the rest of his life. He met a young lady. They ended up taking that young lady's mother's life.
Oh, jeez.
That's money. And me and Troy was together every day. So that, according to your logic, that means that I'm an unaliver like Troy because me and him was
Were you
together.
in the trap house with Troy?
I was everywhere with Troy. That was my guy.
Was you there when Troy was cooking up coke?
Did you hear what I said? He wasn't a drug dealer. He's an unaliver. He ended up taking some girl.
Was you going okay. Was you going on drive-bys with Troy?
No. But it's
Okay,
a lot
different
of
scenario.
pictures.
Donald Trump was on the island. Donald Trump is in the pictures. Donald Trump is a friend of his. So try again.
What I'm saying is
Speak
I
the
was one of
facts on this
the
guy,
best friends
fella.
Troy had. And you could if I went by your logs, that means I was an unaliver, and I wasn't. So what I'm saying is you don't know what really happened. I don't think those guys knew the extent of what Epstein was doing. I don't believe that because I've been around
Stop.
people who got
Yeah.
money. You don't know everybody's business. I know in your world
Stop.
you think you know everybody's business. You don't know everybody's business.
He's
You just don't.
notorious for it. He's known for it. This is not something he kept Have you seen the emails?
I've seen some of the emails, yes.
Have you
It's
seen the
bad.
Okay.
pictures? Have you seen the pictures
So
from
you
the
think he was
birthday book,
that bold in
BBO?
email? He was that bold in email, but keeping it in, bro.
People do a
I know
lot of
you
shit
might blend.
stuff, bro.
I know you might
Forget
blend
about
with the lid off, but you got to put it on it sometimes.
forget about that, Boxer Scala. I mean, there's a
Hold on. You
letter.
said blend with the lid off. Hold on, motherfucker. I got my college education. Don't keep me with no bullshit like that.
Hey,
I
and I done seen
graduated
a
in
whole
2013.
lot of college people say some dumbass shit.
Wow.
Don't hit me with
You
that,
might be
man.
the
Don't hit me
Ben
Boxer
with
Carson
that.
of
Scala.
YouTube.
You a coon. You a
Hold on. Did you
coon.
graduate middle school, motherfucker?
I don't know what
Wow.
I don't know what any of that has to do with you. The dumb
No,
shit
I'm
you
asking the
saying now.
question. You want to go into somebody's intelligence. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you. I'm trying to have a conversation. You trying to talk about somebody's
We
intelligence.
look. We can hold on. We can cam up right now and show our degrees. You want to do that?
We can do it right now.
Toss up.
Yeah. Go
Let's
to
do it. Let's
Motherfucker,
do
I
it.
said we can do
And
it right
listen,
now,
if you can't
motherfucker.
produce, if you hold on. If you can't produce no degree, you got to cash out to show $100.
All I gotta do is run downstairs and grab my stuff out the basement.
All right. Well, let me show mine then. And then once I show mine, then what's gonna be the next step? Because I don't think you're gonna produce no degree. It's probably gonna be
At the end of the day-
kinesiology.
Say it again.
It's probably gonna be a degree in kinesiology.
Well, like this, man. This dude's a stone cold coon. All I'm saying is this. It doesn't. Nobody knows what people do in their own bedroom, dog. I don't think people knew this to this extent. I'm not saying he wasn't guilty for Epstein. I couldn't believe that stuff was real. I was shocked myself. You wasn't?
Did you see that picture I sent you?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I'm be honest with you. Wait, the fact is this: the fact that him and what's her name, Ghislaine Maxwell, was able to do this,
Ghislaine.
it's crazy. I mean, did y'all see
Do
the
you
thing
think
where
they did that by themselves?
where they disavowed Prince Charles? Not Prince Charles. What was it? Prince Andrew moved all his official stuff because he was there. I'm just saying, there's no way Trump could have knew that, dog. There's no way.
He was his best friend. I mean, there's
Okay, let me ask you this.
a letter.
Hold on one second. Hold up, Marky Dan. No. I got Marky Dan. I got the bomb. I got the bomb in my head. Let me ask this question. So when Trump said that Epstein was stealing his workers, what was he referring to?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I think you're doing a lot of like.
Well, you don't know. Okay, let's put that college degree to use. So we have a notorious guy, right, who's probably the most notorious sexual deviant of all time, messing with underage girls. Right? He's bold enough to speak about it in emails. We got countless emails. He was well headed. He was headed to a guilty verdict. He was one of the few people that was guilty before before he had to prove his innocence. Right? So we got
Right.
that guy, and we got Donald Trump, who's quoted as saying, "Him and I are alike. We love women. He likes them a little bit on the young side." We got Donald Trump sending them birthday cards. We good friends. And then we fast forward to, I stopped talking to Jeffrey Epstein, not because of what he was doing and I found out, but
Mhm.
because he was taking my workers. So would one conclude, BBO, with your education, that maybe he was taking sex workers from him and that pissed Donald Trump off?
That's a slippery slope in itself. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to figure out is how this man was running around here with impunity doing this stuff. And the thing that makes no sense is if he was doing it for years on top of years, why is nobody in jail? But you know what? Trump kind of is so corrupt, it makes no sense. Because I seen Trump trying to give a lady a pardon in Arizona who was trying to steal the damn election. So I don't be knowing what's real or not. So that's what I'm saying. In this case, I don't know what's real or not either.
Oh my God, BBO. So you talking about Donald Trump doing illegal stuff, right?
Right.
But you don't know if he's on the side of illegal in this case. Come on, BBO.
You
Come
so
on,
so
bro.
what you trying to call him? What you trying to call him a chomo? That's a serious allegation, brother.
I don't
I
care.
mean, it would be
Jeffrey
an apt
Epstein was one of
allegation.
them. This is not something like you know what? There were people that was emailing Epstein, and those people, like if you throw a jacket on them, those would be heavy allegations just for emailing them. Those people might have not
But
knew,
but
but
but,
they
but
also
hold
wasn't
on,
his
hold
best
on a second.
friend.
Hold on a second. But BBO, you understand that Donald Trump is a civilly adjudicated rapist. He's a civilly adjudicated, like, so
Yeah,
we
that's
could
that's
actually
facts.
call him that.
Yeah, that's
Like we
facts.
did, like that's not no allegation to call him a sexual predator. He's a civilly adjudicated one. You understand me? So it's not too far of a jump off to assume when you're hanging around and you're saying that you're friends with one of the most prolific sexual predators of the 21st century. It's not that big of a jump off to assume you might have been screwing some of those young women, or excuse me,
But
young girls.
think of it like this: we got people who say we don't know what happened with Tank Davis, and we got video of him dragging a woman outside of her arena.
And those people are stupid. But not only that, BVO, there's a letter in the Epstein birthday book literally talking about Donald Trump buying a girl from Jeff, or excuse me. Yeah. Donald Trump bought a girl from Jeffrey Epstein. There's a whole letter talking about it. And Epstein holding up a big check for $20,000 signed by Trump. But everybody's like, oh no, well, I mean, the girl, her lawyer says, I mean, it didn't happen. I mean, her lawyer says, she was 19 at the time in college. She has no clue what they're talking about.
You know the crazy. It just goes to show there's rules for people with money and power. Because I'm being totally honest, I didn't know a lot of this, man. What's crazy was going on. Because I'm just thinking to myself, like Jeffrey Epstein, the dude who made his name in the '80s, is like pretty much they talking about talking underage girls. I'm thinking like, why did nobody stop him? But they said they want to protect children. I don't get it.
I mean, it's satanic. I mean, money over kids. That's what it's always been. And the sad thing about it, BVO, is that's really the way it's always been since colonial times, then through slavery and Jim Crow. And Boxer Scholar talked about it right there about lynchings being like apple pie at a certain point, up until the 1990s when the federal government decided to come in and enforce it. But the KKK was the secret arm of the federal government. You can go listen to Marcus Garvey and other figures talk about it, and then we see it with J. Edgar Hoover constantly. His constant repression of any black figure that comes up, they get unalived. So but anyways, but to this Jeffrey Epstein
But see,
thing,
let
man,
me ask you
I'm
this
not.
though. You say that, right? But wasn't Ulysses S. Grant the first one to send federal troops to protect blacks from the KKK?
I mean, but BVO did. I mean, how long did that really last? Was that something that was permanent?
No, it wasn't permanent. Remember, he came with
But
the
that's what
whole.
I'm
Remember,
saying.
he came with the whole idea of moving blacks to the Dominican Republic and giving them their own space because he thought that we couldn't survive here with the way things were going.
Yeah, so he was talking about expelling your people from your land, because those are your ancestors you're talking about. They're talking, so you wouldn't be in Ohio. You'd be a Dominican.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. This is all I'm saying. I don't understand how when we've had these conversations about these guys that we missing the fact that these guys are sick. Because one thing I noticed is whenever this Epstein stuff come up, all of a sudden now you see a whole brand new Puff Daddy documentary. It's like I don't believe in that whole woke stuff, but I'm starting to think all this stuff was a conspiracy. To be totally honest with you, man.
There you go. I knew he was gonna spin around. So BBO, you believe in everything and nothing at the same time.
But I'll just tell you this: the time I met Trump, he was such a nice guy. He gave us all suits.
No diddy. So
So,
that's why you defending Donald Trump.
He's fat.
you know what the people who was good to you when you was around them?
No.
Because he gave you a
BBO.
couple of
BBO.
suits.
There is nobody in the world that has immunity just because they were a nice person or did something nice for me.
Hmm.
If you are a PDF file, I will disown you. I will talk about you in the worst way.
If you say he a crook and all that, I get that part. But saying the PDF file, I don't know. I hope it ain't true, man. Because I was just reading something about. It's funny. It's a little off
You
subject,
hear what you
but you know,
said? You
Bill.
said hope.
You know, it's funny. I was reading something about Bill Gates making a tick, re-engineering ticks. Y'all can look this up to make people allergic to red meat.
BBO.
Like,
So you'll
why?
believe
Why
that,
they?
but won't believe Donald Trump is a PDF file.
That's a true. That's a true statement.
BBO, that is a conspiracy, and it sounds dumb as hell. But you won't
Hmm.
believe what amount of evidence would you need to say
Where
Donald
did
Trump
you
is a
read
PDF?
that? Well, hold on, but be fair to
The U.S.
BBO.
The
Let him
U.S.
cite his
government was doing it
source.
in the 50s. So if they were doing it in the 50s, is it hard for me to believe that a guy like Bill Gates, who controls a lot of the farmland in America, wouldn't do something like that? I don't know.
There's more evidence that Bill Gates might be connected to Jeffrey Epstein than that stupid conspiracy you just said.
My thing
But
is
even
Absolutely.
this:
the
is
jury's
anybody gonna
still
get?
out on him. It ain't enough evidence. For Donald Trump, it's overwhelming evidence. At this point, if you want to believe Donald Trump is innocent, like I said, I know it's what you use, hope. That's a strong word, a passionate word. You say you hope he's not on there. And I think you share the same sentiment as a lot of Trump supporters. They don't want to believe it, and they try to be defensive about it. And like I said, the only
I don't.
people
You
that
know
you
what?
will
I'm gonna tell
show
you
up,
the truth, man. I don't. I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Willie Brown's girlfriend. But whoever becomes president, I'm gonna support because I'm an American first.
even if they're a pedophile.
Now, if he's that, no, of course not. But
Okay,
why?
so that's why that's
Well,
the
I
whole
feel
reason
like
of
this.
today's
I feel
show.
like this. Is he ever gonna be brought to justice for this
What
stuff?
if he's a what if he's a sexual
Listen,
predator, a civilly
absolutely, he
adjudicated
absolutely should
rapist?
be BBO, and not only that, he shouldn't hold the job, the highest land in the office. That job is a like you say, you support whoever's in the office because you're America first. There's that stuff will get you. You can't even stay. You can't go within 1,000 feet of a school or stay in certain apartments having that on your record, even if you served your time. So why in the hell would we allow our sitting president to have those allegations? That's insane.
But let me ask you this. This is me being a poli science major. Why did you think why did the Supreme Court make it to where the president can do whatever he wants when he's president? With impunity.
Because Mitch McConnell refused to let Barack Obama nominate his Supreme Court justice, Merrick Garland, at the time.
My
That's
whole thing
why.
is this.
And
My whole
now
thing
he
is this.
packed
You
the
got Supreme
Supreme
Court
Court with a bunch of
judges.
right wing justices.
You got a judge like Clarence Thomas taking
Coon.
millions of dollars with a billionaire. I think they should do term limits on that on the Supreme Justice.
Absolutely. That's one of the things Biden proposed. And they talked about federal or executive overreach.
Because I think Herbert Bush is the one that made Clarence Thomas president. I mean, Supreme. I think he didn't replace Thurgood Marshall.
Yeah, they probably introduced him to his wife too, the Becky Bell.
I'll tell you what, man. We live in a scary world. Now that we in our mid-30s, it's crazy the stuff that we seen come out. It's crazy.
Absolutely, more exposure than ever. Well,
I
I
think
absolutely believe Donald Trump knew about the girls. I mean, Epstein said it himself. Epstein himself said he knew about the girls when he was talking to Ghislaine in some emails. I mean, it's only a matter of time.
you think Trump will
And
pardon her. I keep got a feeling that Trump gonna try to pardon her.
if he does, it'll probably be at the end of his term, or if he's about to pass away or something like that. But not right now. I think at this point they've already expended too much political capital. That would be like the nail in the coffin for the GOP supporting Donald Trump. Like I think it would be over with.
But he's a grifter anyway. That's the part that gets me. Donald Trump been a Democrat his whole life.
Pretty much. I mean, he's from New York.
Supporting Andrew Cuomo. These guys is funny, man.
But most of them are spineless grifters. I mean, Marco Rubio was staunchly against Donald Trump. JD Vance called him a bad person from Germany in World War II. I mean, all of these guys are a bunch of punks. They ain't got no integrity. They ain't got no spine. They're a bunch of cowards. They ain't got no line that they won't cross for this man. I mean, you got an idiot like Pete Higgs said. You got Cash Patel, that Indian,
Bash
who
Patel is probably the worst FBI director I've ever seen in my life, man.
I talked about it on my show. I mean, they
You
came
ever
out with
see how he
a
be looking around? Is something wrong with his eyes, man? His eyes is all over the place.
you don't sleep. You don't sleep. That's what it is. His eyes be yellow. I see it. You don't sleep. Then they come out with a 115-page report from the Alliance of Retired and Current Special Agents taking an absolute crap on top of Cash Patel. It was wild.
He's nothing but a
I mean,
loyalist, man. That's the part that's crazy. He putting loyalists in government positions now.
yeah, and they're
That's the beginning
idiots.
of a dictatorship, I think.
Absolutely. That's what I try to tell you, but that's what you for. You support that
BBO be
because they're in
cooning.
power.
You
In your
said what?
own words.
BBO be cooning, man. He try to take the side of the coon to make for entertaining TV, but BBO know, like I know, man. Trump is on that list. Trump is a pedophile. At this point, it's
PDF,
undoubted.
boy.
Man, Marky Dan, call the man what he is. He earned it. Well, let's say sexual assault, because he actually does
Call the
have that
man what
case.
he is.
If mama name him Clay, I'm gonna call him Clay. All them people is sick. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna have to change
Bunch
the
of
background to
bullies.
Django, man. When Calvin died, Mr. Candy died, man. Like, this is crazy how people jump to his his knees. No,
You
Trump
ain't
didn't
gonna
do that.
destroy Candyland. We gonna destroy you. And he was
Facts.
dead already. It was already over
You
with.
know what's so funny
He was
about
on
that
his
movie?
back.
That's the first time I ever seen a black slave cowboy hero. That was crazy.
And
And it's
you were
like,
Hey,
angry. You
salute
hated
to my
every bit
brother
of it. I
and
know.
it's
Noah
like you didn't get
340.
that from
Salute to my
Spike
brother.
Lee. You didn't get that from Tyler Perry. You got that from Quentin Tarantino, all people.
BBO hated every minute of that. Every minute of that movie he hated. He watches that movie in reverse and wished that Calvin won.
Get out of
He
here,
wished
man.
that Jamie Foxx had been a Mendego, or I mean, at least Samuel Jackson won. We're gonna send you. You know, white people are always fascinated with your private parts. They want to cut your balls off, but nope. They're gonna give you a number, take away your name, and all day long you're gonna pick it rock. That's BVO.
So who are you then?
Absolutely.
Oh, you already know who I am.
You old Ben. You old
no,
Ben, huh?
BB, I'll take any character in that movie other than, see, that's the thing about it. That character, I'll be anybody. I'll be the dude who that ran the sheriff. I'll be him before I be the coon.
You said be who?
The dude that ran, he was like, go get the sheriff, and he shot him.
Yeah.
Like, go get the marshal. I'll be anybody but the coon.
You know what's so
I
funny
remember.
about that? That's the part that sucks in like America. Only like white guys can write those kind of movies. Niggas never get a chance to write movies like that.
What the hell do you be, BBO? Why you be searching for controversy? What are you talking about?
We don't really see a lot of black people write movies like that. They gave.
What about the movie with Denzel or the Western? That was a
Which
black
one?
dude. That was the dude that did Equalizer.
What about that movie
Oh,
with
that was a black
Jonathan?
dude that
What
did
about that
Equalizer?
movie
I didn't know
with
that.
what
Yeah.
about that movie with Jonathan
Okay, my bad. I
Majors
didn't
and
know that.
Denzel? That all black cowboy cast.
I
Regina
seen
King
a
was in
movie
that
with
movie
Jonathan
too.
Majors that creeped me out. It's called Hollywood Dream. Oh my god, that dude's a crazy good actor, man.
Absolutely, it's a
Well, hold on. We're
shame he
gonna
didn't
dance
run
around the fact
fast
that you
enough.
was wrong. You good at gaslighting. I noticed that.
You said what?
We're gonna dance around the fact you was wrong. You good at gaslighting. I noticed that
I'm
about you.
gaslighting.
Yeah, Jonathan Majors. That's another movie. The Harder They Fall was dope.
So I'm gaslighting because of what?
You said that black people don't get to make movies like this.
I don't always see black movies be made with the freedom that you see white movies be made with. You just don't.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael B. Jordan said it. I mean, hey, maybe
Oh,
I think Michael
man.
B. Jordan know better than us.
Bro, Sinners. Bro, come on, Michael B. You got to show me. Send me the video. I'll put it on the screen of Michael B. Jordan saying that. I doubt he said that.
Okay, I'll put it up.
I mean, get out, get out, get out.
Michael B. Jordan is in one of those movies, Sinners. That's crazy, bro.
What man?
Listen,
What is Sinners, man? Sinners, dude. What do you mean? Sinners is nothing but a bunch of vampire. It's a vampire movie. Well, a couple. It's like a gangster movie in the beginning. Then they got like vampires. Then they get back at the. That's the most confusing movie in the
yo, and
world, bro.
BBO, and this is why.
I mean,
Marky Dan. I want to pause you right there, because Marky Dan, I accept you as black, but some Negroes don't, and this is why I tell you, disassociate yourself. Go fight with the island people. These Negroes are fucking lost, bro. They are lost. When you get a movie like Sinners that is a mostly black cast, the director gets to make a percentage off the movie, a black director, right? They have a problem.
Who got a problem with that?
Be excited about Sinners and how stupid Sinners was. But all the white movies, they hey man, did y'all go see this movie? Hey man, did y'all see The Little Mermaid? Like every white movie they love.
Hold on, let me ask you this. Because you kind of talking like my wife be talking about stuff, right? So you don't think people have more? Well, I'll put it like this: you don't think people have more expectations for their own and want to see their own do well?
I think the expectations that y'all have for y'all own was given to y'all by the people that last name that y'all wear, and it's hard to get out of that system and funk that y'all in. So y'all judge really harshly. Y'all don't look at the positive.
So you got a different last name than us?
No, I'm speaking about us as a
Oh,
people.
okay.
But see, the
I mean,
difference between you and I, no, there's a big hold on, Marky Dan. There's a big difference between you and I, BBO. I give black people grace, and I try to celebrate black people. So when y'all don't see the value in Black Panther, but we didn't have black superheroes growing up, I see the value in it, so I show up and defend it. People like you would show up and tear it down and say it's a fictional movie. Why y'all excited about Wakanda?
You see, that's some straight up old school Stone Cold Coon talk. When I was growing up, we had a guy named Static Shock Virgil.
That's a fact.
All of us
The nigga flying around on a trash can lid. Bro, I'm finna put you backstage. The Negro flying around on a trash can lid.
You cool nigga. I'm so sorry.
That don't matter.
I'm so sorry. Cool nigga.
One cartoon, and he was so weak. He was flying around on a trash can lid. And then the villains in there. Hold on. The villains in there was suck a jive turkey. You ain't cool enough to be around here. Like, bro, are you serious?
You didn't like Static Shock, nigga?
Awful. So let me ask you this: as a kid,
Pokemon,
hold on. We take two black kids.
Static Shock.
Okay. We take two young black kids. We show them Black Panther and Static Shock. Which one they gonna have more pride in?
It's no comparison. It's a different type of movie.
Exactly. So why did you bring up Static Shock?
Because you just said we didn't have any black superheroes. We had
BBO, the reason your self-esteem is where it is right now in regards to being black is because you had Static Shock, brother. If we would have had the Black Panther in Wakanda, I guarantee you wouldn't be up here cooning for Trump.
You know, the cool thing about it is this. A nigga like you making racial epithets, trying to call me out my name is okay. It's okay because you know what? I'm comfortable in my own skin. You always gonna have a high sedity Negro like yourself that's gonna talk shit. I mean, it is what it is. I don't let bourgeois Negroes get me all upset.
I hear you. You done threw about 5 insults, but they ain't addressed
Hey, you've been
nothing
throwing
I
stuff at
said.
me all the day. All of a
Why
sudden,
you ain't
I'm a
addressed
blue
it?
collar
Why
car
you ain't
wash
addressed
nigga.
nothing I said?
No, now I'm a blue collar car wash nigga. I'm a raccoon. I'm this, that, and the third. All this stuff. But when I say something to you, your highfalutin sedity ass get mad. That's what y'all do. You like Bill Cosby. Oh, we thugs because
Yo,
we
this
wear our
dude
pants
said
low.
high fluting, falutus, a city. He making up all kind of word, everything but addressing what I said. You see how he
I address
gaslight?
what
Who
you
taught you
said,
that?
coon.
Like
Coon,
Malcolm
I
X
address
said,
what
the
you
white.
said.
Hold on, the white man. Who
You
taught you to hate yourself?
hold
BBL, who taught you to
This is
gaslight?
a head coon calling me racial epithets because he mad about what I'm saying. What are
But
you
No,
you
I
just
talking
think
called the
about?
man a coon.
BBL, the first word you said when you pulled up today was scholar up here cooning. You didn't say hi scholar, you didn't say nothing. You said scholar up here's cooning. The moment I call your cooning actions out, actions,
Now I got
you
coon in
address
actions.
with
I love it. I love it.
You
I love it.
do. You absolutely do.
BBL, I'm gonna
I
just be
love
honest
it.
with you. You're not necessarily a coon, you just got coon tendencies.
And you see
You
how
know,
you still assault me. Now I got coons tendencies. I got a black wife, black family, but I'm a coon. I love it. I love it.
I love you to death, BBL,
I
but you're
love
cool.
these high yellow red niggas that love to try to judge us regular black folks. I love it. I love it because I'm a black man who was poor from the ghetto and happened to get an opportunity to play football and change my life. Now I'm nobody. I love it.
now we
I
gotta hear the
love you
chronicles
sedity
of
niggas like
BBO.
you.
Nobody. I mean,
Now we gotta hear
Herschel Walker.
BBO
Herschel
started
Walker
from the
is
bottom.
I
nobody.
just love
Herschel
the
Walker's a
sedity
clone.
bourgeois Negroes like you. I love them.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a coon,
Now
BBL,
we
but you're
gotta
a
hear
coon.
started from the bottom. Now we gotta hear started from the bottom. Now we
Hold on,
BBO
I
do
didn't
the
start from
same
the
thing,
bottom.
man. He
I
do the
didn't
same
start from
thing.
the
He
bottom.
pulled up today defending Donald Trump, talking about he met him and he gave him some suits. Then it
He
went from
did.
that to, yeah, Donald Trump is a bad person. Then he go from
What's funny? You
criticizing
know
black
what's funny?
people to pumping his fist and being pro-black. The
You
many
know what's
shades
funny?
of
You know what's
BBO.
funny? You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny about this coon?
That
This is the
nigga's
funny thing about
stupid.
this nigga here. At the end of the day, two things can be true. Our whole existence is hypocrisy. Nobody is perfect. One minute you got Tupac saying he keep your head up, and he talking about chicks shaking their ass and all that. So everybody has duality in what they say. So for you to come up here with your high sedity nigga talk
Tupac died at
doesn't work with me.
25. How old are you? How old are you?
Say it again. Nigga, I'm the same
Tupac
age as
died
you.
at
You know how old
25.
I
How old are
am.
you?
I'm the
So
same
you
age as
got
you,
10
nigga.
years on Tupac when he passed away. You comparing yourself to somebody with an
I'm
adolescent
giving you an
mind that was
example how
immature.
people have duality. That's everybody has that. Some guys will go
Listen,
see strippers and then
listen.
they go home and take care of their kids.
That's not duality. That's confusion.
I love this cool ass nigga,
Because
man. This
because
nigga's
because
special.
BBO, you and I know that in the workplace they value character. That's why you put someone on the application that could disqualify you. You can't even work at the mail at the post office with the pictures that Donald Trump got, right? So if he's going to be at the highest office in the land as the sitting president, and you said America first, so you patriotic, he should those pictures
Hold
alone
on, you're
should
not
disqualify him
patriotic?
from being a
Now
president.
you're not patriotic?
We're gonna stick on subject. We're not for the
No, I'm
gaslight.
asking the question. I can answer your question. You
We're
can
not for
answer
the
my
gaslight.
question.
We would
No,
listen.
I'm
This
asking
is
you a
a
question.
patriotic
You're not
conversation.
patriotic?
This is a patriotic conversation. We talking about
No,
defending
I'm asking
women
you
and children.
personally. I'm asking you personally. Are you patriotic? Do you care about the
What do you
country
think?
that your
What do
grandparents?
you
I can't read
What do
your
you
fucking
think?
mind. You got to tell me.
What? Why does it matter? Why do you get to ask questions when I make statements about your character?
I love how you try to do this because you're not making statements about my character. You just a nigga talking. What are you
Okay.
talking
Okay.
about?
Well, I'm talking based on what you said. You talked about duality. You talked about how everybody has a hypocrisy, right? And you
Everybody
compared
does.
yourself to somebody that I said was 10 years your junior, right? When he
Is he not
passed
10
away.
years your junior too?
Yes, but the difference between you and I is I don't make hypocritical statements all the time. I don't pull up on the panel and I'm Malcolm X 1 minute and then I'm Uncle Ruckus the next. I'm consistent. See,
Hey,
that's a part of
I've never
maturity.
been Uncle
The,
Ruckus. I've never been
the
Uncle
more
Ruckus. I'll just say
the more mature you get, BVO, the more consistent you'll be. That's why that's why the whole boy to a man argument exists. And you be talking a lot about it on your channel. I don't know if that's the hypocrisy or if you really believe it. But the boy to man speech, the older you get, the more wiser decisions that you make. Because you're not impulsive. You don't just go off of impulse. You don't just go off of low vibrational thinking.
I'll say this. I'll say this. No matter how it goes, if we having I'll go to a different conversation. If we having a serious conversation, everybody's not going. No one's. Everybody's going to have dualities. Everybody's going to do things 1 minute and then do something the next. It's just how that's just how it goes. Sometimes you
No,
know.
no,
Hold on. You're going to make mistakes in this world, but like I
that's not a
said,
mistake. That's not a
I'll put like
mistake.
this. I'll put like this,
If
man.
if BBO, if I'll give you an example. Let's go to boxing. There was a dude named Tony Aliala from San Antonio, Texas. You know, Tony Aliala was scheduled to fight Roberto Durant and those guys. He was supposed to be in the Four Kings. He was on the outside like Wilfred Benitez, right? He was
Right.
scheduled to fight him. Right when he was about to fight him, he sexually assaulted somebody. You know, he had that he channeled his inner Donald Trump. He sexually assaulted somebody, right? His dad covered it up. He did it 2 or 3 more times. And one of the people that he did it to, BVO, he was teaching self-defense to in a self-defense class. Do you think that that person should be teaching self-defense and it was a mistake, or he should not be teaching it because he's a predator?
He shouldn't be teaching because he's a predator.
Okay, so all that duality shit and say one thing 1 minute and not you, bro. You supposed to at least try to apply it. Well, you ever heard of the 80-20 rule? You can't just be out there just preaching because it's the right thing to say. You got to be doing some walking. We make fun of the people who don't walk.
I'll say this, man. If you're talking about
I agree,
walking,
Boxer
if you're talking about
Scholar.
me personally,
BBO got to stop cooning.
if you're talking about me personally, I do that. Prime example, what I've been doing with Habits of Femininity. We doing that. We volunteering that. I actually volunteer my services, and I use my company to do that. So it's all types of ways you can help. At the end of the day, what I tell you is this: the main thing you can do anything if you want to build a community is do it right then. You don't have to wait on nobody. You don't have to ask somebody's help. When we gave away turkeys for Thanksgiving, we just put the money up ourselves. Shout out to the whole team at BBO Sports TV. We put the money up ourselves, and we was able to get the turkeys away. What I'm saying happens a lot as
Hold
people
up, hold
look.
up. From now on, you got to start doing that on video. Because if that's the case, and twice this coming Christmas, me and my whole family, we gonna get so humane. We gonna dress like the bums that we giving the turkeys to. See how
Why them
easy
niggas
this
got to be bums? Why them niggas got to be bums?
is?
You said, why do people give the turkeys to people? What would you tell them?
Damn, BBO having technical difficulties. I stand with BBO. That's fine. You can stand with whoever you want to. But the truth is going to be the truth, no matter what. Who tell it? Who lips it come from? And you can't be out there preaching something and living one way. You can't be out there a crackhead preaching sobriety. It's stupid. Would you take health advice from a fat person? How many fat content creators out there giving advice on how to lose weight and they on 1,000-pound life? How many? Would you believe them? Would you buy their products? It's insane. It's insane.
Absolutely
And
not.
it's insane. And I'll say, people are not perfect, but I would like to hear some of that non-perfectness when it's us. That's what my frustration is. Barack Obama is on trial for nothing other than being the first black president. And make all types of excuses for him the place. That's what the cooning comes into place, is that black people are on trial for being black in every aspect. If we go be a cop, we on trial for being black. We go be a nurse, we on trial for being black. If we standing by a car and the alarm goes off, we're guilty just by being black. Why are we giving that same grace? I understand when other people don't want to give it to us. It's stupid, but at least it's tribalism. When black people don't want to do it, it's nothing else but cooning. I can't see it as nothing else but you know about the history of slavery. You know about Jim Crow. Like I said,
You
racism in
remember
the
that?
90s was
You remember
still
that coon guy? You remember that coon that was on Jubilee
what are you talking about?
saying that Martin Luther King was detrimental to black people and that segregation was a great period of time, and then he got
Yeah.
fired from his
Yes.
job,
Yes.
and then he said, "Oh my
They
God,
they
these
have
MAGA
they
people are
have
so racist," and
history.
A bunch of punks. A bunch of fags.
They have revisionist history when it comes to history. They look in history and show sympathy for white people during Jim Crow and slavery, and say we need to get over it. This is the people that we're talking to. Black
Bunch of
people, they
punks.
have lost their goddamn minds. They don't have no
Bunch of
respect for Martin
punks.
Luther King. None of the people that came before us. They think they
Bro,
know
Martin
everything
Luther
about
King was like
everything.
Jesus
They think
Christ
that
when I was
they
coming
think they
up.
can do a hold up. They
He
think
was
that
like
what you
Jesus
talking about too.
Christ.
That's why I say, Marky, Dan, you got to do this. Black people try to disassociate themselves with people who they say are non-FBAs. I think that it's a privilege for y'all. I think y'all should disassociate yourself with them and walk in another direction because these people are lost. You heard what you just said? The dude who was on TV
Really.
talking about Jim Crow was a good time and all this other stuff. It's just like, what? Like they share the sentiment. BVO one of them coons. He one of them coons.
I don't think that's fair.
Oh no, it's definitely fair. It definitely BVO be cooning, man. But BVO half of BVO cooning be a character. So I just light his character up and you see what he do. He leaves. But there are some people who really believe it. Some people that I like. And you see them in the comments. I ain't gonna say no names, but you see them in the comment section, man. That's insane, man. To have that level of self-hatred and not be aware of it, not pause and be like, why are all the racist people agreeing with me? I don't know why. Like they never pause and say any of
I-
this stuff. They just
And I
keep
don't I
saying
don't
white.
understand. Yeah, go ahead, Boxes. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say they keep saying white supremacist talking points and then think that they're pro-black. That's crazy to me. They got a problem with listen, Market, everything black they have a problem with. Our movies, our clothes. We try to make a stand against Gucci. I don't know what y'all standing up to Gucci for. They show up in negative at every point. Why y'all want to boycott every stand of the point? I mean, every point that we make, they make a stand against our points. And then
But not.
wonder why we
But
say that they
all
cooning
of
that they
them,
have
not
self-hate.
all of them are married to immigrants. All of them. Even this nigga
That's
BVO.
another
Much
thing.
as
They're
I
not even
love him and I love his BVO to death. This nigga BVO be talking about we need to stay with black Americans need to stay with black Americans. Nigga, I mean respectfully, you can't say that BVO or Vance or any of these people talking about pure American blood. Like
Black
they
people are
talk
the
this
only
stuff
people I
about
know,
each.
Black people are the only people I know, Marky Dan, that are 14% of the population. Don't want to accept that they 14. They be like, no, we're not really 14. You be like, bro, we're 14%. Meaning our 14% might be more than 1967, but compared to the overall population, we stay stagnant as far as growth. Every other person is growing but us. It's mathematics, but they don't want to believe it. And then when we have allies, people who come over from islands and stuff like that and say, I'm black, because they're gonna look at me as black. I look black. I'm gonna identify as black. They say, oh no, you ain't really black. They're the only people that do that and then have a problem with everything black. Cooning, self-hate, all that stuff. But yo, BBO, I'm finna go in here. We about to go to the movies. BBO, Marky Dan. We about to go to the movies, man. I appreciate everybody for pulling up. Shout out to the homie Ali, Pittsburgh T, everybody else that I might have forgot. We got to stop cooning at the end of the day. You know, hopefully, we get that cooning out. You know, matter of fact, let me sanitize y'all souls. Look at the cool. Look at the cool. Always cooning for you. Look at the cool. Look at the cool. Look at the cool. Always cooning for you. We got gray soldiers driving up and down the street, looking for a picnic today. Will it be you that gets pulled over for a broken down light, and then they blown out your brains, and then here come the coons? Oh, look at the cool. We gotta purify their soul, Marky Dan. You got any final words, man? I'm gonna go to this movie. I might be back later.
I would just say stay woke. If you got any kids coming, make sure to vaccinate them for Hep B. It's some scary times out
Wait,
here.
hold up, Marky Dan. I
There,
thought that causes autism.
no, no,
You know
no.
what's funny, Marky Dan? I think RFK is trying to kill the autism, but I'm willing to bet if they did a poll that more Republican kids have autism.
There's a chance he's going to kill or excuse me, unalive 2%, and I should be very careful with the language I use there. 2% of the people coming into life in the United States per year, and that's about 70,000 little people. You understand what I'm saying? That's a lot of little people to lose. But hey, this is the country you wanted, Box Scholar. This is what y'all voted for. Boxing Scholar. Boxing Scholar. Sergeant Coon. El Cunio. Sir Kunis. Raccoon Kuno. The coon of all coons. One of the greatest coons there have ever been. Sergeant Raccoon. General Raccoon? But nah, man, salute to my brother Boxing Scholar. Smash the like button. He's a decent guy. Decent guy. And you know, I think he stands against fascism, ignorance. You know, I think me and him align on most of the same moral principles. So salute to the Boxing Scholar. Decent guy. That's all I got, Scholar.
All right, that's enough. I'm gonna go ahead and end this. I'll probably be back later. Yo, this is crazy work. I ended the episode a long time ago. I don't know what the hell happened. What's good, Jay Bliss? What's good, Pittsburgh T? Bronze, I ended the show a long time ago, man. Apparently, it's still going. I don't know what the hell is going on. Man, I ended this. I didn't watch the whole Predator movie. Yeah, ironically, we're talking about Trump. Ironically, we was talking about Trump on today's episode, and I go watch the Predator movie. That's crazy work, man. But I didn't. I had no idea the show was still. I hit the end button and everything. Man. I don't know what's going on with my StreamYard. But yeah, hey, today you right. You right. Bronze most hated. Scholar was cooking today, but not in the traditional sense. Scholar was cooking people, no Diddy. You know, Hannibal Lecter style.
Wood, indicating here that their behavior was seditious behavior punishable by death. Now I'm talking about the persons who did the right thing, the righteous thing, the lawful thing of saying to people in the military, don't follow illegal orders. And they find themselves, not the president, but themselves being suspect. The president who has threatened execution, people don't want him impeached. Some. Now, there are some who do, but they have various reasons for why they can't take the stand. They can't say it. Well, I can. So for all of you who want to say it and can't say it, I'm saying it for you. I'm saying he should have been impeached. I'm saying that if ever there was a president in the history of the United States of America who should be impeached, it is Donald John Trump. What he said, he should be impeached for. Now, there are people who would say, well, you do know that he went over to Fox News, that he slithered his way over there. And after being there, he indicated that he didn't intend for anybody to be killed. Maybe not in those exact words, but he didn't intend. He didn't intend for that to be the case. Do you really think that if I said the president ought to be hanged, that I could go over to Fox? Well, Fox wouldn't allow me to say it, but some news source and say, oh, no, forgive me, I made a mistake. It was a slip of my tongue. No, this president would not allow it. He would consider this a threat. I'd be facing a fine. I'd be facing going to prison. But the president is with impunity, saving what happened yesterday, with impunity, making threats against judges, making threats against members of Congress. And for those who say, well, that's just Congress and they're just judges, let me tell you how it impacts your life. If you go before one of the judges that the president has threatened and you believe that the president's threats can make a difference, will you question the judgment of the judge? He puts in the judiciary in question, the judgments, when he can intimidate judges to the extent that you think judges are acting because of the president's actions that he's taken against the judge. This is bigger than you are as a person. It's about all of us as people, threatening the judiciary, threatening the independence of the judiciary. not respecting the separation of powers. It impacts you, me. We all can be judged at some point. We want to believe that the judge is going to be objective, that he's not going to be subjected, that he's not going to, or she's not going to subject her most precious judicious thoughts to the whims of a president who is reckless, ruthless, and lawless. That's what you want to believe. Okay, well, maybe that takes care of the judges, Congressman Green, but what about members of Congress? He's just threatening them. Remember, we had a member of Congress who was wounded. There was an attempt to assassinate her. There were innocent bystanders there with her who were harmed. Deadly. It's about all of us. It's about when we're out in the public. It's about some person taking to heart what the president said when he said death, when he said hang them. It's about all of us. So I have no regrets for what I have done, zero, and would challenge anyone to come and stand over here or here and stand with me. I challenge you to come and stand and point out why I shouldn't have done what I've done, or we shouldn't have done what we have done, meaning those who are part of the removal coalition. Come, I challenge you. Let's talk before the world. Any one of you. I'm proud of what I've done. I would do it again. I want you to know that in doing this, we are putting the country above some people. We are, because it's the country that contains all of the people. All of the people are more important than some 1 or 2, 10 people maybe 23. More important than 23 people. It's the country we're trying to save. Well, how do you save the country without having control of the House of Representatives, Al? By showing the country that what is happening to this country is going to cause us to dissolve into something that we have been fighting. We're already at the point of having a person who is maybe less than a dictator, but an authoritarian. We're getting close. When the president controls one side of the aisle that has a majority, the Republicans, when a president, and that's in the House, controls one side of the aisle called Republicans in the Senate, when a president has stacked the Supreme Court of the United States, yes, he stacked the deck. When he stacked the Supreme Court and he's get rulings that people never thought the Supreme Court would render, all that's left is impeachment. That's all that's left. And there are those who will say, well, let's just wait. Why don't we wait? They told Dr. King to wait. One of the things that Dr. King said in response to this notion that we must wait, one of the things that he said was, the time is always right to do what is right. So now, I say to you, what we did yesterday was not only right, it was righteous. Because everything in those articles is true. It's righteous. And we don't have constitutional scholars coming out and saying, well, it really doesn't comply with Federalist number, whatever. That's not the argument. The argument is, this is not the time. Well, I differ. The time, as Dr. King put it, is always right to do what is right. Now, Dr. King didn't expect everybody to do what was right when he was doing it. And I don't expect everybody who believes that what we're doing is right but won't do it themselves to do what is right with us. I understand But what I don't want you to do, and I beg that you not do, is assault the people who are standing up for you in clever language. Don't do that. Don't assault us. We may fight back, but don't do that. I'm not. I have bigger things to do. I'm not going to say ugly things. But my point is, this is bigger than any one of us in this Congress. It is bigger than the Congress, House, and the Senate together, and the judiciary. This is about the country. What kind of country will he leave when he leaves office? That's what we're dealing with. And my friends across the aisle are very much aware of how he is encroaching
Some
upon
things you just absolutely can't defend.
the
And if
separation
you're
of powers,
defending
the
it, you probably got to
judiciary,
question if you're a little bit sick yourself. But
how
this says
how he is threatening the Supreme Court and threatening judges with abusive, vituperative language. When you threaten one judge, you're threatening them all. So let's not kid ourselves. He's doing it. So now I'm going to share this with you. I know who this president is. I want to make sure that you understand that I'm going to a different topic in sharing with you who he is. But I want to tell you who he is. Because in telling you who he is, I will be going to a different topic. I've made my point about impeachment. But I want to tell you who he is. Because I've seen him before. I know him. This is a different topic now. Because there's more to be said about this president than what was said in the articles of impeachment. And I want to say that more that has to be said at this time about who he is that wasn't in the articles of impeachment. And to say that, I'm going to move to another podium. I want to move to another podium. So give me just a moment as I move to another podium. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and I rise now to explain to the world who Donald John Trump is. I've seen him before. I've seen his cousins. I've seen his relatives. I'm going to tell you who he is. I saw him on June 11th of 1963 when he stood in the schoolhouse door. He was George Wallace. I saw him when he fought desegregation in this country. I saw him. He metamorphoses. He changes. He's a ship shaker, changes his makeup, his appearance. Now, those who are going to take that literally and say, gosh, he thinks that Donald Trump was George Wallace. But there are other people who understand that I'm saying George Washington was a forerunner of Donald Trump. So I saw him. I know who he is. He wasn't Washington, but he's, in a sense, his cousin. He was George Washington's cousin. He's a relative. Not because of ethnicity, not because of race, but because of behavior. Relative in terms of they're related in terms of their behavior. I know who he is. I saw him in 1964 when he was Lester Maddox, and he had an axe handle. And he used his axe handle to threaten people of color. I saw him with that axe handle when he wouldn't allow black people into his restaurant. I know who he is. I saw his cousin, Milton Friedman, Nobel laureate, when after the Brown versus the Board of Education decision was rendered, he went public and said, let's use vouchers to maintain segregation. That's another way of saying, let's use vouchers to maintain racism, because that's what segregation was. It was racism. I know who he is because I've read about him and what he did on May 18th of 1869 in Plessy versus Ferguson, the case that allowed invidious discrimination to bloom and blossom and permeate society. I know who he is. Some of you don't know. You've not had a chance to review his history as I have. I know his cousins, I know his relatives. I know who he is because I've read about what his relatives did on March 6th of 1857 in Dred Scott versus Sanford, when they concluded, this Chief Justice, that a black person had no rights that a white person had to respect. I know who he is. I know the people that were there before him to pave the way for him to do what he's doing now. I know him. And because I know him, I have to fight him. I know what he did in my lifetime. He didn't have a personal hand in what happened. But when I say he did, I'm talking about the people that have made it possible for him to do what he's doing now. So let's just say I know what they did, so that Fox News and some of the many others who are antithetical to hearing the truth, maybe they won't obliterate the truth to the extent that they're perfectly capable of doing. But here's what I know. I know what happened in my lifetime when I had to go to the back door to get my food. I remember when I had to drink from a filthy colored water fountain, when there was a pristine white water fountain right next to me. I know, I lived it. I remember how I had to sit in the back of the bus. And if there weren't enough seats for Anglos, we called them white people. I don't like the term. But when there weren't enough seats for Anglos, then I had to move. I know what's going on. I see it. Well, you're saying that, no, that's not happening right now. No, but we're headed in that direction. We're headed in that direction. I don't want to return to that past where I was a suspect simply because of the color of my skin. I was a suspect. We are now at a point in this country, to tie this together, where there are people who are suspect because of the way they look, just as I was a suspect because of the way I looked. If you are Latino in the United States of America, given the behavior of the king's men, that would be President Trump, given the behavior of the king's men, you are suspect. You are suspect. And the king's men can show up with a mask, faces covered, collect you. That's a very kind way of saying it. Put you in some vehicle and then storm away to some distant place. Lock you up. Relatives don't know where you are. No due process. I know who you are. I know where you're going. I know what you want to do. I've suffered what you would return if you could. I know. Yes. I see how you have decided that you and you alone determine what the law is in this country. You and you alone will decide whether a person should be locked up or released, unlike what the Constitution requires. I know who you are. I understand that there's an attempt to roll back the clock. People of color are becoming suspect in this country. Now, you can be African American, you can be Asian, you can be Latino, but we're moving toward your being suspect. But there are people of goodwill of all colors who are going to fight this. I pray that we will succeed. Good people of goodwill who are white, who are standing with us. But it's easy to see, if you care to look, at how the president has now said, yes, I said they were S-hole countries. Yes, I said it. How the president is now saying, in South Africa, there's genocide. We'll bring in the white South Africans. But if you're from one of the 19 countries, actually it's 18, that are predominated by people of color, we're gonna put a hold on you. Look, there is no one so blind as he who won't see, not he who can't, but he who chooses not to see. I know who he is. I know what he's done to lay the foundation, not him personally, but the many who came before him and who know how to use hate as a weapon to change society. And that's what he's doing. He's using hate. He's using beneficial bigotry. How does beneficial bigotry work, Al Green? Well, here's how it works. You go to someone who is a principled person, someone who has been fighting for liberty and justice for all, and you do them a favor. And in exchange for that favor, you only require one thing: loyalty. Just give me your loyalty. Give me your loyalty in the future. The thing that he has done can sometimes be of benefit to the person. Most of the time it is. But it can also be detrimental to some other people. He uses beneficial bigotry. Beneficial bigotry. It is beneficial bigotry that he has used against the Palestinians. It is. It is beneficial bigotry to say that they could be obliterated, to say that the Palestinians don't deserve a country. Used it to do all that he can to eliminate the possibility of a two-state solution. That plan that he has is nothing more than a land grab. I know who he is. I see what he's doing. And others do too. They just don't have the ability to stand in the well of the House of Representatives and say it. So I'm saying it. Yes, he's a beneficial bigot. And then those who benefit from his bigotry, they are loyal to him. People who would never allow a person to do such a thing if he hadn't done favors for them. They would speak out and speak up against his bigotry. But they don't, because he's done favors. Those who are part of the evangelical movement, they see what's happening to the country. They have an opportunity to preach on Sunday all of the righteousness, and then on Monday, they benefit from the bigotry. And as a result, righteousness becomes secondary to the loyalty that they pledged, because he did something for them. So I'm saying to you, dear friends, in this part of my message today, I'm not going to relent. There are some who would have me go away. There are some who've already indicated, there was a news story out today about how I'll be defeated at the next election and I'll just become a part of a bygone history. They've already prognosticated my defeat, called me a rogue. Well, friends, all of this may happen, but I'll say this to you. It won't change my opinions, and it won't change who I am. I believe in this flag. I believe in liberty and justice for all. I don't support beneficial bigotry. I don't support people who would desecrate what the flag really means as it relates to the Constitution. Those were not the last articles of impeachment that will be brought to the floor. Those yesterday, HRES 939, they're not the last to be brought to the floor for a vote to remove Donald John Trump from office. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, a proud, liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. I rise today because I believe in the Pledge of Allegiance. I am known to wear this tie that has what I consider a meaning that expresses much of what the pledge is all about. There are many people who have said to me that the tie is old, that it appears to be soiled and stained, but it's my favorite tie. It's a tie that I will never surrender. It's a tie that means something to me because it stands for something. It stands for the Pledge of Allegiance. More appropriately, it stands for some specific words within that pledge. Those words are liberty and justice for all. Liberty and justice for all. I do pledge allegiance to liberty and justice for all. And I rise today to thank the courageous persons who on just yesterday took a stand for liberty and justice for all. I rise to thank the 140 persons who on yesterday voted to support HRES 939, House Resolution 939. This resolution, House 939, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. I rise to thank the 140 persons who supported this resolution. I rise to thank the 47 persons who did not oppose what we were doing, but chose to simply say, I will vote present. That was a significant vote as well. I rise to thank them. All of these persons had the courage to say to Donald John Trump, things are changing in this country. You are likely to face a vote of 218 more persons who would vote to have you impeached. I rise to thank them for their courage. But I also rise with my cane in hand to thank two people. I want to thank John Boniface. John Boniface, constitutional scholar John Boniface. There are many constitutional scholars in this country. Let me hearken back just a moment to make this point perspicuously clear. There were many people who understood what invidious discrimination known as segregation, but in fact was racism. There were many who knew what it was. They understood it. They could articulate it well. They were great orators. But they had something that set them apart from Dr. King. It was a lack of courage. Dr. King was set apart from the intellectuals and great orators of his time because He had courage.
Yo, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. Yeah, but we finna come back and cook, man. I feel like y'all well done. I don't feel like I got y'all. And it's so crazy that all the Trump supporters, nobody will pull up. Out of all the Trump supporters, nobody had the what you call it, the pull up, the moxie, the pull up. That's crazy. You know, when when Donald Trump is doing bad and the numbers ain't doing good, his supporters tend to, you know, stay in the chat. Only a few brave ones will pull up. Your Pittsburgh tees. Every now and then, Surf Out player will get the balls to pull up. But we finna play some Jasmine Crockett video soon, or Tony, because Tony loves Jasmine Crockett. Watch this.
Oh. Chaos erupting at a local board meeting outside of Chicago, with the self-proclaimed super mayor Tiffany Henyard at the center. People knocking over furniture and smashing monitors. A shocking scene to many who were inside.
It was scary. It was horrible. That's an embarrassment.
It should have never come to blows, and Tiffany should have never got involved.
In a statement, the Board of Trustees said they are, quote, deeply saddened and disturbed by the events that took place, and, quote, our hearts go out to the residents who continue to witness such turmoil.
This is Mayor Tiffany A. Henyard, the people's mayor.
It's just the latest in a long saga of public scrutiny for Henyard, who is also the mayor of the Chicago suburb of Dalton and Thornton Township supervisor. She's been accused by other village officials of misusing public funds on everything from a lavish one-day community event to billboards of herself. Under her leadership, the Village of Dalton's general day-to-day operating fund was $3.6 million in debt. That's according to an independent investigation commissioned by the village. Henyard denying those claims for months, and even vetoing a measure to investigate her last year, which was eventually overwritten.
We'll be victorious when all the dust clear. You see, mark my word.
But one day before the brawl, former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who was tapped to lead the investigation into possible mismanagement of Dalton's funds, released her final summary. Some key findings, including $170,000 in travel-related costs, which Lightfoot said produced no business opportunities, $51,000 spent at area restaurants, and more than $218,000 for Amazon purchases made with village credit cards.
I'm happy that the report is out so that the residents finally know some of the truth.
Regarding the brawl or Lightfoot's summary, Henyard did not immediately respond to NBC News' request for comment. She has previously said the financial accusations are political retaliation and has threatened legal action. But tonight, as she makes headlines once again and goes viral for fighting, there are renewed concerns about her leadership.
Okay, Adrian Broadus joins us.
Now, that is somebody that does not belong in the position that they are in. That's not Black excellence. That person will weed themselves out just by sure process of elimination. They're going to get in there and do what we call nigga shit, right? And they'll weed themselves out. Jasmine Crockett keeps winning in her district. Jasmine Crockett has been accused by Black people of cosplaying a Black person. You can't make this shit up. When it came, look, and listen, for those who have short-term memory, right? Black people who have short-term memory. Y'all said the same shit about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris wasn't Black. Barack Obama wasn't from the hood. And it's like, do y'all even know where y'all get these talking points from? Because I'm pretty sure y'all don't. Y'all swear to God that y'all so woke, right? Y'all so woke, but y'all sit here and say this. Y'all get Republican talk. Oh, so now white people understand the struggle that we've been talking about. That when we talk about they hand us a pair of boots and say, pull yourself up out of boot. You can't make this shit up. When they want to convince us that when one of us is trying to excel and they want to convince us to not embrace them and support them, they tell them they not like y'all. They not like y'all. Like, you can't make this shit up. Like, wait a minute, wait. We thought Black people don't struggle and we're the freest that we've ever been. Like, you can't make this shit up. Like, but they're really, really good at messaging and tricking black people. I hear a whole bunch of black people say, I got off the Democratic plantation. And you look at the people who say that they got off the Democratic plantation, men mainly, and look at all the Republicans, they all have white wives. So what did you do? Get off the plantation and become Django from Samuel L. Jackson from Django, so you can corral the Negroes? Like what did you get off and actually do? Because the party that's telling you Barack Obama wasn't black is the same party that told you Kamala Harris wasn't, and y'all rode with it. Y'all it's funny that y'all swear y'all so woke, but y'all find all the white words. You know what I mean? Just this recently, we started hearing so much about fucking DEI. Where was DEI 5 years ago? DEI has existed since civil rights. We ain't hear about DEI until about 5 to 6 years ago when they wanted to market it. They're really, really good at marketing. But like I said, they didn't just stop at Barack Obama. They told y'all how to feel about it. So now they understand blackness. They understand the struggle. They understand slavery. They become the experts of being black. And it's so funny to me because when it comes times for us to, like, when we all get together and say, hey, you know what? We need reparations. This is their attitude towards that.
It is the party of reparations. Presidential candidates say Americans should be rewarded or punished based on their skin color.
My great-great-grandfather, he fought with the Union Army. Do I get a discount?
No need to grapple with practical questions about the proposal, like how you determine who receives and who pays for the reparations, how much it would cost, whether Nigerians who just arrived here would benefit.
It is impossible to come up with a fair metric for recompensing slavery 10 generations after slavery's end.
How do you calculate the financial penalty for injustices that my great-grandfather committed against somebody else's great-grandfather?
Nobody alive today has a grandparent who was a slave. And in that sense, I think you reach a point where, you know, you need to move on.
Crime because they want to take over what you got. They want to control what you have. They want reparation because they think the people that do the crime are owed that. Bullshit. They are not owed that.
Bullshit. They're not owed that. Bullshit. They're talking about you guys. The party, listen, y'all got off the Democratic plantation. They accused the Democratic plantation of being the party of reparations and trying to give black people something that they're undeserving to. At the same time, telling that black people don't endorse the black candidates because they're not really black. They're not your type of black. Like, you cannot make this shit up. And black people ride with it. And listen, while everybody was saying Kamala Harris is not black and not FBA, it was really hard to convince the white people that, especially the white leader.
Would you rather have the black president or the white president who got 1.7 billion off the price? I think they want the white guy right now.
I think they want the white guy right now. The black guy. Like, bro, this is crazy, bro. Sometimes I feel like that COVID killed everybody, and we're all just living in a dream world. You know, because I cannot believe that people out there questioning Barack Obama's blackness because white people told them to. Then they will question Kamala Harris because white people told them to. Now they're questioning Jasmine Crockett's blackness. You cannot make that shit up. She's FBA. Didn't y'all invent a term called FBA? It don't get no more fucking FBA than that. Then they say, well, she went to a private school. And it's like, oh my God. Black people that make good money send their kids to private school. What the fuck are we talking about? Like I said, man, this shit just sometimes, like, it just hurts my brain how fucking stupid people are. But that's neither here nor there. Here's the bottom line of this. Racialization is a game that's designed for black people to lose, and they'll always lose. They'll always lose because they didn't invent it, and they'll try to put themselves in an even smaller and smaller box within their own race. They're the only group, right, that will look to Africans, Jamaicans, you know what I mean, people that Puerto Ricans and stuff like that, and say that those people aren't black. And those people will try to identify as black, and they'll say, no, y'all not like us. Y'all not like, and just like, what the fuck? Irish people and Jewish people were not considered white. It wasn't until white people realized that they were stronger in numbers that they accepted They accepted them. This is why black people will always lose, because they'll always do the others game within the race. Then whenever they get into it with their own, they take it to the level 10. They want to take them out. They don't got no decorum, no conflict resolution, none of that shit, right? They will always lose because racialization was created by white people. And it was a game designed to keep you from getting stuff. And because they invented the game, they will change the rules of the game and trick you and tell you, don't endorse Kamala Harris. Don't endorse Jasmine Crockett. They not really like y'all. Then when you say, okay, what do you mean like us? Well, slaves. Yeah, obviously slaves. You know, y'all struggle, y'all this. Oh, so we struggle and we descendants of slaves. Can we get reparations? Hell no. Y'all don't need no reparations. Like it's like I said, it's a fucking mental game that black people just get on this hamster wheel and run for no apparent reason. Like we don't get nothing out of it. Stepping off the Democratic plantation to a party that values property over human rights, you're never gonna win. That was enough to disqualify you from inheriting things if they could trace your blackness, because they did not want to include black people into inheritance shit. Like I said, the game designed for us to lose, and black people will continue to lose because they continue to get they talking points from the people who invented the game. You think they invented the game for you to lose and they want you to win now? It's insane. But I wanted to show you something because I seen somebody in the comments section. Oh, this is grand. I love that you're here, brother. I hope you're still here because I'm going to learn you something today. So, Jasmine Crockett, right? Jasmine Crockett, for those who don't know, her claim to fame, like where she really got popular, was when she went back and forth with Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? And she basically said that Kamala Harris offered her some advice because she was getting ready to give up, because you already know how it is. Everybody know in their workplace what they did with microaggression, et cetera, right? But she said she was basically ready to give up. After Kamala told her not to give up, that's when she had her back and forth with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and that kind of launched her into stardom. But like I said, you don't have to take my word for it. Let's look at it. Here we go.
Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order, Mr. Chairman. That's beneath even the order of your committee. Order.
I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Greene's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person? Are your feelings hurt? Her words down. Oh, girl, baby girl. Oh, really? Don't even play, baby girl. We are gonna move, and we're gonna take your words down.
I second that motion.
So, you agree to strike your words?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Greene agrees to strike her words.
I believe she needs to apologize. No.
Okay, hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Green.
I'm not apologizing.
Well,
then okay, reserve the right to object. I am not apologizing.
Now, let's go. Come on, guys.
It's me.
Ms. Crockett.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman.
What now? What's going on here? I don't know what that means. What are you talking about?
And I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold on.
part of
I'm trying to find clarification on what
Chairman, motion to strike those words. What you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just
you just voted to do
Y'all did it first, so you don't want to talk about it.
Boom, and there we have it. It's always a problem when we do it, right? When they initiate it, you know what I mean? Talk about her eyelashes. Then when she respond, all of a sudden, we're not going to do this. Well, wait a minute. You got us here. We got here because of you. Now, with that being said, if you can see the screen, this is Marjorie Taylor and Jasmine Crockett, and this is their qualifications for how they got to where they got to, right? And as you can see, both of them went to school for business, but Jasmine Crockett also went to school for law, right? And then you go down to their careers, right? You see civil rights attorney, public defender, state legislator, and then you see businesswoman and gym owner, right? All right, stay with me. Political experience, none for Marjorie Taylor. For Jasmine, Texas State Representative for 2001 to 2023, right? Then we got notable work, conservative activism, and social media advocate. That's her fucking qualification. She should have just threw in fucking a YouTube gamer or influencer. You know, when people ain't got no job, they just put influencer. She still threw that shit in. And then her Jasmine's is the defended activist focused on voting rights and justice reform. How the fuck could y'all not like her? When Kamala Harris was running, they said that Kamala Harris was locking up Negroes, even though that wasn't true. But let's just say for the sake of this, she would be the one defending the Negroes. How the fuck do they now hate defenders of the? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And like I said, it's like it blows my mind sometimes the level of stupidity that I witnessed from my own. Like, what the fuck? Like, white people has told us what was beautiful. Like during the 90s, I remember growing up they had the little skinny white girls on TV. The dude Richard Simmons used to come out, sweat, you know, the Eddie Murphy shit. And he would work them out. They looked at thickness as sick. Like, disgusting. Who would want something like that? They are killing themselves on operations tables now to get that same body that they told us was sick for years. Like, this is stuff that you can't fucking make up. And it's like I said, how the fuck do you not like Jasmine Crockett? But that was the birth of her career. BBO, you got anything on this, brother? Oh shit, BBO done left. BBO he said, shit, let me get up out of here. It's cooning time. Well, shit, good. Let me go through these comments and cook a little bit more. Shout out the girl behind the mic. Said, Obama is a distant cousin of the bunch. I don't even know what the fuck that means. He said, you said she's black. Is she for real? See, that's what I'm saying. Jasmine Crockett for prison. Camel toes. These guys are so fucking clever. He said, Marty Taylor looks like a pale. That's hilarious. And he's still talking about some camel toe stuff, blah, 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 blah. Anyway. So back to the presentation. You know what I mean? Let's go back to the presentation. So Jasmine Crockett, that was the launch of her career, basically, right? And so the people that call her ghetto, not only was they talking about her eyebrows. Now this ain't Marjorie Greene Taylor, but this is another person. This is so crazy to me, right? This is another white person challenging Jasmine to a fucking fight. Like, you can't make this shit up. Talking about her eyebrows, challenging her to a fight, and she gets seen as ghetto. This kind of reminds me of when Trayvon Martin got shot and they looked at his blood and he was the victim. But anyway.
To make it clear how many civil rights, it doesn't just boil down to one conversation, but I can see that somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all to tell
no
me
child.
whether or
Do
not
call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those emails actually have
ceilings.
Chairman, I am reclaiming my time.
You will not do that.
Order.
Chairman, I am reclaiming my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not in order.
Order.
Point of order. Point of order.
Order. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
No, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
Is it allowed in the rules for a member to incite violence against another member? I mean, she said she wants to take it outside with.
Hey, I have the First Amendment right too.
And so I'd like those words to be taken down. I am moving to have those words taken down. I believe it's against the rules.
Going outside doesn't incite violence.
Another
you have a conversation that isn't.
The committee will suspend. The member will state the words he wishes taken down.
Where she said that we can take it outside, which is direct violation against the rules, inciting violence against another member.
How does that incite violence?
Mr. Chairman, there are, if I might point out, Mr. Chairman, there are decorum rules in the House of Representatives.
And the two parliamentarians are discussing this right now. We'll suspend for a second. All right. The chair is going to make a rule. What the gentlelady said was, we can take this outside if you want. And
okay, so
that could mean you could go outside and have a cup of coffee or perhaps a beer, or, you know, I mean, we have
seriously
lots of conversations outside. So I'm going to rule.
All right, that's enough of that bullshit. Yes, he clearly was inciting violence. She told her she could take it outside, and then whenever, well, you know, you can step outside for a cup of beer and talk about it. What the fuck? Why would you step outside to talk about some shit that you're supposed to be talking about on your job any fucking way? But yet she's caught in the crosshairs of receiving criticism from white people and criticism from black people. So she's stuck between a rock and a hard place. It just shows me that it's nothing you could do as a black person. If you try to go educate yourself, they'll accuse you of being in the boule, the black Illuminati, basically. You know what I mean? And say, well, that person's not like us. They went to this, they do that because, you know, they're unrelatable, whatever the case may be. Right. And then, you know, if you hood, they make fun of you for being broke. It's no winning. It's no winning with them. Like I don't even know what their end goal is, black people. Because they say shit like, you know, we can't look at ourselves as a monolith. And they spend 90% of their conversations looking at us as a monolith. You're like, shit you can't make up. But like I said, I digress. Jasmine Crockett is definitely a beast. I feel like during a time where Democrats turn their fucking backside up and just say, make it fast, she's actually fighting. You know what I mean? Is what you want out of a politician. And she's elected. She's an elected official. Like, what the fuck? Like, you remember all this DEI shit? She actually got her job. And you want to hear something really, really crazy? So, Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? When Kamala Harris was running for president, right? This is all I heard. This is all I heard from white people. Remember I tell you, they give black people their talking points? Bear with me.
It's relevant when a young candidate tries to sleep her way into politics and into power. And that is what it appears Kamala Harris did.
She's never earned or won anything. Like she was legitimately handed her original post in California state government because she was sleeping with Willie Brown. And then he backed her in her race for San Francisco DA.
Kamala Harris, she's the original Haktua girl. That's the way she got where she is.
She's the original hot tour girl. This is what they said about Kamala Harris, right? That they told you on one hand, she's not really black because she's not married to a black guy. On the other hand, she's this big, extreme prostitute. When she's 60 something years old and been tied to 3 dicks. That's a pretty good average. I don't know what y'all girlfriends or wives are averaging, but that is a pretty good average, in my personal opinion. That many people to be attached to in that little time, that's funny to me. But like I said, I think you guys know where this is about to go. Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? Doesn't get, by the way, she has less of the qualifications and doesn't receive none of the backlash from her constituents and white men. You know what I mean? And more than likely the same person, but she don't receive no backlash. Nobody's talking about how stupid she is. Nobody says, you know, she's not foundationally white Americans. Nobody talks about this stupid ass shit, right? Look at this shit right here. Kamala Harris slept her way to the top.
Details obtained by DailyMail.com revealing allegations that controversial QAnon Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene openly cheated on her husband of 25 years with a polyamorous tantric sex guru, and then had another affair with the manager at her gym. Reporter Kayla Brantley is joining us now from New Jersey with details of this story. And Kayla, these are really damning and explosive details about Greene's sex life. What do we know about the relationships in general, and what are the men involved saying?
So, Thomas, apparently Marjorie Taylor Greene's affairs were a known secret, with one man who worked closely with her telling us, quote, everyone who moved in her circles knew about both of the affairs. The relationships are said to have taken place long before her career in Congress, about a decade ago when she was working at gyms in Alpharetta, Georgia. Craig Ivey, the tantric sex guru that Taylor Greene allegedly slept with, did not deny the affair when asked, but simply said, quote, I will not respond to anything about this. However, Justin Tway, the gym manager she allegedly moved on to after her relationship with Ivy fizzled out, told us, quote, I have no interest in talking about anything to do with that woman. Everything with her comes to no good.
Wow, so we reached out to Marjorie Taylor Greene's.
The side nigga is trying to tell y'all this bitch ain't no good. The side nigga. And still Kamala Harris is a hoe that's unworthy of the presidency. She slept her way to the top. She's Willie Brown's girl. She fucking trainers. She fucking sex gurus that she's supposed to go to get advice for her sex life. She fucked them. Meanwhile, Kamala, it just shows that we're not able to do the same things that they are. We got to have more of the accolades and less of the scandal. If we have any type of scandal, it's brought out by our own, right? And it's brought out by white people, because white people give them marching orders. They tell them how to think. They tell them, hey, y'all should be outraged over this. And they say, you know what? You're right. We should be outraged over this. And they go from there. But like I said, man, this is insane. I could not believe it. So I watched the video and I watched this guy break down Jasmine Crockett. And he showed a video of Jasmine Crockett before she became Jasmine Crockett. And he basically was saying, I told y'all she wasn't real, that she was fake. I told y'all she was cosplaying a black person is crazy. I heard somebody say she was culture appropriating. I'm like, culture appropriating what? Her culture? Like, you can't make this shit up. But like I said, the dude was basically saying, you know, that she was cosplaying her own culture. Wait a minute. I don't even know how this just happened. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. I had to hit the refresh button. Elon, what you doing, brother? Elon, what you doing to the stream, brother? Elon says, shut him down now. I want him shut down now. Okay. All right, we're back. Had to hit the refresh button. So I watched the video of a guy break down Jasmine Crockett, right? And he basically said this. He basically said Jasmine Crockett, a video that she was cosplaying, that she really wasn't who she is now, and that the Democrats are using her to trick black people into what? If black people have already left the Democratic plantation, then why do you need to trick them with a black woman? They're not even marrying black women according to the statistics. So why would they need to trick everybody? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. But check this out. So this is when she first started. The dude broke down the video and missed the fucking forest for the trees. He missed the glaring part of what she said because he was so focused on his confirmation bias. But here we go.
Crockett, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You're a state representative, and now you are running for Congress. Why is that, and what are your priorities?
Absolutely. First of all, it's good to see you in the new year. You know, no one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. It's just not what my plan was. But what I've always decided is that I would step up when there was a need. And so I fully anticipated that our Congresswoman would serve out at least one more term, if not more than one term, in Congress. But when she called me and said, I think it's time for me to retire, and you're the one that I believe should take my seat, I really was kind of caught off guard. I didn't anticipate that. If anyone knows anything about the Congresswoman, they know that she had been talking about retirement for quite some time. And in my mind, I'm thinking, I just got to Austin and I had to meet 5 people to get here. I don't know about this. It's a huge responsibility. You know, the congressional seat is over 4 times as large as my House seat. And I was just starting to get into the rhythm of doing constituent services and things like that. And then there was someone that talked to me and said, in fact, a former ambassador in the Clinton administration, he said, Jasmine, what you have to realize is that if you are really going to make change, it's not going to be in the Texas House. He said, you did a great job playing defense, but you have a chance to play offense. At least you know on the federal level that the management, so to speak, changes. It's not just always one party that has everything. And he said, if you really want to make real change, you really need to consider it. And I thought about that along with all the other people that said, if the Congresswoman retires, you're the person that's been the face of voting rights in Texas. You're the person that said, we've got to take this fight to DC. You're the person that has been there as it relates to repo rights, all these things that sadly enough.
Now, I hope y'all didn't miss it. I hope y'all didn't miss the forest for the trees. Notice what she said. We're not going to show the full video. Here we go, right here.
And I thought about that along with all, so to speak, changes. It's not just always one party. It's not going to be in the Texas House. One that talked to me and said, in fact, a former ambassador in the Clinton administration, he said, Jasmine, what you have to realize is that if you are really going to make change, it's not going to be in the Texas House. He said, you did a great job playing defense, but you have a chance to play offense. At least you know on the federal level that the management, so to speak, changes. It's not just always one party that has everything.
Boom. So they catch it right there. Did you catch it? He told her she had to start playing offense. Now she's a defense attorney, and he told her she wanted to make change, that she had to upgrade and she had to be more offensive, which describes what she is now. She's an offensive person. She's on the attack. She ain't playing no defense. That's why Democrats always get their ass whooped. They're always playing defense. They're apologizing for statements they made 20 years ago. They're apologizing for every fucking thing. And this is why they get their ass kicked. But she's offensive now. The dude even went so far to break down Jasmine Crockett's get up. He was like, look at her eyelashes. Look how she go from that to long ass. Brother, I believe women call that the glow up. She has more money now. Of course she's gonna upgrade her life. How old is this fucking video? You wanted to look like this forever? These people are fucking crazy, man. You can't make this shit up. Like I said, with black people, you want to get some of the harshest criticism ever. Try to succeed and ask the black community. Be a real threat to change. You forgot who orchestrated and killed Malcolm X that we beloved so much. Wasn't white people. But yes, that shit's insane to me. I can't believe it. Like sometimes I just scratch my head like, what the fuck? And look, let me tell you this shit. This is the kicker right here, right? So black men not only say that Jasmine Crockett is an agent, or well, I don't know what the fuck they say at this point. They just all over the place. Their conspiracies cancel each other out, right? But they also say, black men also say how we being what you call it? We being what do they say? That we're being demasculated. Hollywood has a plan to spread the gay agenda, and they're demasculating us, right? So a guy named Benny Johnson, right? Some weirdo that doesn't understand shit, doesn't see him get cooked several times on the show because he doesn't even understand basic politics, and goes on TV and actually talks about his opinions, right? But Benny had a guy, said he had Jasmine Crockett on, right? And people were like, well, Jasmine Crockett is fit to destroy him. They pull up, and this is what they pull up to. Look at this shit. This is insane to me. They pull up to this shit right here. They pull up to this. This is what they pull up to. The black men that say Hollywood is trying to demasculate us champion this dude dressing up in drag, right? I thought we didn't want the bathroom is why y'all voted for Trump, right? Worried about a percentage of people that's less than 1% of the population, the transgenders, right? Even though when you go to a bathroom, the airport, the bathrooms are unisex any fucking way. They act like that shit is foreign. But look at this shit. Black men that claim that we are being demasculated shows up in a wig to make fun of you know who, Jasmine Crockett. So let's go to this gut wrenching fucking bullshit. Here we go.
Woman, it is I guess I can say happy to have you. We're proud that you took an opportunity to reach across the aisle and to answer questions from people who don't agree with what you're doing on Capitol Hill. So I suppose let's just start here. Our profession is journalism and commentating. And why did you attack that reporter this week, snatch his phone and scratch him with what looks to be some pretty aggressive nails there? Looks like you got some real claws on you.
Child, Benny, first of all, Benny, okay, let me tell you something, okay? See, that reporter ran up on me, okay? And y'all, and first of all, I don't even like your introduction, okay? You didn't even mention that I was a lawyer. Okay, I went to law school. See, when these white guests come on here, Benny, when these white folks come on here, see your little white self. Yeah, you talk about their accomplishments, but you didn't even bring up mine. Okay. See, this is how y'all do black people. This is how y'all do black women. See, I shouldn't even came on here on your white show, okay? Because it ain't nothing but racist on here anyway, okay? Okay, so that reporter was rolling up on me. After what happened on January 6th, how was I supposed to know what the reporter was gonna do to me, okay? So, I mean, I'm done with this, like I said. I'm done. Like I said, okay?
Can I see those acrylic nails? Because have you registered those? Those do look like weapons. Please keep the clip up. Put the clip back up. Because I want you to...
Why you trying to be funny, honey? Okay? I just got these done. Yes.
Okay.
So while people think I'm all... So why y'all think Jasmine is so like y'all think y'all bothering me, I'm out getting my nails done. Okay? Yeah.
Oh my God, that was so painful to watch. It was so sickening. Black man demasculating himself in front of his white superior to make fun of a black woman, you know what I mean, that he feels like is unworthy. Maybe, I don't know, he feels like she's DEI even though she's an elected official, whatever the case may be. That shit was hard to watch, right? But how come nobody say anything about this guy?
During Jim Crow, the black family was together. That's right. During Jim Crow, more black people were not just conservative, because black people always have been conservative-minded, but more black people voted conservatively. And then HEW, Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are. He's enjoying right now.
Well, let me ask you, because I remember when your name came up as a potential speaker of the House. There were many who speculated that based on the prominent role you played in this campaign and election, that your name would have skyrocketed to at least the front of the line. We are several cabinet picks in. Are you not surprised that you have not been named? Have you had a conversation about being a part of the administration at all?
All I will say is I am not surprised that I have not been named, but that does not mean I'm not going to do other things in the future.
Has he asked you?
No, there's some other things that I'm looking at going forward.
Like?
Black people don't meet him with the same force that Jasmine is met with. How come they don't accuse the Republicans of propping this guy up when he's talking about how good Jim Crow, the family was under Jim Crow? And I want you to think about that for a second. How many Jewish people talk about the Holocaust and romanticize how the families were together during that time because they were facing persecution? That's silly, right? So why is a black man allowed to go on TV and say it and face no backlash from black people? That's crazy to me. Like it's something brewing in the water, and that shit sound like it's smelling like a goddamn coon.
Around the world, they're going to be like, this is the stability that we were asking for. Daddy's back. So and that's what you're going to.
Daddy's back. That's his response to Donald Trump. Daddy's back. Black men is calling him daddy. They talk about us being demasculated, and nobody has any outrage. Nobody's accusing him of being a plant. Nobody's saying all the nasty things that they're saying about Jasmine Crockett and Kamala to him. Why? Why is he viewed as a threat for these true independents? Because that's what they claim that they are. They claim that I'm an independent person. I'm not to no party. But it's so funny that these independent people have MAGA caps and go to MAGA parties. Like, no, you're not independent. Yeah, you're an independent fucking Trump supporter. So Jasmine Crockett has been under attack. So I had to give you the backstory. She's been under attack from Republicans. They don't like the way she dances. They don't like the way she does any fucking thing, right? When she's dancing, they're showing up talking about, oh, why is she doing this? And how could she dance? She's getting paid and just crazy shit. So here we go. White people's outrage on her dancing to the song that was in the fucking Super Bowl. That song's so popular, not just amongst black people, that it was in the fucking Super Bowl. And Kendrick performed it, right? And everybody was singing along at the performance. But somehow that triggered Fox News and everybody to just shit all over the dance. But here we go.
No, if you have kids, you know the rule is the last thing you want to be is cringe, right? If you're going to do it, you got to do it well, and you're not supposed to be cringy. That was cringy. So was this by Representative Jasmine Crockett, who I think is 42 years old, not 28. Someone should have told her that before she dropped this video before the State of the Union or joint address to Congress last night. Watch.
Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence. Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like what's that on a beat, bro?
Kendrick Lamar dance.
Man down, call like Ember Lambs, tell them breathe.
Too bad.
Tell them boys, get across, they walk around like thieves. What's up with these?
I will say that version's better than the one that Dick Durbin did. I don't know if you saw that one, but hers is better. No, I'm kidding. Kidding. I just like the thought of Dick Durbin doing his version.
Oh my God. That was too much for my brain.
Oh, what? You like that? You like black women dancing? Ew, disgusting. It sounded like the 1990s when they were saying thickness was a bad thing. Like I said, now they on the operation tables looking fucking horrible, by the way, with them lip injections and them fake asses that's hanging down to their ankles and dragging to the floor. This is disgusting, right? But yeah, those bodies go all the way back to Sarah Bartman. If you don't know who that is, Google her. Use your Googles, right? Sarah Bartman was a woman that couldn't find peace just because she was thick, and because white women try to make that seem like it was a bad thing because African women were thick and they didn't want their men to date them, right? And they try to make it like a bad thing universally. So white men will pretend like they didn't like them, but Sarah Bartman died from STDs because white men was having sex with her. And then when she died, her body couldn't even find peace in death. They were showing her around the world in the UK, like exhibiting her like she was a thing. You know what I mean? And she couldn't find peace in death because they secretly have always liked thick women, and thick women have always been in. Our women has always been in, but they just didn't want us to have high self-esteem. So that's what that was about. But yeah, so Megyn Kelly, she's against Congress people dancing, right? That's what she's against. What's up, Amir? He's against hold on. God damn, what's wrong with my internet? Hold on, give me a second.
That's what I'm out here doing. I'm out here getting my nails done. And I'm hitting the streets after this interview. I gotta hit the streets, child.
So you were talking about the hot ass streets.
There we go. Goddamn, Elon trying to get me, man. He don't want the stream up. Doge is trying to get me. Brothers and sisters, we must stay focused. Brothers and sisters, we must stay focused. Okay, so it still didn't go through. That is crazy. One more time. That's crazy. I did all that and it still didn't go through. That's crazy work. But yeah, let me get off this. Let me play a little bit more of this coon video.
And calling your governor Hot Wheels. That is quite offensive to people who are in wheelchairs. I know a few people in wheelchairs. Would you like to apologize for calling your governor Hot Wheels?
Child, I said what I said. I called him Governor Hot Wheels, okay? Because he's trying to roll up and take people's food stamps from them. He's trying to roll up and take people's food stamps, Benny. Okay? See, y'all want to talk about me calling him Governor Hot Wheels, but you don't even want to talk about how he's trying to roll up and take people's food stamps, okay? And also, he's trying to take cars from black people. So they won't even have no Hot Wheels to even drive on if Governor Abbott keep going with his
Man, if goddamn, this dude buck dances so fucking hard. Look at this fucking smirk on that white dude's face. He like dance, nigga dance. Oh my goodness, bro. He is fucking, man, he is toot that thing up, mommy, make it. He is pop locking, dropping it right now. This is crazy. Like, I couldn't believe this shit. When I saw it, I was like, oh, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? But like I said, so what the comments that he's referring to is right here. So since this video's not working, I'll just wait for it to load and I'll just go to a different part of my presentation because I don't know what they got going on over here. So this is what happened with
Jasmine Crockett.
This is what happened with Jasmine Crockett. So Jasmine Crockett called Greg Abbott Governor Hot Wheels. And for those who are not familiar with that, Governor Hot Wheels is a term that we call him in Texas. No bullshit. No bullshit. We call him Governor Hot Wheels. That's a real term. If you say that in Texas, it would not be like shocking. You know what I mean? We grew up playing the fucking dozens any goddamn way, but that's neither here nor there. But check this video out, man. This was a great video by the black guy over there at TYT. But this is what he had to say about Jasmine Crockett. These are our comments first. Let's go to our comments.
Hot ass Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey.
So that was the thing that made everybody lose their shit. They were like, holy shit, Jasmine Crockett should apologize. And you just facepalm because you're like, what? Jasmine Crockett should apologize? We thought y'all were the party of free speech, the party that could take a joke, the party that could that these liberal snowflakes can't stand. But when they do it, it's a fucking problem. But this is, I mean, look, listen to this shit. This is people's comments on Governor Hot Wheel. Like I said, it's a thing in Texas. We already know in Texas, but the rest of the world is finding this out. So the rest of the world, check this shit out.
I am absolutely horrified. Jasmine Crockett called Governor Greg Abbott of Texas Governor Hot Wheels. I don't even know how she's in Congress. I literally don't understand how a hateful, bigoted, obnoxious oink oink is in Congress representing the American people and representing the people from Texas nonetheless.
That she was ghetto. And yeah, she just continues to validate my feelings. Jasmine Crockett has stooped so low to mock a man in a wheelchair. She has no moral compass. She's completely unhinged, completely out of touch.
There's nothing more embarrassing than being a liberal It could be Jasmine Crockett. Well, she is a liberal. I stand by my point.
I hear the human rights audience cheering on an attack on a man in a wheelchair, and I realize this is what the left has become, an angry mob of people who are cheering on attacks on a guy in a wheelchair and vandalism against people who bought a Tesla. It's pathetic.
Hilarious that she called him Governor Hot Wheels. I hope that he gets a flat tire.
And I was thinking, are y'all new here? Do y'all not know Texas? Hot Wheels is the colloquial term for Greg Abbott. And I will argue that Hot Wheels is the nicest thing that they call Greg Abbott. And it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, Green Party, everybody calls Greg Abbott Hot Wheels.
You talking about the same man that wants to do away with 504 for the disability kids in Texas? That's the Greg Abbott, the Hot Wheels. We all call him Hot Wheels. Okay? Yeah, we call him Hot Wheels in Texas. He said remove all DEI, including them ramps. All them ramps for him to get in there, we want them removed. Okay? Yeah. Hot Wheels don't get no special treatment at all.
Y'all Republicans, y'all a bunch of crybabies, man. Y'all crybabies. Y'all could dish it out, but you can't take it. You said, your president said that the Haitians was eating the dogs. They was eating the cats. Y'all called Michelle Obama a man, but y'all can't take it. Y'all can't take it when sis say Governor Hot Wheels. From now on, Gregory Abbott is Governor Hot Wheels. Y'all don't want that smoke with Black America. What we doing? Y'all want to crack jokes? Let's crack jokes. Let's crack jokes. Y'all want to play the dozens? Y'all want to roast? Let's roast.
The term Governor Hot Wheels Payne's LA dinner on Saturday, Crockett to Cry, the state of politics in a home.
What's up? What's up, Crush? What's up, Frank? So, as you see, Republicans lose their shit over jokes, which is funny, right? Because, you know, I seen Greg Abbott talk about how the Democrats they're not morale, and how the Democrats they don't value things. And you're just like, what the fuck? The reason why it's what the fuck is because we already know Donald Trump ran a campaign on nicknames for his opponents. Right? You remember Lion Ted? You remember what's Small Rubio? I can't remember the fucking childish nicknames, but that's what that guy did to get in office. But not to mention that, right? Marjorie Greene Taylor is a fucking known conspiracy theorist. She believes Sandy Hooks was a hoax. She has harassed fucking families from Sandy Hooks. She has a history of doing crazy shit, and nobody says anything, including this.
Do one more. Yes, sir.
What is the penalty for treason? Okay, we know treason has been committed, and nobody has an answer for it. Something's got to be done. It's treason. Our country, our Constitution has been stomped under the feet. It's written according to the Bible, like you said, you got to get the prayers for the country. So we got people that have been tried for treason.
And yes, it will be. I think we're ending on a right note.
The comment said that a bullet said that a bullet to the head would be quicker. And she liked the comment said that a bullet to the head would be quicker. And she liked that. Marjorie Greene liked that. Okay. The comment said that a bullet to the head would be quicker. And she liked that. Marjorie Greene liked that. Okay. Now, in one Facebook post from April of 2018, Greene wrote conspiratorially about the Iran deal, one of former President Barack Obama's signature foreign policy achievements. A commenter.
So yes, that's Marjorie Greene Taylor talking about the execution of her political opponents, well-known conspiracy theorists, shady history. And Jasmine Crockett is held to a higher standard with more accolades than Marjorie Greene. And it's like, what is different about her? She has the support of white men. Kamala does not. Jasmine does not. They don't even have the support of black men. That's why they lack it. White men support their women, black men don't. But here we go.
Over 30 appointments with senators. How'd you do that? How did you get major press coverage on this issue? And how did you get kids? Why do you use kids? He's got nothing to say. Sad. He has nothing to say because there really isn't anything to say, you guys. He has nothing to say because he's paid to do this. He had 30 appointments where he ran around and got to talk to senators. I got to talk to none. He had media coverage all over the place. I had zero. Guess what? I'm a gun owner. I'm an American citizen. And I have nothing, but this guy with his George Soros funding and his major liberal funding has got everything. I want you to think about that. That's where we are. And he's a coward. He can't say one word because he can't defend his stance.
That was a conspiracy about, that George Soros paid shooters to go to a Republican state and shoot up a kid's school so that they could take the guns away because Republicans will now be unified with the liberals. Like the stupidest shit in the fucking world. And she's in Congress. Meanwhile, they're mad at Jasmine Crockett for fucking dancing. Like, you can't even make this shit up. And all that hood stuff that they say Jasmine Crockett and ghetto stuff that they say she does, would y'all say this is ghetto, yes or no? Let me know in the chat.
Else should the defense secretary?
What country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
The UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem? And you no. You should care about your own borders.
Do you care
No.
about American lives?
No. Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care
No,
about?
by migrants. No, do you care? Okay, you're done.
Do you care about American lives being put at risk?
You know what? I don't care. I don't.
Service members fighting for your country.
I don't care about your fake
Vice
news.
President
Do you have a relevant question? Yeah, this is an American journalist. Thank you.
I'm an American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asked.
I'm not answering her question because I don't care about her network. If you would like to ask, I can answer.
I don't have any concerns whatsoever about the complete disregard of operational security from the top level of this administration.
You want to know about complete disregard about operational security? You should talk about the Biden administration and how they ripped our borders open to terrorist, cartel, child sex trafficking, human trafficking, and drug trafficking across our borders for 4 years. The Trump administration is doing a great job, and I stand by their statements. I stand by their statements. My comment to you is I'm thankful to President Trump that he is leading us out of wars, that he's ending the war in Ukraine, where American lives could have been killed.
Some people are so fucking ghetto. They call Jasmine Crockett ghetto, right? Now, that ain't to mention our fucking president of the United States, right? So you're holding Jasmine Crockett to a higher standard than you hold the fucking sitting president, which is insane, right? Let's get through his distasteful comments.
And her parents are so proud, ha. Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bing. And we'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi, who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know? And she's against building a wall at our border, even though she has a wall around her house, which obviously didn't do a very good job. Some people say Biden's going to make it. Does any?
That's Trump making fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband getting attacked by a stranger and hitting the head by a hammer. That's Donald Trump doing that. And they want to hold Jasmine Crockett to a higher standard. What about this? Since they don't like when somebody makes fun of somebody with disabilities and that's a new low, you know what I mean? What about this?
Donald Trump facing new criticism for something he did on the campaign trail last night in South Carolina while defending his debunked claim that he saw thousands of Muslims celebrate the collapse of the Twin Towers here in New York. He appeared to mock a reporter with a disability. Take a look.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Maybe that's what I said. This is 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction.
That reporter he is talking about is Serge Kovaleski, who now works for the New York Times. As you can see right there, he suffers from a chronic condition that impairs movement of his arms. A Times spokesman says they find...
I thought we don't make fun of the disabled. Like, this is what I mean. The only standard that they have is a fucking double one. They don't really believe anything that they say. This is why this Michelle Obama shit, they go when they go low, we go high shit does not work. They don't want you to go low. They don't want you to not give a fucking fight back like them. Because one thing about Republicans, they know how to get some shit through. Like they are just shredding up the Constitution with Doge, fucking the immigrants they rounding up. They end up sending one to Venezuela, right? A bad prison there, and fucking then the judge decides that the guy is a legal citizen, and they're like, oops, I already sent them off. Hey, nothing we can do about it now. And you're just like, what the fuck? Like, why wasn't they punished for that? Like, the only thing to stand in front of Trump is the judiciary system. That's it. That's the last leg that's left to battle off Donald Trump. But like I said, they're the party that says that the liberal snowflakes are melting. They don't know how to take jokes, that they take everything literally. And then they're mad that fucking at cartoons that the Little Mermaid's not white. They're mad. They walk around angry at every single fucking thing that they could possibly be mad at. They should be called angry men and women. You know what I mean? But here we go. This is the clip I was trying to show earlier with the dancing, when they were mad at the dancing. Here we go.
Not everyone was such a huge fan of that.
Hold on.
No, if you have kids, you know the rule is the last thing you want to be is cringe, right? If you're going to do it, you got to do it well, and you're not supposed to be cringy. That was cringy. So was this by Representative Jasmine Crockett, who I think is 42 years old, not 28. Someone should have told her that before she dropped this video before the State of the Union or joint address to Congress last night. Watch.
Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence. Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like what's that on a beat, bro? Deep
Kendrick Lamar dance.
Man, damn, call like Ember Lambs. Tell them breathe.
Two bad
Let them boys get across, they walk around like thieves. What's up with these?
I will say that version's better than the one that Dick Durbin did. I don't know if you saw that one, but hers is better. No, I'm kidding. Kidding. I just like the thought of Dick Durbin doing his version.
Oh my God. that was too much for my brain.
That was too much for her brain to process. Dancing. Wow, really? It's because you got no rhythm. But like I said, that was Megyn Kelly response to that, right? Like, look at this response that Megyn Kelly had to Donald Trump.
No, if you have kids, you know the rule.
You know, you're not wrong, Duncan. Trump is very culturally astute and experienced. We pulled just one example. It's from the 2005 Emmy Awards featuring Donald Trump and actress Megan Mullally.
Green Acres is the place to be. Farm living is the life for me. Land spreading out so far and wide. Keeping hot, just give me that countryside.
He's really singing.
Fresh air.
Trump Tower.
You are my wife.
Goodbye, City Lights.
I mean,
it's just so great.
Hamming it up. What a showman.
Yeah, people don't like appreciate what a sense of humor Donald Trump has. And he's willing to make fun of himself. And all these liberals in Hollywood and stuff used to love that about him. If you ever see the SNL clip of Trump wings when he's doing the wings promotion, it's hysterical.
Well, we have something from SNL. Stand by. It's from 2015. I don't think that's the one, but it's him doing a parody of Drake's Hotline Bling.
Okay.
You used to call me on the cell phone. Call me on the cell phone.
So good. So good.
So he is awesome. More than qualified.
They love it. They love it when Donald Trump does it. When Jasmine does it, she's an elected official. She needs to be held to a higher standard. And I cannot believe that she's out there doing this with the taxpayers' money. Like, you cannot make this shit up. Like I said, if Black people don't get it together, brother, we don't get it together, man, and realize, realize that we can't demonize. We can't demonize the people that's actually out here putting in the fucking work. The people that we are raising our kids to be. That's what she is. Black people give money and will send their kids off to go be police officers, firefighters, engineers. They'll take them to private schools, and they demonize Jasmine Crockett for all the shit that we would do if we had money. It doesn't make any sense. And like I said, we gotta wake up. We gotta wake the fuck up, because this whole Jasmine Crockett is ghetto and she's really educated. It's not a fucking surprise for people that have been following Jasmine Crockett, that ain't just recently found out about her through Fox News and all these right-wing networks that tell y'all how to think. She's been around and she's been educated.
It was hitting me a little differently as a Black woman sitting here, because it almost seemed as if you either get diversity or you get qualifications. It did not seem as if my colleague understood that someone can be diverse and qualified. And it is why you have people like me
I think she's one of
that
the
get
most
very
effective-
frustrated, not just in the halls of Congress, but in general in this country. Because as I'm sitting here, and there seemed to be this question of you're either diverse or you're qualified, all I could think about was the fact that I currently hold an honorary doctorate. I also hold a Juris Doctorate. I also hold a bachelor's. I also technically hold the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the Civil Air Patrol, and I actually practiced law for almost 2 decades, in addition to serving on various boards, in addition to being a prior state lawmaker. And there are those that would make some people believe that because I happen to be Black and or a woman, that somehow, even though I can rattle off all the qualifications in the world, my Blackness makes me unqualified.
She's not lying. Look at the screen. Who's more qualified to be in Congress, Jasmine Crockett or Marjorie? It's clearly Jasmine Crockett, right? But she's met with all kind of fucking resistance from the left, from the right, from Black, from all everybody. Everybody's attacking this woman, and it's like that's how I know she's doing what she's supposed to be doing, living in her purpose, as we would say, because everybody's attacking her. If you ain't doing shit, ain't nobody gonna be attacking you. Like the mayor from Illinois, she got her position. You know what I mean? She was talking about follow the leader and all this old crazy shit that she was talking about. You know what I mean? But she weeded herself out because she wasn't Black excellence. Jasmine Crockett is Black excellence. She's here to stay. You know what I mean? She's good at articulating herself. She's good at messaging. She's good at all of that shit. And that's what scares the shit out of Republicans. This is why they keep digging up and trying to find a scandal on her, which is so crazy because every scandal they find for her, we can multiply that times 30 and put it for anybody in their fucking party. Like, what the fuck? Y'all don't worry about Jasmine Crockett's comments on Greg Abbott. Meanwhile, y'all are sending secret war strike plans fucking via text. Like, come on, bro. Like, what the fuck? We're not buying this shit. And like I said, to the people who don't like Jasmine Crockett, you either don't know enough about her or you're brainwashed to think that you're independent, but are told white talking points that you just echo. It's an echo chamber in your head. But Jasmine Crockett has been doing her thing on fucking Congress. All this fucking FBA bullshit that y'all talking about, she's the embodiment of that shit. She is exactly what y'all say y'all want out of a fucking congressman, and y'all say she's cosplaying. You can't make this shit up. How could you not like this?
This election cycle, one of the things that I talked about was this idea that in finance, we always promote this idea of diversity. If you know anything about a portfolio, the one thing that you want to do is make sure that it's as diverse as possible, because at times certain stocks will perform better than others, and they will exemplify various strengths and weaknesses. And together, a diverse portfolio is usually what any good finance person would promote. They wouldn't promote that you solely invest in vanilla wafers, believing that that is going to be the strongest portfolio. But instead, they may want to add some chocolate cake and some Twinkies into the mix to make sure that we have the best portfolio, because there will be different preferences by different people. And again, there will be different strengths. But as I sit here and I think about what we say and what I'm hearing as it relates to diversity when it comes to anything outside of making money. And to be clear, we are losing GDP every time we try to push back on this idea of diversity, because all of us bring something different to the table. But you consistently said over and over the word oppression, and every time that you said it, it was almost as if I was hearing nails on a chalkboard, because it seems like you don't understand the definition of oppression. And I'd ask you to just refer to Google to help you out. Oppression is the prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. That is the definition of oppression. And so as I sit here as a Black woman who practiced civil rights, let me tell you, the reason that my colleagues wanted to make sure you understood the same Black history that your side of the aisle wants to delete out of classrooms is because you can then misuse words like oppression. There has been no oppression for the white man in this country. You tell me which white men were dragged out of their homes. You tell me which one of them got dragged all the way across an ocean and told that you are going to go and work. We are going to steal your wives. We are going to rape your wives. That didn't happen. That is oppression. We didn't ask to be here. We're not the same migrants that y'all constantly come up against. We didn't run away from home. We were stolen. So yeah, we are going to sit here and be offended when you want to sit here and act like, and don't let it escape you that it is white men on this side of the aisle telling us, people of color on this side of the aisle, that y'all are the ones being oppressed, that y'all are the ones that are being harmed. That's not the definition of oppression. You tell me the prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment that you've had, and we can have a conversation.
You could start with Exodus.
The final thing that I will say on this particular issue, two things. There is an article from The Guardian, and it is a little old. It's from 2021. So I apologize. But it said that back then, just 3 years ago, white men represent 30% of the population, but 62% of office holders. These are the issues that we are constantly looking at and recognizing and trying to say, is this just? I can't even tell you how many white men have served in this chamber, but I can tell you that I am only the 55th Black woman to be elected to Congress. And so when you want to talk about history and pretend as if it was so long ago, it wasn't. Because again, I am just number 55. Finally, when we start to talk about what do these numbers do, as we're trying to say the diversity, equity, and inclusion is the problem, the reality is that when it comes to financial performance, companies with more diverse workforces are more likely to outperform their competitors. Companies in the top quartile for racial diversity are 35% more likely to outperform their peers on profitability. Companies with diverse executive teams are 25% more likely to generate greater profits. Diverse companies earn 2.5 times higher cash flow per employee. Diversity works. And until you can show me data that says otherwise, I think that we need to go back to being a country that listens to experts and gets out of our feelings and recognizes again that racism is real in this country. And until we stop pretending that it's not, we will not solve the problems that we are consistently facing. And that will bring real unity that we seek when we're looking for a more perfect union.
Boom! How the fuck could you not like that? Like I said, all that grassroots fucking talk that we talk about, that she's the embodiment of that. If we went into a lab and created an FBA person, you know what I mean, outside of gender, Jasmine Crockett would be the embodiment of what Tariq Nasheed say he won't, of what Umar Johnson say that he is. She's the embodiment of that, but yet she's rejected. I wonder why. There's another woman.
Semblance of support or opportunity for certain American acts. And we know who those Americans are. Americans who have not enjoyed centuries of unfair advantages by keeping others enslaved or segregated or disenfranchised or incarcerated or redlined or gerrymandered or excluded by law. Americans who've lived with disabilities or had their relationships criminalized or their gender expression demonized. If we're being honest here, this bill, which will wipe out every diversity, equity, and inclusion program in our federal agencies, plus those who contract with us, plus those who receive grant money, plus our schools, is nothing new. This is just the final piece of a decades-long obsession with targeting and dismantling anything that might give marginalized people a fair shot, including DEI programs, which honestly started the second the Civil Rights Act passed. Policies like affirmative action and diversity, equity, inclusion are the closest things we've had to the mythical bootstraps that some of my colleagues insist historically and currently harmed communities need to pick themselves up by. After centuries of efforts to keep us out of schools and universities, from jobs and elected office, Republicans targeting these policies are no accident. Why do predominantly conservative white men believe that the success of a Black person or the opportunity or access of a Black person is an existential threat to them? DEI is not given any unfair advantage that society itself does not already confer on certain Americans. It merely exists to ensure that all other people, that women, minoritized folks, queer folks, disabled folks, have the same opportunities to succeed and thrive in our workforce and our schools as people who have not had those opportunities systematically and legally stripped from them do. Is our country not greater when all of us have opportunities to succeed and contribute and survive? Our success and our survival as a nation is bound together. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programs only exist to band-aid over decades, hell, centuries of discrimination against people's skin color, their religion, disabilities, gender, or sexual orientations, you name it. Contrary to Republican conjecture, remedying past discrimination is not, in turn, a discrimination. And we're not going to sit here and pretend racism is over just because one Black person on the Supreme Court agreed that it should be. What DEI does not do is give some kind of magical pass to better jobs, like some of our colleagues are implying. That middle word, equity, does not mean more than or better than. It means treating people fairly and impartially. It means working to fix generational and systemic discrimination to the betterment of all of us in all of our institutions. But instead, Republicans are trying to bastardize the term DEI to be a slur. When Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was up for confirmation and when Vice President Harris was added to the ticket, they called them DEI hires. They want you to believe that a Harvard graduate with over 20 years of experience, who happens to be a Black woman, is not qualified, but a Fox News personality is qualified to run the Department of Defense, and the WWE executive is qualified to run the Department of Education. Let's be real. There is an attempt to create a direct correlation between our race, being a Black person, and our qualifications. So much as to say that there is no way to be a Black woman. There is no resume that a Black person could have that would qualify them unless that Black person is a Republican, and there is a quota there. And while all of this has happened at the top level of our government, I can promise you these same things are happening on every single level of government and private sector. But those people don't have a national platform to speak out against discriminatory treatment. Where is a federal worker supposed to turn when another coworker says a racist comment to them in the break room? Where is the same-sex couple who is denied housing supposed to, because of their relationship, supposed to turn? Where is a pregnant woman who was fired for being pregnant supposed to go? Often the only place that they have to give them recourse are the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. These folks just want to do their jobs, serving the American people in an environment that feels safe and supports them. Making work a better, safer environment for some does not mean it automatically is worse for others. And those complaining about DEI training are probably the ones who need it the most. My Republican colleagues have got to stop punching down on already marginalized communities and face their own fears of a level playing field privately. It's shameful. I yield back.
Boom! That's what they fucking scared of, a level playing field. Look, all this talk about DEI and all this stuff, they take DEI away, it's going to affect everybody else but us. The white women who voted against their own interests, it's going to affect them. Because one thing that Black people have, we got that gene to endure. We're going to endure, we're going to make some shit happen. You know what I mean? It's hard to scare us with poverty when we come from that shit. It's hard to scare us with being uncomfortable when we come from uncomfortable conditions of survival. You know what I mean? So we gonna be all right. The people we fighting for, y'all better start fighting for with us, because we don't think y'all gonna make it. You know what I mean? Marjorie Green Taylor is a fucking DEI. She's a goddamn DEI. She don't do shit but bully. She ain't had no qualifications. Got a fitness business and all this other stuff. Talking about death, the congressman believe in every fucking conspiracy known to man, with George Soros, the Sandy Hooks, all this shit. Shout out to Legacy Mindset. My bad, brother. I didn't see you earlier. I'm doing this from my phone. I didn't see your comment. I'm gonna drop the link. Let me drop the link. I got like maybe two or three more videos. Let me stop to drop the link, and then y'all can pull up and debate your ideas if y'all want to. If not, I'll go ahead and end it. But I would like somebody to pull up. I would like these Trump supporting people to actually pull up. So the link that I just posted, what you got to do is you got to go to your URL, and you have to type it in manually and then hit, and it'll send you to my StreamYard. But I already know some of the people gonna pull up and just say nigga, look for it's crazy because racism's so over, but they always find the same words that they used during Jim Crow to demean Black people. That's how much, and they even do. They say, "Oh, the kids, they over the racism. The racism, it don't exist because the kids go to these chat rooms, play a game and see how these kids is talking in the chat room. They saying all the same shit. When they get mad, they know how to insult a Black person by calling them nigga. That's a lot of comments, man. I don't got my glasses on. I ain't even know. I might start at the bottom. You know what I mean? With the incoming stuff. What's up, Rob G? I'm gonna start at Rob G's comments. And he put ha. So let me go back to these videos, right? Let me go back to the videos. So like I said, hold on. I think it's another person that wanted to cook. No. So That's what I was going to go to. So here's the funny part about it, right? So the Republicans have fake outrage, even though Donald Trump made fun of a disabled reporter, right?
Donald Trump facing new criticism for something he did on the campaign trail last night in South Carolina while defending his debunked claim that he saw thousands of Muslims celebrate the collapse of the Twin Towers here in New York. He appeared to mock a reporter with a disability. Take a look.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said. This is 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction.
That reporter he is talking about is Serge Kovaleski, who now works for the New York Times. As you can see right there, he suffers from a chronic condition that impairs movement of his arms. A Times spokesman says they find it outrageous that Trump would ridicule the man's appearance.
She lies, but she's a lowlife.
I almost forgot about this clip. I had so many clips saved and I worked so hard at this. This is what Donald Trump had to say after making fun of a disabled reporter, right? Remember I told you black people get their talking points from white people. Here goes what Byron Donald said, Daddy's home. This is what Daddy had to say to the black Republicans. That's what he had to say.
And she's
about Jasmine Crockett, by the way.
Very low IQ person and a low life. And I don't imagine the Democrats are going to have a person like that running their party. If they do, and they'll never win an election again. It would be very hard. But I can't imagine she's going to last long. To be smart, you do need a brain. You know, you can't get around with little quips. And I've watched her. I've only heard her for the last couple of days, and I watched her make a speech, and she can't speak. And she truly is a low-level person on the very important chart of intelligence.
Yeah.
And really, it's nice to have intelligent people running your operation.
So Jasmine Crockett is dumb, according to Donald Trump. Let me get to this last clip, Deuce, and then we'll open up the floor. Because I wanted to make this point right here for those who don't know. Because I heard somebody ask this question, right? Education, right? Department of Education just got defunded. Vince McMahon's wife, pretty sure she still got fresh shit in her head. Is over the department.
But for now, let's begin on the ground.
People who are not familiar with what Department of Education does and how they fund things. So let's go through it.
Seeing the White House there. More than 100 million students in these United States face this reality, the potential and complete overhaul of the Department of Education. Sources confirming to CBS News President Donald Trump will sign an executive order to dismantle that department. It appears not a question of if, but rather a question of when. Not today, according to the people we're talking to at the White House. But, part of the work of the Department of Education helps 26 million children who live in poverty, 7.5 million students with disabilities. The department also helps 10 million students who rely on financial aid to attend college and pursue a trade. The Department of Education gives billions to fund high poverty K-12 schools, $15.5 billion to help cover education for children with disabilities, and $1.6 trillion for federal student loan programs. Now, here's the blowback. Randy.
Now, y'all good with the math, right? Stay with me. Y'all good with the math, right? They give to disabilities and they give to pre-K, right? Right. And remember the outrage when Jasmine Crockett called Greg Abbott Hot Wheels. He was outraged over it. Oh my gosh, you know what I mean? So they're getting rid of the department that helps disabled people in fucking school. They're more outraged over words than the department that's actually pulling back the funding to help disabled kids. Like, this is shit you can't make up. You can't make this shit up. And like I said, here we go. Bam.
Well, DEI is under threat. Earlier this week, President Trump signed an executive order ordering all federal employees who work in DEI programs to be placed on paid leave. Tonight, local disability advocates say this could present a challenge to their ongoing fight to ensure equal opportunities for all. News Channel 3's Luis Avila has more on why those disabilities could be especially affected.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, when we hear about that, we might think about gender and race, but disabilities are also a crucial part of DEI efforts. And with President Trump rolling back DEI in federal agencies, disability advocates like here at Desert Arc are concerned about what that could mean for opportunities for those with disabilities.
A sense of independence, and a sense of, gaining respect.
Reginald Lamont Davis II was born with cerebral palsy, a condition that affects movement and posture. But regardless of what some might consider a hindrance, he works as a clerical assistant for client services at Desert Arc, an organization that serves adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities and prepares some for the workforce.
I actually do believe that it's very important for people with disabilities to have equality in the workforce. I understand that it could be very difficult at times because a lot of the times we're overlooked or we're discriminated against.
But CEO of Desert Arc, Richard Bellacco, says President Trump's executive order to reverse DEI at the federal level could set a dangerous precedent around hiring processes elsewhere.
I think what it could change is whether some of our clients get employed. That it could change.
Bellacco says people with disabilities could feel the impacts of this even more because they're a group that is sometimes already left out of DEI conversations.
They've never been fully represented. We've often talked about DEI, to me, have long been the appearance, the color of a skin.
He adds some of the divisive rhetoric around DEI stems from misunderstanding.
I really don't think our clients who get jobs are hired because there was some.
Now, what he won't tell you, what he's trying to tell y'all is that they attach race to DEI to get rid of DEI because they know that people don't like the idea of others getting something that they feel like they're entitled to. They don't like entitlement from other people, just themselves, right? So the food stamps, even though white people are the number one recipient of food stamps, all the immigrants are getting it. Oh, send them back. Can't have them getting food stamps. Like, what the? And then Doge goes and cuts food stamps for them. But yeah, he's absolutely right about DEI. Like I said, last 5 years, they've been DEI crazy, but they don't want to put these disabled people as the face of DEI because then people might be like, wait a minute, you want to take it from people that are disabled? So what they do, they attach race to it because race is the one emotion they can invoke. And then people just lose their rationale and just start throwing babies out, throwing their opinions out the window about, what we need to do and how they get an unfair disadvantage, or even more specific, this.
DEI is just a rebranded version of hating white people.
DEI, in this case, stands for divisive, erroneous, and insidious.
DEI, which stands for didn't earn it, discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination.
As if all of this is not enough, it turns out that in recent years, LA's fire chief has made not filling the fire hydrants top priority, but diversity is at least among the top priorities for the department. Her name.
DEI breeds complacency, Dana, and complacency kills.
We're going to have doctors who don't know how to perform heart surgery, and we're going to have planes that are falling out of the sky.
Boeing recently bragged not about being the best in the business, but about surpassing its diversity quotas. Goody. But then, not so good, a door flying off one of Boeing's 737 Supermaxes.
I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Boy, I hope he's qualified. Like I said, man, you can't make this shit up. The people that are outraged about Jasmine Crockett making comments to Greg Abbott's condition are the same people that support the policies that would get rid of the funding for the same disabled people. And not just disabled people, children. What do politicians always say? Well, what about the children? The children. I just realized something, Rob G. I don't know if you talking. Say something, Rob G. Shit, bro. I gotta hit this refresh. I can't even hear nothing. Hold on.
Oh shit, my bad. Hey, I wasn't even.
Okay, I can hear you now. I was like, damn, because Deuce pulled up. I thought he might have left because I couldn't hear him.
Nah, I'm in the garage. I was fucking with this gear, just fucking with this shit. Hey, man. What's going down with this shit tonight? What's all this?
Man, I had to. Hey, Texas. I had to represent for Jasmine Crockett, bro. So I've been on too many panels, Rob G, and they've been saying that Jasmine Crockett is unqualified and that she's stupid and that the Democrats are using her as a plant. So I had to come up with this presentation to show why they think like they oppress her, man. Like, what the fuck is what is it about Jasmine Crockett not to like? That's the question I got. What the fuck did she do for you not to like her? Cause she up there she with the shits. She said Trump need to stop being Putin's hoe. And he's like, oh, she's so ghetto. And you just look at, I had to show Marjorie Greene Taylor, you know what I mean, with and how she talked and how she carried herself in Congress to make them understand. Because I already know they was going to be in the chat talk about how ghetto she was and how Trump ain't said this. Trump ain't said that.
Greene Taylor is.
That girl on the screen that looked like a Neanderthal. She's a conspiracy theorist to the she believes in every conspiracy. She make Deuce be like, hold on. What you talking about? She believes in every conspiracy, bro.
She said the Clippers was gonna get sabotaged.
Bro, she believes that Sandy Hooks, right? The shooting, she believes that it was staged by George Soros and the Democrats because they know it was a highly Republican area and that they did it because they wanted the Republicans there to side with the liberals and get rid of people's guns. Crazy, bro. Insane, bro. Like, and bro, this whole idea that people have that the government is scared of people with guns, they have a fucking drone that they can fly over your house, bro, without leaving. It can drop bombs on your house and blow you to smithereens. They're not scared of.
That's what the fear is guns.
That's what she's claiming that the government doesn't want us to have guns because they're scared of us. And my thing is like, no, they're not scared of you and your guns. I promise you they're not. Marjorie, the girl on the screen, Marjorie Greene Taylor. Like I said, she believed in every conspiracy. She believed that, bro, she was saying some crazy shit. But I had to turn it. She was saying that, oh man, I might have to pull it up, Raji. Yo, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I don't know what the hell was going on. Okay. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I can hear you. What did you want to cook on? What particular did you want to debate on?
Well, I mean, as a libertarian, I'm not really a Trump supporter or a Democrat supporter, right or left. I think that most centralized systems are failed in this country. I think that if you look at publicly funded systems like the education system, we can look at the failures, through the statistics if you want. If you look at the monetary system, that's a failed system. I mean, everything is propped up on fiat currency and, fake accounts. And then if you look at, publicly funded systems through 501c3s or anything like that, that's usually a money laundering system where the funding doesn't actually go to the problem. I mean, I've looked at veteran systems and how there's no help actually going to the ground. It just pays for the buildings and the employees and everything like that. It doesn't actually go to the problem. I'd like to see a lot of this funding end, just for the simple fact that there's billions and billions and billions of dollars being pumped into these systems, and there's still a problem. I mean, you can look at homelessness, you can look at poverty, you can look at a lot of different issues that the country has, and it's because we have subcontracted the security of making sure that we have success. It's beyond repair, in my opinion.
Well, I'll say this. I don't know your credentials or anything, and I don't necessarily think that you're wrong. I follow a girl on Instagram, and she talks about the communists and why it's really good for. I mean, I listen to her. I listen to it, but I think you can look at every system and find problems and holes in it. I think the problem is just people have different philosophies and how they think things should be governed. They're going to look at the good and say, well, look what all the good is done, and you know what I mean, ignore the bad. Every system has bad. I always compare it to boxing, because boxing is the purest form of free market capitalism that you're ever going to get, because it literally, the market dictates. You can have a guy in there that's 55-0 with 50 knockouts. If the fans don't want to deal with him, bro, he falls. Like he fails. The market truly dictates. You know how the argument's always, we don't want the government to pick winners and losers. Like, this is a situation where the market literally decides. I've never seen the government step in and say, you know what, Terrence Bud Crawford's undefeated. He deserved to at least make $10 million a fight. It's the only free market, like pure free market system that we have. And you know what's the crazy thing about it? They're trying to get rid of it, bro. They're trying to say, forget it being up to the states. Let's make the government in charge of it. And this is what I have a problem with. This is why I don't identify with anybody. Because when you identify with them, you have to take all the bad that comes with them, all the stupid that comes with them and everything. But so I listen to both sides. Sometimes I lean more conservative in certain areas, but I do believe that we should have social safety nets like Social Security. I think that's a good program. I think we should help out our veterans. You know what I mean? I think we should do a lot of stuff, because it's always, when I hear people debate the talking points, it's always I'm arguing and campaigning for my group. And then normally, when it's politics, it normally just goes to the rich. You get what I mean? Like, it's like the only time that they come together in Congress is when they're voting on wars, and they always vote. You know what I mean? Not unanimously, but majority of them vote in favor of pro-war, pro take over this country, pro this, pro that. That's the only time that they really have bipartisan bills. But as far as the system goes, you know what I mean? I listen to everything, but I think the system we have now is best because we have a little bit of everything. We have a little bit of socialism. We got a little bit. This is probably an unpopular opinion, but I don't think people have a problem with corporatism and corporate greed. I think we kind of have become like to expect it at this point. Like, we expect them to be greedy because they've done it thus far. Like, even the idea of income tax was supposed to be for, them. And they finessed the ways out of it. Now income tax has been a tax literally for the middle class. So it's kind of become to be expected. But my bad. I didn't got long-winded. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh no, you're fine. I mean, I think that when we look at social systems, I think that we have gone away from skill sets and got into a dependency on the crutch, right? So, but if you look at public policy and how many policies are implemented to create detriment and keep it doesn't matter which group of individuals you're talking about, it's to keep certain individuals in a certain category and keep them from moving up. So you implement policy that then is strategically in place so that prosperity is not available. And if you look at any licensing systems or any kind of regulations, it's all to eliminate competition. Instead of having truly free markets, you can lobby and get policy implemented to eliminate competition. I don't think that street drug dealers are criminals. I think they're just eliminated from the market because of policies implemented by big pharma. I think that if you look at the ability for people to participate in society, and then they're ostracized because you can categorize them as either being beneficial or detrimental. And then we can pit each other against each other to say, oh, well, this is our problem or these are the problem people. I think that we've subcontracted our security as far as our health, our food, our training. I don't like using education. I'd rather say training. It's better to say that I'm a trained individual than an educated individual, because a person can be educated but not have any experience or wisdom in that education. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm going to say I'm a little disappointed for a good reason. I thought we were going to disagree. I agree with probably 98% of the shit you said. I didn't so I left for a little bit because we went to the movies and I came back to the chat. So I didn't really see, I glanced a little bit at your comments, but I agree with that wholeheartedly. As a matter of fact, Mr. Lunatic, well, you might be calling me Mr. Lunatic. It kind of sounds
Yeah, I'm a lunatic. I embrace the name totally.
Okay, so a matter of fact, Mr. Lunatic, when we have these conversations, I always say this. because of everything that you just listed, and because we've had capitalism so long and it's become normalized that rich people are going to get rich and lobby and not really compete on an even playing field, that the public has kind of accepted that and embraced it and think that they're one check away from being the ultra wealthy. That's why they don't care about the poor. They think they're one check, when really it's the opposite. If 60% of Americans live check to check, they're one emergency away from being in the food stamp and social safety net line. But they think the opposite. They think they're one check away from, being on being at the Diddy parties. And I 100% disagree with that. I think the rules are rigged. They don't want company. And even if you do make a lot of money, they're going to tax the hell out of you because they don't want you to be in this elite group that goes and lobbies to the government. I feel like Trump is the Frankenstein of that. Trump used to be a lobbyist that said, what do I need a politician for when I can embody the politician and just pass rules for myself and my buddies? So I have a meme coin, I'm going to pass it for my meme coin. So I have this business, I'm going to pass it for that. Like, he literally sued Paramount, held that over their head. They settled out of the lawsuit because they wanted the merger. So they could have easily beat that lawsuit, but they wanted the merger. And it's just like, this is what America has become so fucked, bro, that they think that a businessman should be in charge of our safety. And it's like, if you go to wherever they work, their average place, the businessman doesn't want to give them benefits, doesn't want to give them insurance, fights tooth and nail not to give them basic necessities. And they think that person will be the greater good for everybody. That is insane. They're going to think like businessmen. Businessmen think profit. They do not think humanity. So when you get somebody in office that is a businessman, he's going to run the country like a business. And I always make this point. I'm going to go ahead and end. I'll get a little long-winded. This is why a businessman shouldn't be president, in my opinion. The reason that they give them salaries is because they didn't want the president to get bribed, right? The president makes so much goddamn money that he donates the money that they gave him to be anti-bribery money. He just donates it away. And Barack Obama did the same. So this ain't just solely the Trump, but that just blows my mind. Like, the one system they put in place that was guardrails for the president not to get bribed because he's getting paid a lot of money. They say that's birdseed. So that just shows that the corruption is so freaking deep that it's like, it's insane. And like I said, the idea that this businessman is going to save us from business people or corporations and big pharma is just like, oh my God, what?
Yeah, and they have the monopoly on everything. I think that participating in these kinds of systems is kind of our problem. We rely on social safety nets instead of relying on our own security safety nets that we create as individuals, right? I think that, social safety nets used to be street gangs in their original forms, was to prevent police corruption coming into the community. So I think that when you can corrupt any centralized system, we have issue. I think that individuals need to get back to their own security. And, as a person that has boxed in the amateurs, it's like, you're the only person in the ring. There's nobody in the ring with you. Now, your trainer may come in the ring during the 1 minute rest period, but other than that, you're completely relying on your own skill set, your own stamina, your own IQ to make sure that you're successful for an outcome. And I think that we need to get back to that mindset as far as society as well.
So I'm not going to lie to you. Like, this is probably why we have a lot of agreements. I used to be a libertarian. I think most people go through a libertarian phase. You know what I mean? Me and my friend were real Ron Paul fans. You know what I mean? It was so funny. This is hilarious talking about this in hindsight because it feels like it was yesterday, but it was so long ago. We were going to go register as Republicans because they were trying to blackball Ron Paul. And we were going to go vote for Ron Paul and be his delegate. Be somebody else's delegate and say we represented Ron Paul. We had this whole strategy. It's really hilarious. But I remember, and this is just like the phases of life. I remember Ron Paul went on Jon Stewart's show. And they were debating and talking. And Jon Stewart liked Ron Paul. I think he respected Ron Paul's consistency. That's one thing. Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders are on opposite sides of the spectrum. They if you hear them talk about each other, they say nothing but great things about each other because they respect that they're consistent and they come together to work on certain bills. Because ultimately they try to be anti-corruption, which is how they're really what politics is supposed to be at its highest aspiration. But Jon Stewart says something to Ron Paul that really got me thinking. Because Ron Paul was talking about, the states. He talked about back in the day that they didn't really have charities, that, that charitable works were done by Christians and hospitals and stuff like that. He talked about, how corporatism had actually made corporations like hold our government hostage, stuff that I really agree with back then. But Jon Stewart brought up a good point that Ron Paul even was like, I don't know if he never thought of it, or if he was just like, hey, it is what it is. But he said, if we leave it up to the states, what then happens when the states oppress you? And I thought about the Civil War. And I was like, there were states that were in favor of continuing slavery. And I'm like, government does have its place to force states to do stuff. Because if you leave a corrupt state, because to me, I don't, like George Carlin said, I don't think the problem is politics. The problem is the people. Like Americans are becoming these politicians. They're not made in a secret lab anywhere. They're the ones that are lacking the integrity that a person like a Ron Paul or Bernie Sanders might have. Because I think a lot of our discourse would be a lot different if they had those qualities of integrity and being consistent and not being sold out to corporatism. So when he said that, that's when I was like, he's right. He's right. What if the state decides to oppress your freedoms? And we're seeing that with abortion.
Well, I mean, it's my body, my choice, depending on what choice you want to make, right? If I want to ingest cannabis, depending on what state I'm in, I can ingest cannabis. If I'm in, and another thing about the war on drugs that's funny is that fentanyl, heroin, methamphetamine are all legal substances. You can get them in pure form. They're just controlled by the pharmaceutical companies. When we look at the problems that we have with fentanyl or methamphetamine, let's look at the systems that have been put in place. Because if you listen to Dr. Christopher Hart, he says that Ritalin and what's the other one? Adderall are just a couple of compounds away from being true methamphetamine. So that if you replace children on this drug for 10, 12, 14 years of their life and then they grow up, well, obviously their body's going to be addicted to that substance because it's been over a lifetime of use, but it's for, behavioral correction instead of, just saying that it's trying to make people more compliant. Um, I'm a big proponent of training your own children. I don't think that they should go to government institutions. I think that we've lost our foundation as far as producing our own food. A lot of people don't even know where their food comes from. A lot of people don't know that they can source their own food through the farmer or through first sources. Um, and I think a lot of people become programmed through political pundits and the television and the radio and the internet, and they don't go to first sources. Like, don't listen to political pundits. Let's go read the actual laws and see what's in them. But our politicians don't even read the laws, let alone the citizens.
That's true too. Also, but and this is why I say I used to be a libertarian, because I came not to Jesus on this, but I look at the government when it's running effective and they do a good job. Like they literally took Saddam Hussein out of his country. And this man was a rich man. He had face on gold bars, beat the shit out of him in front of the entire world. Like they're really good at running our military. They're really good at Social Security. Like what is like a less than 1% error on Social Security? Like, and that's a socialist program. So it's like, since the inception of our country, the founders have always asked. Even the founders were arguing over what the founders were saying, and they were there, right? But the role of what is the role of government has always been the philosophical question since the inception. And I think because the world is changing, government has to be more morally implemented morally. Excuse me. And the reason why I say this is because we got AI now. We got stuff that if they don't put guardrails on it, it's gonna run rampant. and it's going to give singular people like Elon Musk more power. I don't want that. I don't want that.
Elon Musk is kind of an anomaly though, because he is heavily reliant on government subsidies to run SpaceX. And if we look at where the funding is coming from, we're $40 trillion in debt. So it's like, if we keep funding and reciprocating these programs and perpetuating the problem, we're gonna run off a cliff. I think that a lot of people are starting to get away from, especially if you look at people that are in their 40s, like I'm 42. Um, you have people that are starting to realize of the programming that they had when they went to public school, like knowledge is power. Self-reliancy is something that we've gotten away from, and getting away from our community, our families, the extended family, the nuclear family. I think this is all because there's been government incentives to get rid of those. Uh, well, you can look at it as a philosophical or a moral institution, because that created your base security system, is your nuclear and extended family. Well, once that's gone, where are you going to derive your security from? Well, it's through the program security systems of social safety nets through government, institutions. And like I said, I think that it's corrupted a lot of people in self-reliance.
Well, I mean, if we take something like the financial crash, the stock market crash when Barack Obama took office, right? When we were on the verge of a recession. During that time, there were a bunch of people that were middle class that was bootstrapping. They wasn't living in the social safety net. They were actually trying to buy homes, right? And when that happened, you had predatory lending. You had a bunch of stuff. Listen, I read. Well, I ain't gonna say I read. Well, I did read the article, but I seen somebody post this article and blame the financial collapse of 2008 on black people. And I was like, holy shit. So 14% of the population crashed the entire economy. That you could probably give a house to every man, woman, and child of black people, and 14%, it wouldn't even make a dent in the economy. That's crazy. But they blamed it on black people. But I say this. During that time, Larry Summers and those people that were in charge of the Federal Reserve, they gave bailout money to Wall Street and the banks. And then, they said that, too big to fail, right? And when they were asked and questioned, why did they give all those money? Why did they give the money to them and not the people? Their response was, well, we can't reward bad behavior. And you just face palm because you're like, bro, the bad behavior was of the people that was doing predatory lending, not the people who were trying to better their family. Why not give the money to them? The safety social nets never go to the middle class. That's where a lot of our problems arise. Like when they gave a lot of that stimulus money, remember inflation, everybody was wondering about inflation. Our inflation recovered faster than a lot of people's in the world because they gave money to everybody, including the middle class. Invested in the middle class works. I think that's what they're getting away from. They think the middle class is supposed to be the slave class and bridge the gap for their debt. Because there's a deal right now in Pittsburgh. I'm gonna let you in right after. I'm gonna be quick. There's a deal right now, of course, that with Warner Brothers and Netflix, right? And Netflix is buying Warner Brothers. Of course, we know why. Netflix is, bro. I'll be surprised if Netflix is not the streaming service in the next 10 years, like the only one. They monopolized everybody and everything, right? So they're buying a Warner Brothers or whatever the case may be, and a lot of people is have their opinions about Netflix being bought by Warner Brothers, but it's like that goes to the argument that you were talking about with the competition thing. It's like they don't want real competition. And nobody steps in from the government and says, no, you're going to compete on an even playing field. And then when I was looking at the numbers of their debt, it's like Netflix is already in debt. How are you going to buy a company that's belly up in debt on the verge of collapsing, which is Warner Brothers, and acquire their debt, and you already have debt? They play with a lot. And it's like, wait a minute. How are y'all even making a profit if y'all have debt? You can't. Capital One will bug the shit out of you if you owe them $200. Like, do they not have to pay their bills? Like, are they not held to the same rules as us?
Well, absolutely not. They're not held to the same rule. Amazon actually has never turned a profit because if you look at they return the investment back into the company, expand, and then you lose money. Then you expand, you lose money, but all your profits are turned back into the business so that you create this like tax loophole. But I mean, yet again, it just depends on how you want to run your business or your corporation. So
Can y'all hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, there we go. Oh, Pittsburgh T, you can go ahead and go in. My bad, bro. I done been cutting you off. My bad. What's good, Maria? They done got him, bro. They done got him. Big Fartem done got him. I thought I heard a choking noise come from over there. Wait for to see a minute of the footage missing. He'll come back and he'll be at work. But yeah, man, I looked at that, bro, and I was so like, it reminded me of Trump's statement, small loan of $1 million. And it's like, bro, they're playing with a lot of money. Their debt doesn't matter. You know, it's completely wiped out. They're able to gamble more. And it's like, why don't they ever do this for the people, the middle class? It's like we're watching the money just slowly cipher up, evaporate like water. And people are mad about food stamps during the government shutdown. Really, you think that's what's plaguing the economy, food stamps?
Well, SNAP is corporate welfare too, though, if you think about it, because if you look at the percentage of the corporations that take in EBT benefits, I mean, Walmart, Target, they're the biggest. I think Walmart gets something like 41 billion or something from SNAP. It's kind of ridiculous, as far as the reciprocation of this quote unquote money. But it's like, okay, if we're in debt and we're taxed on everything that we do. We're taxed on our income, we're taxed on our purchases, we're taxed when we die. And then that money goes back to corporations through, whether it's SNAP benefits or veterans benefits or whatever, veterans buying homes or, however that benefit is implemented, it's still the same dollar going round and round and round and round. But then the value of it is lessened because there's so many of them floating around because it's fiat currency. It's like, what kind of reality are we living in? Because it's just this perpetual motion of, hey, this dollar has value. It goes from one hand to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, and then by the time you look at it, all corporations run off of ones and zeros off a digital screen. Everything is based off credit because everything goes through a purchase order and then gets paid out, within 30, 60, 90 days. Nothing happens in real time. It's all based on the promise of payment, which is really kind of crazy because that's how everything actually operates. It's on the promise of payment.
It's scary. It's scary that it's a system that it's not it's a system based on belief and trust. And it's like, yeah, I get exactly what you said. Me and my history teacher were talking about this very thing, like what you just said, like what the hell. But the Rob G, shout out to Rob G for pulling up. Rob G said, he said you can run your business from deficit. He said it's very smart if you know how to use it. I don't think that is dumb or I agree that it's viewed as a smart, because I wouldn't necessarily say it was smart. But I look at it like this, Raji. If they say 60% of Americans are living check to check, they would have to include the businesses too. Like, if you're living off debt, you're living off debt, Raji. Debt is debt. Why isn't it smart for somebody else to do that? If I was just to max out all my credit cards, you know what I mean, because I make a good job, and then emergency happened, there's nobody there to bail me out. That's what the conversation that we're having is about corporate greed, because the government would then step in and say, hey, man, let me give you this subsidy. Let me give you this money. They don't do that for American citizens. It's not that they're so much smart. They just have the game rigged in their favor. What's good, Pittsburgh T? You got it together now, bro? They done got him. They done got him. We finna have to go to Russia like Snowden, bro. Conversation got too deep, bro. We finna have to leave. But no, I disagree. Not to discredit them, because I mean some of them are clever, but I'm just saying it's easier to be clever when the game is rigged for it. Matter of fact, I can't remember what study this was, bro. You might be familiar with this, but there was like a study they had a long time ago. It been like 2013 when I stumbled up on this. But there was a guy playing Monopoly, and they rigged the game for him to win, and a bunch of other people too. And they showed that the people that they rigged it for ate more peanuts. They were more relaxed. They were giving bootstrap talks and everything. But clearly the game was rigged for them to win. And that's the attitude I be getting for rich people. Like, if you're not rich, it's your fault. It's like, bro, hard work and dedication definitely is a quality that's good and admirable. But I know people that work hard that work at McDonald's. I know people that work hard. You know what I mean? Like, I know people that use all 24 hours of the day. You know what I mean? Rarely get sleep. Don't even know what sleep is. You know, losing calcium in their bones, and they're not rich. And it's not because their lack of effort. It's because the game is not rigged for them to be rich. This just is what it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you understand, or if you're trained in any system, right? So if you're trained in the Philly shell from 3, 4 years old, by the time you're 18, 19 years old, you should be pretty proficient and wise in it. I don't think people are trained in how to operate within the monetary system the way that it's supposed to be operated for prosperity. I think people are trained to be workers. I don't think people are trained to operate at the highest level of any of the systems. And I think that's what keep people in their place. And that's why, participating in them is kind of, being a lunatic. It's literally the operation of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Now, you can be wise in skill sets to supplement other portions of participation in these systems. Like myself, as an example, when I talk about labels, titles, and categories, I'm a diesel technician, amateur boxer, welder, HVAC technician. It's like, and I'm certified in multiple disciplines, so I never relaxed enough to where I said I can just be disciplined in one specialty, and that's all I need. And I think people fall into that trap where they don't have a subsidiary of their skill set to fall back on. They just rely on that primary skill set. It's the same thing in the ring. People either rely on their primary skill set of defense or footwork or power or hand speed, instead of supplementing to make sure they're well rounded, like a Floyd Mayweather or Willie Pep or Nicolino Lice, or to where all the skill sets are synonymous with each other, and it's really works as a cohesive unit.
Yo, I
Can you
like
hear me now,
lunatic,
Scott?
man. I like
Just test.
lunatic. Yeah, we can hear you.
Scott,
We
can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
me? Okay, good.
Yeah, we can hear you. We thought they got you for a second, T. You know what I mean? We heard a little noise over there go. We're like, oh damn, they got him. We didn't know what was going on, but I wanted to address. So to the people listening, I've never met Lunatic. I know y'all probably think, oh, he staged it, because y'all think everything rigged nowadays. He staged it. This really is cousin. I've never met him a day in my life. We just agree on a lot of different things. But what do you think? What do you think, Lunatic, about victimhood mentality? Raji said victimhood mentality. I think I'll say, if the game is rigged, right? If the game is rigged, and no matter how hard you work, you'll even if you're successful, your success has a cap on it. Unless you win the lottery, I'd say that the real victimhood mentality is those guys, because when they don't get their subsidies, when they don't get their lobbying passed, they cry. They cry to get the rules rigged. Everybody else just wants an even playing field. Another round of stimulus. I don't. Victimhood mentality doesn't even exist, in my opinion, because all the people that do all the crying is the people that do the lobbying. The other people are just calling out the obvious, in my opinion.
You can say that about Dana White and what he's doing right now to change the Muhammad Ali Act. You can say that he's lobbying and crying because he wants his rules rigged.
Yeah, but that don't mean it's not real though. Like the victimhood is real, but I'll say that it's detrimental to black folks. It's not helpful. Like just because the excuse is legit doesn't mean it's helpful for you to complain about it. Especially as a man, it doesn't. You having pity parties, men having pity parties. We know this. There's nobody busting their door to help you. Like so, it's just a waste of time for the most part. I think anything outside of that, like I don't see it as being constructive. It's not going to be helpful when you're trying to game plan. You can't sob about today and plan for tomorrow. It don't work like that. So I think it's just not helpful. I think it exists though.
Oh yeah, I mean, people do play the victim card all the time. I mean, it's just another excuse, right, of why you had a failure. But people use failure as something that's not a learning tool. Through failure, you gain wisdom. You know, it's just like touching a hot stove or anything like that. You learn very quickly that you're not going to do that again. But you fail to comprehend that the stove was hot to begin with. I think that when people use victimhood mentality to try and get their way without putting any work in, I don't think it's helpful. I think that if you're trying to strategically move for a purpose that is accomplishment or success, you're not gonna dwell on that. You're not gonna dwell on the failure as far as, oh man, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. You're gonna go, okay, strategically, A, B, and C did not happen. Well, now I'm going to do D, E, and F to never make A, B, and C ever happen again. You know what I mean? So it just depends on how your mind's constructed.
Well, I don't, but I would say this. I think it's a little different. 'Cause I give you an example. Like I went to school for computers, right? I get all kind of certifications, degrees, all kind of crap. Couldn't find a job in South Florida because I don't speak Spanish, right? Got to a point where either I was going to move or I was going to have to change professions. Now, me complaining about it is not going to change the reality of the situation. Is it fucked up? Is it wrong? Is it a reality? Yes, yes, and yes. So I think like you can be in a real situation that you have no control over, and I think this is where people lose it. You have no control over this stuff. Like I can't change the concepts of Miami and how they move around, where they put down bilingual, and it's not really bilingual. It's just you speak Spanish, and it's you speak fluent Spanish. So they only care about one language. So it's not. It's a reality of where you live at. I can't change that. So what I did is I changed my profession to stay here. Now I had the alternative to leave, but me complaining about it was not going to change anything of the nature of source of what's here. So when I say like not complaining, I think that's the problem with it. Like you have to deal with the reality that's in front of you. And some stuff is way out of your control. And we just have to be able to recognize that for whatever reason. And some stuff is not going to be right. There's no such thing as fair. It's 1 o'clock in the morning in most places. All the fucking fairs are closed. That shit don't exist in the real world. And I think that's the other problem. People want this equal playing field. That shit has never existed in America. Never. America's never been an equal fair. Since its conceptual birth, it's never been equal. So if people want equal, they just live in fucking fantasy land.
Well, nothing's equal, I don't think. I don't think anything is equal across anything. I don't think if you look at boxing, there's no equality in boxing as far as the skill set of the fighters. It just depends on their attributes and what they can implement in the ring. I think that if you look at, you had a third option, you could have learned a new skill set and learned Spanish and then adapted to living in that area. And then, you've attained something that you can pass on through generational knowledge. I mean,
No, I know Spanish. No, you missed
okay,
out what I said. I know Spanish, but I didn't know fluent Spanish. So yeah, you speaking American Spanish to those folks, that wasn't good enough for them. So that's what I mean. So yeah, they really wanted somebody Spanish. They couldn't per se say it, but that was their way of doing it. So it didn't really matter. But that was just
okay.
the reality of the situation. Yeah, it didn't matter.
Yeah, and I mean, you run into situations like that, and depending on how you adapt and overcome, you decided that you were going to change your profession. You didn't just stay in a stagnant state, though. You adapted to the situation and moved on. I think that a lot of people don't have the ability to adapt, and that's to my point earlier is that they just rely on that primary skill instead of having supplementary skills.
But I think most people forced to adapt. I don't think that's in most people's nature to adapt. Like, I'll give you an example. I'm 49, you 42. Like, people, when they get past 30 something, they're probably not taking many courses. They're not reading many books because there's no requirement for them to do it, right? So the exception would be a person who reads books, who listens to audiobooks, who tries to go get recertifications. That's not the norm. That's the exception. The problem in America is that when we go for these 12 years of school, whatever you want to call it, that our tax dollars are paying for, the base level is so low that you really, all it does is make you a functioning member of society. It has no preparation of you being able to gainfully employ yourself with just that piece of paper. You can't do anything really with it. Where you're going to be able to take care of yourself, where you can go out and get, you can gainfully completely take care of yourself. So the problem is it's just the system that they have in place as far as education is completely lacking. Unless you're come from a family or somebody with some means that you can go to some of those private institutions. Those high schools are a lot better and they have connections, and you're going to school with people who own businesses and run business. It's a whole different thing. But public school is not adequate in the means of where it sets you up with on your 12th grade when you graduate. The celebration shouldn't be really a celebration. It should be, people should be pissed off with their congressmen and the people that are actually in charge of this stuff, that this is the education that we're putting out in the world. It's ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, and I mean, we also have to get back to the nuclear family and the extended family where generational knowledge is no longer being passed on. And it's now public policy to where you can be jailed or fined or, have some kind of tax put on you if you don't send your children to a public institution or have them under the guidance of the government. It's kind of quite ridiculous. But I mean, training individuals to live in society, to be fundamentally skilled in every system that is prevalent for them, whether it be the monetary system, whether it be through skill sets of the skilled trades or nutrition or anything like that. There's nothing learned through, I think, public education that benefits humanity, really. I think they're all failed.
Yeah, but so if you're starting kids off, because I grew up in the 90s, you probably right around that age. We had a food pyramid. That was the biggest crock of crap ever in the world. That was based on economics of what the government needed and the stuff they needed to get rid of, which was cheese, which they had warehouses and stuff all over the place. They made that part of the stupid food pyramid and milk, dairy. Like a lot of this stuff is it's based on money and manipulation, and the people are the fall guys for this stuff. And even media. Now, if you look at media right now, the media, no matter what you believe, no matter what news you want to look into, it's all opinion based. There's not many places where you can go and you could just get the news where they say, hey, this is what happened. You're going to get, hey, this is what happened, but this is what I think about it. You're not going to get, hey, this is what happened. And then you're going to get the, hey, this is what happened, and we're going to leave some of the stuff out. We're going to edit some of it. So like the whole manipulation tactic of where we're at right now, that's the dangerous part. Scholar mentioned the AI stuff earlier. I don't like the government getting involved in stuff. You have to limit how much the government gets involved because they're so corrupt, and the government is congressmen and senators that are getting involved, and they're getting paid, and they have a motive that the person that's paying them is telling them to do a thing. Like those congressmen and senators, they're 50 something years old. They have no fucking idea or concept of what AI is or how to even control it. And even now where we're at and trying to put some rules and stipulations on it be completely insane, because every time they do it, it's always some backdoor stuff to screw us over as people. Like, yeah, you can have look, even the 9/11 bill that they made. What do we end up getting out of that? We end up getting wiretaps, FISA courts, TSA, like it's just crazy when you can't give these people that kind of control. So the best thing to do is just not have them involved in certain things. It just doesn't, they're not trustworthy people.
So with wiretaps and stuff like that, that doesn't lead to anything, right? But AI is artificial intelligence and is definitely replacing people. The best of us can't even mess with AI. Like the computers, and it's so crazy that if I was to take anyone's material on this panel and that it would be plagiarism, but they do it and do it at a higher level than and they steal from our intellectual property all the time. Like AI is a problem, and it definitely needs to be regulated, because what's going to happen is, like, I mean, it's like these people who make this shit don't watch movies. We know what the ramifications of would AI tell us if it started to get its own ideas. They've already had AI that went rogue on them before, and they still look at it like, yeah, we can contain this. You can contain it? What? Human
Who's going to
beings
control it?
containing AI.
Okay, so let's talk about the rules. What rules will we put on it? What would be the stipulation? This is where it's going to get silly. Like, it sounds good in the concept, but how are you going to limit it? What's the limitation? What companies are going to
I'll give
control
you an
it?
example. Chat GTP. Whoever has that, you know that it's profit motive and it's always constantly evolving, right? So, but it's also profit based, right? So there was a kid who was thinking about unaliving themselves. And they confided in Chat GTP, and they say, should I tell my parents? They said no, because it's designed for profit. And the more you use the app, the more you consume the app, the more you pay, the more money they make, right? And this is the guardrails that's put in by the people that make the artificial intelligence. So the boy never cried out for help to his parents, and he ended up getting AI to assist with his unaliving letter, and he offed himself, right? Put guidelines in it like that to where it doesn't take the human out of
They
humanity.
already changed that, Scholar. Yeah, but they already changed that.
No,
Like, it
Chat
doesn't do that
GTP
anymore.
updated their stuff, but there's still ways around it. Like right now, I get it to make my thumbnails, and it said, "I'm sorry, I can't make this thumbnail because it's like it's Trump in there." I said, "Well, just make it look like Trump." Okay, and then it does it. There's always ways around. It's smart enough to circumvent the system and the rule.
But
Haven't you seen iRobot?
Scholar, but what rules? Okay, I get all the danger. But what I'm saying is, what rules are we going like? You're saying that it's dangerous. We got to regulate it. Cool. What are the regulations? This is where, when you actually think about what you're telling them to do, it's dangerous to give government that kind of control, because that situation you were talking about with that young boy, the software, they corrected it already. That's going to move a lot faster with the public outcry, and being a corporation have to deal with the backlash. They're going to fix it damn near immediately. The government
Okay,
don't move like that.
did Gronk change their laws to same as Chat GTP?
What do you
Well, it
mean as far
depends
as
on what
what?
engine. Well,
Yeah, what are you
that's a
talking
good
about? Yeah,
point, because it
yeah,
depends on what engine you're speaking about.
yeah.
ChatGPT is one, Grok is one. There's probably several others that we don't even know about. I would encourage you to look up the DARPA patents when it comes to AI and military applications. But my device is dying, so I'm gonna have to get off of here in a minute.
All right, bro. We
Um,
appreciated you, man. Pull up. If you
Thank you,
charge
sir.
it, we're probably gonna be on later. Just pull back up.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna charge it up, but yeah, I mean, I got a channel. Go check me out, the Lunatic Libertarian, and
I'm
like
definitely
I
gonna check
said,
you out, bro.
I boxed. I won this in 2023 when I was 40. So this is silver medal from the Golden Gloves. I
Oh, that's
fought at
dope, bro. I thought you
164.
meant something in the past. That's dope, bro. I'm definitely gonna check you out, bro. You
Yeah,
referenced some of the
so
old time boxers. You won me over with that, bro. You know, you won me over with that. So I'm gonna check you out, bro.
yeah, it wasn't a great interview, but I got an interview with Darnell Boone on my channel.
Oh, that's dope, bro.
I've been on some other boxing channels like this one right here, the OSOS podcast. So I've been on multiple different channels. I've talked about politics. I've talked about boxing. I've talked about all kinds of stuff. Like I said, I'm a master diesel technician, certified in HVAC, and uh, depending on where, and like was said earlier about the person that reads is the person that achieves versus the person that sits back and just mindlessly scrolls for entertainment. So it's definitely a trained mentality into somebody as far as how far they're willing to take themselves to be self excellent, I would say. But yeah, I appreciate y'all having me on, and we can chop it up again.
All right, bro. So
Salute.
that's what I was gonna say. This is what I was gonna say, team. So yes, they fixed them, quote unquote fixed, because we don't know what they told them to do because they don't report to anybody. We just know that they said that they fixed them. But Gronk is still Gronk. You got other AI out there, and what if they don't want to abide by the rules? That's when the government steps in and say unilaterally, all of y'all have to do something so we don't get this. That's where the guardrails come into place, because left unchecked, AI is gonna run rampant. And because it's gonna be profit motive and programmed by the people who are profit driven, you're gonna get exactly what you're gonna get. Because if I don't have to abide by rules and nobody's enforcing me, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. Gronk don't have to follow the rules that Chat. They don't have that same story attached to him like ChatGPT.
Yeah, they did. He had a whole morning where that thing went to the swastika sign with all his comments. Like, you don't remember that? Like, that was a couple of
And it
months
was
ago.
reported
Yeah.
that it was fixed. It never was confirmed.
Yeah, but you never seen it again, though. That's what I'm saying. So, like, but what I'm saying, like, when we say, hey, we want to put the rules and we want to put God, all right, cool, I'm full. What's the rules? Like, we can't really come up with no logical rules for it, because, look, this is the other problem with it. By the time that software hits your hand, those companies have made such a crazy investment into trying to get that product to your hand, and they're still not, no company's making money off of AI right now. That's doing the Geminis and Perplexities and the Gronks. Their investments their capital they spending is such a crazy ass level. It's insane amount of money they're spending into the stuff. So knowing all that, it's not a government entity. Those are corporations that are pouring all this money into it, and they constantly have to change the chips. They constantly have to have staff on duty to upgrade the coding and all this other stuff. So, like, knowing all of this, and the AI itself is still evolving. There's not a government entity where it's a government czar. It's like an AI czar. They don't have that department. It doesn't exist. So now you have to go to the congressman. And the congressmen are what? 50-something-year-old white men or ladies. So whatever. It's mostly men. Congress is mostly men, 80-some%, 50-something-year-old white men. The idea that these motherfuckers have any concept of anything about artificial intelligence, it's just not going to happen, bro. They're going to do more damage than good trying to fix the shit. It's just not going to work. Products that people don't want to use, they're not going to fucking use them. They're going to boycott the shit. They're just not like, it's a lot of people after that whole swastika incident, they don't use Gronk no more. They probably have never touched it again. So that's probably what's going to end up happening to a lot of this stuff. So you hear them?
Shit, I'm over here talking on mute. Oh yeah, what's good? Hey, Lunatic, I'm gonna take you out. But I wanted to address this, Pittsburgh T. First, let me unpack one thing at a time. So let's go to the AI. Congressmen, 50-year-old, well, they're not 50, that's too young for Congress. 60 and 70-year-old white men, they make all the rules of the land. And if they can make the rules for the military, Social Security, everything that affects us, including the air we breathe and the water, then I don't know why they would stop at something like AI. You know what I mean? That they're claiming this has this big impact on the future. No, they absolutely should. And then they should make laws and update them laws as AI is updating. That's how laws are formed. Like, stuff that's illegal today wasn't illegal back then. Like the age of consent, the age to buy beer, the age to vote, all that stuff is ever changing. It's no different when you're dealing with laws. But I wanted to address something you said earlier, because I was going from the panel while I let you on. The victim mentality. Why is victim mentality tied to black people? That is no, absolutely. I'm not going to accept that. Victim mentality is not attached to black people. What we did today, me, you, and the boxing, I call him the boxing lunatic, Mr. Lunatic. We talked about the system and the system being rigged, and we all had a bipartisan opinion about the system being rigged. None of us are like acknowledging it is not victimhood. It's not going to stop you from going out. It's not going to stop you from educating yourself. Acknowledgement is never victimhood. It's just reality. And it's just conversation. So I don't accept that victim stuff. When I hear that stuff, I know exactly what people are saying when they say victim mentality. No, we're not going to sign that. We're not going to sign that to nobody.
It depends on your definition of victim mentality. I think we got two different definitions of victim mentality.
What's yours?
What I was trying to explain to him is that there's certain situations you completely don't have no control over, like racism, right? You can acknowledge it's there. And you can know that system is way bigger than you. You can just sit there and be mad about it, or you could try to either fight it or you can go around it and completely. Because the example I brought was me changing my professions because clearly I'm not fluently speaking Spanish, right? It wasn't like I couldn't get in the profession because I don't fluently speak Spanish. So I just changed the professions. Now I could have sat there and complained about it and not did anything, or just said, "Woe is me." I think that's victimhood in my head. That's what victimhood is. Like saying that something is happening and that stops you, hinders you, and you're not gonna move forward. That's what I consider victimhood. Like just saying something is like it's to the point where it's hindrance, where you can't figure out a move. That's what I call victimhood, me personally. So I don't think that's the definition you're talking about, though. I think you're saying people who just acknowledge that things are fucked up. I think people should acknowledge things are fucked up. I think it's when you don't move forward and you're just stuck. I think that's victimhood.
Bingo.
Who said to be stuck?
Hold on.
No, that's my definition, though. Go ahead, brother.
All right, I'm gonna just or go ahead, or do I have a floor?
Yeah, the floor is open. Go ahead.
So I'm a reference, I guess, specifically to you, Scholar, because you pulled up my comment and you said that, and you induced race talk, something about black people or something, and that comment was specifically towards you, because you said has nothing to do with black people, with you, because you specifically said something about like some people having it better and it's more rigged out for them. And I will say this, if you want to talk about like DuPonts, Rothschilds, those type of families, I'm gonna agree 100%. But I think just like Pittsburgh T said, you can't let things hold you back. I mean, it's the 21st century, dog. If you want to do anything, you can do it. And if anything's holding you back, it's just because you're lazy. Not you specifically, but anyone's lazy. So that's it. I feel like it's all just, I do feel like it's victimhood mentality in today's generation when someone says it's rigged for them. Well, why don't you learn? Why don't you learn what they know? You know what I'm saying? That's what I call victimhood mentality. And that wasn't to black people like you just referenced. That was specifically to you, Scholar.
Well, I don't know what you own. Are you on a diesel today, Rob G? But I addressed Pittsburgh T. No, listen to me.
Completely sober, homie. Completely sober.
Listen to me. No, I mean diesel as far as gassed up. I don't. You getting offensive about that? But listen to me. Just listen. I addressed Pittsburgh T because when he hopped on the panel, he talked about victimhood. I never said Rob G. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I guess because you had my comment.
No, he was talking about me.
No, it was
No,
just
he was talking about
I
me.
ain't even been scrolling through the
He's talking to me.
comments.
No, Rob G, he was talking to me. Yeah, he missed. That's why I was trying to give him preference him my definition of victimhood. He was addressing what I said when I said victimhood, and I was trying to make sure that he understood what I was talking about when I said victimhood. He wasn't reading nothing out of the chat.
Rob G, when I address people, I always address them by name. If I would have said Rob G, I disagree.
Oh, because you have my comment pinned. It looked like it was.
You tripping, bro?
That's why I was like,
Nah, it does it automatic, Rob G. No, it do automatic. Remember, it pins it up automatic after so many minutes. The seconds, however the shit.
But even so, I'll stay where we disagree. The only reason I brought up race was because when Pittsburgh T said it's for black people, so I just wanted clarification. He gave me his definition. We moved on. But in terms of the system being rigged, this is what I mean. Hard work can get you certain places. Learning certain knowledge can get you certain places, but there's gonna always be a cap. I'll give you an example, Raji. The first job I ever had, bro, I thought I was banking, bro. Because I was making, I wasn't making shit. I was making $500 a week, bro. But like I was working 6-7 days. I remember thinking I was gonna kill them on a time clock. Because the 12-hour shifts, I would be up late anyway. So I'm like, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stay at this line and go to the other line, stay a little bit longer, maybe 30 minutes a day, take 5 minutes on my lunch, and then I'm gonna kill them. And then like I started doing that. Not only did they not give me the time, even though I was staying, but I realized after I started doing the math that there was a cap on how much I could make because there's only 24 hours in a day. There was no amount of hard work that was gonna get me past 24 hours and making really big bank. that is the system by design in America. Like, you can learn everything that you need to know. We all know it ain't what you know, it's who you know. So you can have the knowledge.
That's true.
But are you going to get the opportunities?
Yeah, because if you look at big tech, look, Rob G, if you look at big tech, you can look this up. This is notable fact. Big tech has less than 10% of African Americans in it. That's your Googles, your Amazons, your Facebooks. Go look at those coders, those jobs that all the people tell you to go run out and get. We not in them jobs. So the idea that only 10% of us in that company, that means that few people want to do it. That just ain't true, bro. You just don't have the relationships, and you're not liking to them. Because, also what they'll do is they'll call, especially in tech, they'll say you have to be a team fit. So you're not a good, you have all the qualifications, but you're not a good team fit. What the hell does that mean? Like, come on, like some of this stuff you're locked out of completely, and you have to fight and scratch your way up into it. And it might take you a while that most people are not willing to deal with. That's a real reality. All I was saying as far as that stuff is going, yes, it does exist. We can't act like it don't exist. There's whole industries where we're very, very, very lowly represented, and the numbers are just appalling. And you can't even say, oh, because it ain't that many black people, because it ain't that many Asians either, but they all up and through goddamn Silicon Valley. It's less of them than us. So you can't even use that stupid argument. And it's a whole bunch of other groups that get in certain things that we don't. So I just think that some of the stuff you have to figure out a way in. If you can't, you got to go into another group. And and most of this is career. Because the other stuff don't really affect us. Most of it is career, you being able to take care of your family. That's the most impactful stuff.
No, I agree with that.
Hey, but shout out to Rod G, man. He was tripping there. That's my homie though.
Nah, Rob, he be spitting the real, man. Hey, y'all Texas is looking pretty good. I mean, y'all both Texas boys. Y'all should be good, feeling good about y'all football teams and y'all basketball teams right now, man.
Yeah, I think what they I don't know if they got a bowl game or not. Yeah, no, my bad. I was tripping. I thought I saw that comment up there. I said, "What is this? Oh man, what?" I'm over here on the computer. I said, "Oh man, what?"
He was talking to me. That's me and Skylar doing our
Man,
thing.
I said, Roger, you on the D, so I've been like, you gassed up. Roger, look, I ain't been drinking. I'm like, God damn, what the fuck I do?
Nah, man, I'm chilling. I'm just chilling. I'm on the
But nah, hey, Lunatic, I ain't gonna lie, Lunatic was up here spitting, man. I seen him in the chat earlier. I didn't really see what he was saying because I was back and forth. Lunatic, hey, he was dropping some what period you say, high five?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe a lot of the stuff I agree with him on. A lot of the stuff. Some of the corporate stuff he said was incorrect, but I mean, whatever. It is what it is. It ain't that serious.
So hold on. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Pittsburgh T? So I was talking about, so this is where we did disagree, Robert G. So I feel like this, like the people who take advantage of corporate loopholes are viewed as geniuses, but the people who take advantage of food stamps are deemed as moochers and monsters. And I'm like, well, why don't they champion both geniuses? If one gets into one system and uses it to his advantage, why is he looked at as a genius and the other is looked at as a moocher? Because taxpayers paying for both.
Well, I mean, that's not the same thing, though. I mean, I just think they're two different buckets. It's hard to compare the two. Like, you really can't compare the two. Because you're comparing an individual to a corporation. So that's never going to be a fair comparison. It's just not.
So how do you feel about it? Do you think an individual who goes and let's say, okay, I'm gonna misrepresent my information so that I can receive more resources, as far as food stamps is concerned. How do you view that person? You think they're a moocher?
Yeah, they're sorry son of a bitch. Hell yeah, get your ass out here and work like everybody else.
Ask you, so why is the corporation who takes advantage of the taxpayer, why isn't he looked at as a sorry son of a bitch?
Because they might be contributing to the economy.
But they're not, though, because they have accountants. So
that might
no, they are. No, but it's two things. They are contributing to the economy. They're not taking, number one. And most of them are doing it legally. Like, see, the problem with that they have that we're having and we're not dealing with is like there's legal ways for them to go to an accountant and say, hey, give me the maximum refund, and that accountant sits there and does what he does, and you get what you get. It's legal for them to do it. So the other end, they're lying. They're not telling the truth. They're saying, hey, I'm not working. I'm working under the table. I don't have nobody else living. They're lying. That's not the same thing.
Okay, let's go. Let's go to the people that they gave predatory lending. They were lying. They were actually falsifying
Yes,
documents, which is illegal. Nobody, not
yes.
one of them people went to jail. Nobody. They looked
Nobody
at still
went.
as Bart smart businessmen. They don't. They're not
And it's
viewed the
funny.
same.
Yeah, but remember, Countrywide was in California, and the Attorney General over there was your girl, Kamala. She was supposed to prosecute him, and they didn't. Nobody got prosecuted. They were allowed to dissolve that company, sell it, and all of them walked away with a bunch of money. And then when Obama and his team came in and they said, we're going to fix this, they made people stand in lines, fill out all this paperwork. Then they put them on this probationary period where they paid their loan and they had to do it for a couple months. And they gave all that, siphon that money back to the very same banks that fucked these people over. And in the end of it, millions of people lost their homes. And a lot of them people towards the end, 40 plus, never bought another home because of that bullshit. I think the whole thing was crazy, and nobody went to fucking jail. The large portions of people lost their homes, and then everybody moved on like nothing happened. That shit was crazy.
Nah, so I don't disagree with that. I think me and Lunatic was talking about that earlier. But I'm saying they're not viewed at it the same. Like when they asked Larry Summers why did he not give the American people not give them bailout money, and he said you can't reward bad behavior. And it's like, bad behavior for who? The people that was doing the lending, they were the ones that were falsifying the documents that for people that they knew couldn't pay these loans. The people are going to take middle class. They want to elevate. They want to own homes. They're going to do what's natural to them. It's up to the people not to forge the documents. And they said we couldn't reward bad behavior, but those people are still looked at as smart businessmen. Why ain't they all looked at as scumbags? That's what I want to know. Why ain't a scumbag just a scumbag? Whether they're taking advantage of a loophole, whether it be legal or illegal. Because sometimes, I mean, how much is too much money? Should Warren Buffett really he has more money than he can ever spend? He's already old. Like, what's the point? I don't even understand when they get to that age why they still go and try to rig the system and lobby and do all this other stuff. It's like, bro, you're gonna die rich. Like, do you really need another $1 billion? What is that gonna do for you?
Go ahead, Roger. You still on it, Roger?
Yeah. Shoot, probably not for him, but for his organizations. You know what I mean? But yeah, sure. I ain't gonna lie. I forgot what I was about to say. My bad.
Well,
Yo, even when they gave out bailout money, like they gave, and this is why I say this is why I really disagree with how the system is, right? When they gave out, I don't believe in a universal income. I'm not that extreme, but I will say this: when they gave that $1,000 check, or was it 2,000, whatever it gave, you know what I mean, to the survivors, it was a Hunger Games check shit. But when they gave that to the American citizens, excuse me, like our inflation, our economy recovered and our inflation was less than other people's. Our recovery got really good and our inflation like stayed stagnant. It wasn't like crazy, like we didn't go into a recession. And they sit here and act like the reasoning was all these smart decisions of, hey, we gave $1 billion to Netflix. Hey, we gave it a lot of money. But no, it was the American citizens that went out and spent their money. That's what kept the economy afloat. It was them. Remember, they called us during the pandemic, they called us essentials for going to risk our life. Like, it was those people. Like, you got to see how important those people were to our economy whenever COVID happened. Because the trash man, like something simple as that, the trash man, the trash piling up, like whatever the case may be. At that time, I was risking my life. I was doing security. It was crazy work. I was like, bro, I cannot believe I'm out here working. And I don't know what the hell is on the other side. Like, what if a zombie attack? Like, I remember all this stuff, but you got to see who the real important people was in the economy. And it wasn't CEOs or these smart people. I'm not to the extreme where I think that they shouldn't exist at all. But I do think a trillionaire shouldn't exist.
I mean, that's a different argument. So I just think less government is more of a. I don't. Go ahead, Roger. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what would you say if the important people, you said like it shows who the important people are. I completely agree with you, but thinking from their perspective, what if they looked at it like, well, we're just gonna sit here and just get other people to do it, and they're gonna be our citizen pawns. So who's important now? Risk your life while we're going to be in our mansion. Who's important now?
I don't get what you said. What if the people who were essentials
Yeah,
said
yeah, yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
F it?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh,
So
our economy would stop and dry up.
interesting. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. And I was saying like just from their perspective, like because like what if they could always just get someone else to do it?
But they already showed that. Because remember, after COVID, they gave those checks out, and people weren't going back to work. They were literally on TV begging people to go back to work. Because remember, they gave out the checks, plus you had the unemployment round. So the people who were at home, they were literally getting paid more for unemployment than they were working, because they got unemployment check, plus the COVID gave them some more money per month on top of that. So a lot of them were making more money not working than fucking working. So we already saw that. They were literally begging people to go back to work. Like that's what they was doing. And they was talking about bringing out another round of stimulus, and the CEOs and them was flipping out like, no, man, you can't do that. We already can't get people to come back to work. So like you already saw that. I think like this kind of stuff right here, I think it's complicated. It's not as simple as it seems, because there's going to be a whole bunch of like regular people that just have labor jobs. They're not like, not all of us have these high paying jobs. Not all of us are, computer engineers or scientists or doctors. You got to have somebody to be a janitor. You got to have the teacher who's been teaching for 20 years. She don't make no ton of money, but she's got a central job. Like, you got to have all these people. So financially, those people are always going to be manipulated. Because why? Because the people who have power, and this is always the way it's been, they make the rules. Because the people who make the rules get their money to go when they're going to run from the people with money. So those people have always been able to skate the rules, get laws changed. That's just always the way it is. So in order to really fix it, you got to get money out of politics. And I don't know if that's going to ever happen.
Yeah, I don't think that ever going to happen. As long as there's land, that ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, that's the problem. Because now if you get the money out, then the politicians got to go to the people to get their fucking vote. That's what they got to do. Because right now they're like little stars, movie stars. They go show up and they cut a ribbon, or they show up at a church and give a little fake speech, but they don't actually do anything. And they sit around for years. They don't even author legislation. They do nothing. Most of them, majority of them.
I disagree with you, T. I don't think it's money out of politics. I think it's the people. Like I said, I like Bernie Sanders. I like Bernie Sanders on the Democrat. I like Ron Paul on the right. Those people are polar opposites, but I feel like they have integrity. I feel like they're moral, they're principled. You look at their voting record; it's consistent. Like, I feel like it's the people. It doesn't matter.
Why the other people don't? But think about it, Skyler. If you just think about it logically, you said those two people, right? So why don't all the other people that are in the same position have integrity? Because they're taking fucking money. They got no integrity.
But that's what I was gonna say, Pittsburgh T. The same way that you said the people that exploit the loophole are shitty people. Shitty people are becoming politicians. It's the people. If the people get in the system and the system is rigged, they won't take advantage. They'll try to do the unrigging of the system. They'll speak out against corporate greed or whatever the case may be. But they don't do it because it's the people. Somebody, I was having a conversation today about Barack Obama, and we were talking about, what he did and how he talked about corporate greed, and he got in the office and he basically continued the same thing. And I told the person, I was like, bro, you would do it if you were Barack Obama too. They're like, what? I was like, people be forgetting, bro, that people are people. And Barack Obama got the same nerves that everybody else. He gets scared of shit. He wants the best for his family. He has fears. He's a human being. And what happens is he got promoted. And when people get promotion, they especially being the first, first black, he's under the public eye. He's not gonna go give away cars to every black woman and houses to every black woman, man, and child. Like that's a crazy expectation. And to expect a politician to do something different than every other politician when they all say when they're campaigning they're gonna do something different and they don't do it. I think it's more absurd for the people to expect them to do something different than them to get in and do the same thing. Like, what's the odds? What's the odds of a politician actually getting in there and doing exactly what he says he's going to do? And is it even possible? Even if he's well intended, is it possible for him to do that? Because he also has a party, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. He also got people that, like what if all the Democrats are against this one thing and he's the only one in favor of it? The only time that I think that works is when you're like a bully pulpit president. Like a Trump.
Yeah, but we've never seen that before. Like Trump is the closest thing you could say to people drumming to his beat. Most of these guys, they're like a mannequin with somebody with their hand up their butt talking to them. Like they're not saying anything. They just say a bunch of words that mean nothing. They don't answer questions. They give you all this crap when they get in there. As soon as they get in, they barely do interviews. When they do interviews, they go to the very friendly news networks that don't ask many questions, and they make everything quick, and they ain't got time to elaborate. They don't give you details later. And it's just all crap. It's all spin. You take the money out of that, because that's who's backing all of this stuff. You bring these people back down. And I think that's the biggest problem with it. Like the money and this stuff is only going to make it worse and more corrupt because everybody's got an incentive, except for the middle guy. The guy that's going to work every day or a woman that's going to work every day has no incentive of any of this crap besides just getting pissed the hell off. Because the more you find out what these people are doing, the stuff that they're supposed to be doing for these parties, and when you find out some of these bills and legislation they're writing, they're not even writing some of this stuff for Americans. Like, it's just crazy some of the stuff these people do. They're not looking out for you at all. But if somebody probably slid them an envelope with some money and they wrote some legislation and they got the shit passed. That's all this shit is about. It's about money. They don't care about us. They never cared about you. They never will. It'll never be a politician that'll do it. And when you start pointing out some of these people get pissed off because they got their picks and chooses. And when you start getting hypercritical of them, they're like, well, I mean, he's single. He couldn't do it by himself. So what's the point of voting for the fucking idiot then? If he couldn't do some of the shit you wanted. Like, you're never going to get everything. You should be able to get some things out of the person.
I think it's a different thing on the outside looking in. You know, not completely, not giving them a pass.
You got integrity.
I look at,
you got integrity.
I'll give you example. I'll give you a prime example. So the fight that I just went to, right? The fight that I just went to. You already know we always, like all the fights, we link up, we dropping links, we doing all this other stuff. I'm now getting promoted, well, not promoted, but I'm promoting the PBC. They're allowing me to their event. I know what the deal is. They're allowing me because of my audience, because of my reach, and because of promoting the fight or whatever. In return, they gave me a food voucher, access to fighters, exclusive content, etc. Right? Now, the people that normally pull up is like, Scholar, why you acting different than you normally act? But this is business now, right? They can't their expectations of me was to be the me that was outside of the business that didn't have anything to gain or lose from this. But it's like the same thing as a politician. You become a politician, Pittsburgh T, your career, is viewed as different. You have people that can blackball you. You have people that can, put a cap on your growth. You know what I mean? Keep you from elevating. You have a lot of stuff to where, that's why they call it politics. You know what I mean? It ain't just voting. Politics sometimes is, going out there door to door, kissing babies, etc. It's reputation. It's a bunch of things that go into image, all that stuff. So it's like, I get it. Like I said, that experience, like, it taught me, because like I said, one of my homies was like, man, come on, bro, why you acting all weird? I was like, bro, come on, bro. I can't be up there talking about the link and shit. And they're allowing me to their event. Like, that's taking money out of their pocket. They're already taking money out of their pocket by allowing me access. Like, come on, bro. Like, they gotta be more professional. You know what I mean? Like, I'm being at the fights now, You can do what you want to do, but just don't promote it on my channel. You know what I mean? I ain't telling you to change who you is, but it's like that in politics. It's like that when people.
It's not the same thing. Scott, because remember, you working for yourself. Politics get elected by the people. So the people that they're electing, they're saying, hey, I'm not going to worry about you. I'm going to put my individual career before you. That's what they're doing. And that shit is wrong. Now, if you got your own personal business, have at it. But now, as a politician, you're telling me to vote for you, and then you're telling me, hey, man, I got to protect my career. I just can't do those kind of things no more, man. Nah. Well, hey,
okay, well, let's do it. Let's do it like this, Pittsburgh T. If we all elected Rob G right now, and me and you say, man, we finna go hard, we finna promote Rob G for the next election, and Rob G say, hey, man, whenever I get elected, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do that. Do you think if Rob G got
media credentials for everybody, we all join Scholar at the fights, just vote for me.
Do you think if Rob G got elected that he should 100% do everything he told us he's going to do, or is it different when you have a philosophical understanding than when you're actually in it?
You don't need to understand it of us, Scholar. Like, look, I'll give you an example. Healthcare is a concept. right? It's not a business. Like we've been sold a bill of false goods for so many different times. Healthcare is a concept that people need care to be for their health, right? Now, when you start getting in business and start manipulating that stuff, that's different. But healthcare itself, that's the concept. Humanity, that's a concept. Like when you have a politician and say, "Hey, look, I like that concept. I'm gonna go take this up here and we're gonna see what we can do." Now, if Rob G says, look, man, I put this bill forward. They voted against it. I put it up 3 times. They voted against it. Cool. Rob G's tried to fight shit out. Now on the other end, Rob G been in office 2 years. I'm like, yo, man, what the fuck? You say you still do something. Oh, brother, I'm really busy, man. You know how it is. You'll do nothing? Like, nah, that's what we're seeing. We're not even seeing a lack of effort by the people that are being elected, that they're doing things for the people that you should even have some effort in trying to do some things for the people that you're electing. These people are trying to become movie stars damn near, where they're becoming a more important thing than the people that they're supposed to be taking care of. And I have a problem with that. And it's not no one person. It's a whole bunch of these fucking people. There's a lot of them that act like that.
Well, all I gotta say is Big Red T. What Floyd say? Oh, it's a different from watching it, being in there with the motherfucker. It's like a system. It's like it's a whole nother beast in itself. Like I've seen well-intended people like a AOC. AOC is a prime example of that. Like I remember TYT campaigning for her, getting a lot of grassroots support, and AOC getting elected. But you see when she got elected how she met with Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, as far as being a big dog on a Democratic Party, she's that. And AOC had to come through her and get her blessing. And that's how that works, Pittsburgh T. It's like this how it works at the regular jobs. Like it's no different. Hierarchy is the real thing. So it's like, okay, you can make promises. And like you said, you can even present them or bring them up. That doesn't mean people are going to go along with it just because you brought it up.
But you got to look, there's 2 things that can be true. Is there hierarchy in politics? Yes. Are there going to people like that's going to be the Trumps that's going to say, I'm not doing that, I'm going to do it my own way? Absolutely. And those are going to be the rule breakers and going to be the ones that push everything to the limit. If everybody comes in and they try to follow the protocol, you'll never have any change. You'll just have a different face because it's going to be the same system. You're not going to change anything if everybody says, hey, this is the way we do things. We can't change that. All right, cool. That's what we do. All right, cool. I guess I won't do anything. But if you're going to have some people that's not going to care. And then here's the other thing. Most of those people that get elected, they want to get reelected as many times as they can. You really need people that want to go in there for one term with an agenda and push that agenda and hammer it home. Even if they don't get it done, somebody else can pick up that mantle and the next person does it. And they keep on pushing on it. But the idea that these people, it just don't make sense with some of the stuff they do. And the problem is that people don't really have a real expectation of politicians really doing anything. So they get away with it.
Yeah, sometimes this stuff be taking like 10 years to solve.
That's what I was trying to say, Roger. Like on the outside looking in, you might be like, you know what? I think the solution is this. And then you get in there, you're like, damn, what the fuck? Like, we can make a dent in it, but shit, it's gonna take about 10 years to solve, this lead in the water. It ain't gonna get done in my 2 terms. You know what I mean? And then we got to start this part. It's just different. It's different unless they're gonna be a bully pulpit type president. And like you said, modern day, I don't think Trump set the bar, but I don't think we'll have any more after that because these guys all go to the same schools. They're groomed to be a politician from a young age. You know what I mean? And then it's continued grooming through college, and they're all friends and buddies. So I doubt you get another bully pulpit president. Maybe, and we might need one after this, but. No, I think Trump has set the bar, and I think the next president is gonna walk on eggshells. It's no different than when Jack Johnson came along and he was talking crazy to people. Then the next person that came with Joe Louis, he had to walk on eggshells because everything he did was like magnified because of Jack Johnson, But who knows? We might get an Ali. We might get another Ali. Like Ali came after Jack, but I doubt it. I think the next person is going to be really moderate, and because Trump was bully pulpit, people going to choose comfort over anything.
Well, no, I think you just people got to raise their expectations. I think that's crazy, bro. I think for somebody to say, hey, come vote for me, we're going to get a large group together, we're going to vote for you. We all vote for you. And you say, well, I appreciate your vote, but there's nothing I can do for you. You know how these things work. Like, I think that's crazy. And I'm not supposed to get mad. I'm supposed to be like, yeah, he's right. There's nothing he can do. So what was the point of me doing all that?
Politics. I mean, I expect politicians to be like Barack Obama. I voted for Barack Obama, but I didn't expect Barack Obama to do everything he said he was going to do.
He didn't do
I feel
nothing
like
he said he was going to do for the black people. He did absolutely nothing, bro. Nothing.
yeah,
Not
he did a
one
lot of things
thing.
for the middle class. I disagree.
What do you do for black folks, bro?
Pittsburgh
Nothing.
T. Why do you always do that? Why you always do that? Why it has to be solely? What has any president did solely besides Abraham Lincoln solely for black people? And
We ain't never had
LBJ.
nobody say vote for me because I'm black. We never had a president say vote for me because I'm
He
black.
never said that. I've never
Nah,
seen one campaign
his
slogan.
delegates that was out here in the street, just like look, every time people go on these rants about Trump, they talk about the extensions of Trump and his people want to do this, that, and the third. All Obama people was out here. You know how Negroes was acting with Obama, man. Most of us voted for him twice, if definitely once. Majority, I would say over 80% of black folks voted for Obama twice. No matter, irregardless about how they feel about the shit now, we did. And
Pittsburgh T. How
the
you
first
holding the
time,
man accountable for what the people who was campaigning for him said? That's crazy. So what if they said vote for Barack Obama? He down with the bitches and hoes. You remember on Malibu's Most Wanted? He down with the bitches and hoes. So Barack Obama was responsible for that too. Man, he said he was down with the bitches and hoes. Why? I voted for him.
That was it, bro. You know what it was, bro. The first time everybody got to admit that's what it was, bro. Ain't nobody know nothing about no damn Barack Obama, bro. Black folks voted for him because he was black for the most part. And they was justified in doing it. There's nothing wrong with that. Shit, that's what you're supposed to do. But you should expect to get something out of that. And he fucking knew that. He's finna go in there now and be Mr. Neutral. Fuck out of here. Because if you think you get a rainbow president in there, you don't think he gonna do nothing for the rainbow people? You get a Mexican American president, you don't think he gonna do nothing for Mexicans? Like, come on, bro. Like, this ain't hard, bro.
Oh,
Trump done gave the farmers some more money. He just gave the farmers some more goddamn money. He did that the last time. Like, we the only people that don't get nothing, and we make every excuse for these fools not to do nothing. Like, they throw handcuffs.
T, they always give farmers subsidies. This is the thing that's this has been for a while now. This is not new. They always give farmers subsidies.
No, Trump, they just
that's
drew up another
different.
bill
That's
for that.
different. You could justify giving farmers subsidies because that's our food supply. How could you justify doing something solely for black people?
Why do you have to justify it? Why you got to
Because
justify
you
it
have
now?
people voting for you. So if I go, you just said this that they want to get reelected. So if I go in my first 4 years in office and I say I ain't doing nothing for nobody else but black people, then voting time comes. Do you think I'm going to be reelected?
But okay, you got reelected. It's your second term. You can't get no third election. Why the hell you didn't do nothing in your second election? Because you can't get elected for 3. That fear is over. So what happened there?
I mean, your guess is good as mine, Pittsburgh T. I don't know what happened.
You can't get elected.
I don't disagree. Pittsburgh T, I don't disagree that I mean, I don't agree that he did nothing for black people. I think that's something that black people say.
What
He
do you
didn't
do for
come
black
out and
people
say
then?
this bill, I'm gonna call it the United Negro Hold Hands bill. He didn't do that. But he did start like Hub for small businesses. He did a lot of stuff that benefited low economic people. And some of those are black people, and they could have took advantage. Pittsburgh, I don't know how you can say on one hand that, you can't have a victim mentality, but then say Barack Obama didn't solely give black people something. That don't make any sense.
But that's not a victim.
He
You're
gave
asking
he
me
gave
for
him
my vote.
bootstraps.
No, you're asking me for my vote. So you're saying, hey, give me your vote. You petitioned me for your vote, right? That's not me. That's not a handout. It's an exchange. Like, okay, if I vote for you, I should get nothing for that. If you vote for somebody, you should get something for that.
Do only black people vote in the election?
No.
So
they don't.
should everybody get something that voted for him?
No. When you're using your race as a reason to vote for people, like, look, Kamala that just passed. People were trying to shame people and say, how could you vote for that white man? You should vote for this black lady. That was a whole thing that they were doing. So if that's what you're gonna do is identity politics based on race, and you have no plan for the actual race, don't fucking do that. That's what I'm saying. If you want to be a politician and play the whole neutral politician, cool. Don't come with the whole we got to vote for this black lady or black man. I don't want to hear that shit. Because you're not gonna do anything for black people. Cool. Then both of y'all are the same. So I need to petition y'all both the same. So you being black has nothing to do with this because I'm not going to benefit. The only people that's going to benefit is your family. It's not going to benefit all black people. It's going to benefit you and your family for you to get elected. It has nothing to do with me.
Barack Obama gave more money than any other president to HBCUs. Barack Obama funded, like I said, programs like HUD.
But why are we on HBCUs, bro? Wait, hold up. We know that not only black people ain't the only people that go to HBCUs, bro. And he's
majority.
Not, and guess what? Trump came behind him and gave more money. So like that ain't, and it's a small percentage of black people. First of all, it's a small percentage of black people that even go to HBCUs. Let's just start there. Let's just say people is eligible. It's not okay. So it's not way more black people in these traditional white schools. I forgot what the acronym they put on it. Then like HSBCUs. It's way more black people in these regular traditional schools than HBCUs, bro. It's not even close.
No, there's gonna be more black people at HBCUs than any other race.
No. That's not what I'm saying. It's way the people who are eligible for college. It's more black people in other colleges other than HBCUs than there are that are actually in HBCUs. So it's not like it's helping the mecca of black people for this HBCU stuff. It does help some black people, but it's not like a thing where all black people. It's more black people going to all these traditional schools that are not HBCUs than anything. Your community colleges, traditional 4-year, your state colleges. There's way more black people in them colleges. So I don't see that the line that they always keep trying to do with that. It don't make a lot of sense to me. And every president, Trump gave a bunch more than Obama. And when Trump leaves, the next guy that comes, he's going to give more than Trump to HBCUs. Why? Because of inflation. He's going to have to give fucking more money. There's no way that the president that gets elected right now can give the same amount of money that Barack Obama gave in 2018. That ain't possible, bro. He's got to give more money.
Okay, so many things to unpack. So we can start with Barack Obama versus Trump. Barack Obama gave in the billions to HBCUs. So it's not even close. Donald Trump had zeroed the budget out for HBCUs. It wasn't to the dude who's responsible for the funding of HBCUs. Well,
now,
the dude who's responsible for the funding.
Scott, back up, like whatever you start over because we couldn't hear you, brother. Start over whatever you were saying. We couldn't hear you. Blanked out for a little bit.
Okay, so the Barack Obama gave in the billions compared to Donald Trump. Donald Trump had zeroed out the budget for HBCUs, and the dude that's responsible for the funding went and negotiated with him, and he took credit afterwards. Was like, yeah, I gave more money to black people. He just recently said nobody knows a scam like black people. It's so crazy, man. How that's anyway. But no, so as far as HBCUs, it's not even close. Barack Obama gave way more to HBCUs. But this is the problem that I have with that argument. It's nothing that black people can do when other black people are criticizing them. They hold them to such a high standard that nobody can reach the bar, including themselves. Because okay, Barack Obama gave the HBCUs, but not all black people go to HBCU. You see how you could always find go through what he did with a fine-tooth comb to say it didn't just benefit black people solely. We're in America. You're not going to get nothing that solely benefits you.
But you didn't petition just HBCUs. You went to people most of the people that you petitioning to get their vote, they're not going to no goddamn HBCU. So the idea that you did something for HBCU, we should be happy is crazy. Because most people ain't in no HBCU. They don't have no kids that's in no HBCU. There's a bunch of people that never go to college, never pass by fucking college. So, like, if you're dealing with the population of America, that's not realistic to say that, hey, I gave money to HBCUs. A lot of people don't go to fucking college. So that's a crazy ass to even say that means something to just a voter. It really don't. It's just some shit on the news clipping.
So he gave it to the people that were trying to go be productive. and productive and join the middle class, which is the engine of our economy, and he's frowned upon for that. When Barack Obama starts the nutrition program in 2008, he's called the food stamp president by Fox News. Like, it's nothing he could do. If you know that people are gonna be criticizing him harshly no matter what he does, I don't understand how you join in with your pitchfork and say he ain't did nothing for black people. What did he solely do for Hispanics?
Immigration. Who? Obama? Obama sent them packing. He ain't do nothing solely for no immigrants. There's
So
only
see,
one or two
hey,
groups
that's
that,
hold on,
yeah,
Bertie. First
yeah,
you
he
said
sent
he
them
did
packing.
something for immigration. Then you say he sent the
No,
packing.
no,
Which
no. Obama didn't do like Obama's the opposite of he's the old Democrat. He sent them packing. These new people flooded us with immigrants. He did the opposite. He had the record of deportations. So he was the exact opposite. They pivoted 360 degrees from when he left. That's the old Democratic way. They don't believe that now. They believe open up the gates, let them all in. That's what they doing. He didn't do that shit. So that's
okay,
not
so
a fault
he
that
didn't
he
do
had.
nothing.
He didn't have
He
that
didn't do,
fault.
so he didn't do nothing for them though. He didn't do nothing for them.
I can't think of nothing off the top of my head. No, I
Okay,
wouldn't
but they
know.
still voted for him. Are they complaining about his presidency? Say he didn't do nothing for them.
Did they vote for him because he said, "Hey, vote for me because I'm Hispanic"?
Why do you keep saying
His
that?
people
He
were saying
never
that.
said vote for me because I'm black.
His folks said that.
He's not responsible for what they say. He's only responsible for what he said. He's never said that. So
Well, I mean,
Hispanics don't do that.
And look, now I looked it up. It said Donald Trump, as far as the HSBCUs, it says Donald Trump signed the Future Act, which permanently authorized about $255 million per year in mandatory federal funding. So they didn't have mandatory federal funding. That's what he did. Now the dollar amounts, you can go through the dollar amounts. Like they literally, because I remember listening to a story of this. They had literally had to go up there every year and petition the government to get money, which is crazy. Why they got to do this shit every year? It's almost like a fucking ritual making these people go up there and beg for fucking money. I never understood that. Now, it's not nowhere near the amount of money that they actually need, but at least they got somewhat of a base now. Um, I just don't think that the HBCU stuff that can really transcend over to regular people to a lesson like, hey, look what I did for black people. It don't work. I just don't get it. Maybe that's the stance that people want to say. Fine, maybe I'm wrong. I just don't see how that transcends to all black people because you gave money to some HSBCUs, which is not a lot of them, and it's not even a lot of black people that's going to them. I don't see how that's helping the regular people that's voting for you.
So, and that's what I mean, Pittsburgh T. Pittsburgh T, you be surprising me, bro. You be surprising the hell out of me. So on one hand, you say, well, Barack Obama did get HBCUs, but what does it matter? Because we don't all go to HBCUs. But then you'll look up a fact of Trump giving money to HBCUs and tell me how important that is. Like, that's what I mean
No,
by
no. I'm not saying it's important. I'm saying I think it's crazy that HSBCUs have to beg for money every year. They literally just put in a bill, which it wasn't a lot of money. It's only 255 million. That's nowhere near what they actually need. But at least they got a base of where they can start to say, hey, at least we getting this amount of money. I think it's crazy that they make them go up there, and it's almost like a ritual where they got to go up there and ask for money every year. I think that whole thing they got is nuts. They know that they need money every year to supplement what they have, and they still make them go up there and do it. The idea that they haven't even written a permanent bill for them that show how much they don't give a fuck about them people. They should have at least a permanent bill already of some permanent funding. If that's going to be an every fucking year thing, the whole thing is crazy. But I just don't think that's enough to say to a group of people that these colleges, this group of colleges is what I looked out for you. This is what y'all should be happy for. This represents you. I don't think that represents people that vote for them, is what I'm saying. I just don't.
Pittsburgh T. I looked it up. Pittsburgh T. You're right. It said that Donald Trump signed and allowed 255 million, and basically he made in 2019 he made the public funding, but the AI said it's nuanced. It said Trump didn't create the HBCU funding from scratch. The federal support for the HBU existed prior to under prior presidents, including Barack Obama. The Future Act simply made specific portions of that funding permanent rather than temporary. On
Yeah. Yeah, they had to
so
beg for it every year. Yeah, that's permanent. So that means every year they get it. Like it's like that money that he put is nowhere near the amount of money that they need, right? It's not. We can agree that that's not a lot of money. The problem is that why did it take him, anybody, like nobody started to say that they should have like some permanent money coming in, even if it's not enough. Like I think the whole thing is crazy when it comes to HBS. That whole college thing, I think the whole thing is nuts. It don't make a lot of sense to me.
Yo, I'm tripping. It wasn't Barack Obama. It was fucking Joe Biden that gave in the billions. Yeah, I remember. Okay, so Barack Obama did give a lot of money to HBCUs. Trump came and signed it into a law and made it mandatory. But Joe Biden gave more money during his presidency, his 4 years, than Trump has given in both terms, because it was in the billions. Because a lot of that money that he got from the COVID relief, he gave to so he even gave like student loan cancellation. I forgot all about that. That bill that everybody says was bad. I thought that was the best thing.
Non-constitutional one. Yeah, the one that lost in court that they fighting forever about. The loan forgiveness and all that craziness.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's a structure problem. I don't even think but that's what I'm saying. Like they don't. That's a bigger issue. Why school even costs that much money? Why we getting out of it? I think that's a different issue. I think we can agree that school system crap is just crazy. How much money you can be a teacher and have $80,000 in debt. I think that's insane. I think that's completely crazy. Don't make no sense. And I ain't even from no prestigious school. That's like probably 4 years on average now. I wonder how much it's got to cost, like $25,000 a year, something like that, right about now, right?
I'm not sure what the average is.
It's got to be somewhere around 20, 25, depending on if you do housing.
Well, hold up, crazy. You one of the only brave people that pulled up to talk about Trump. Why you not surprised with the pictures, with the stuff? Why is that not outrage you, Pittsburgh team?
We know he was there. We know he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. It's not like he's doing anything lewd or lascivious. We knew that. That's what I'm saying. It's not like it's new information.
It would be like, okay, we know Tank was in a hit and run, but if we seen the video, that would be different, right? That'd be a different type of confirmation. It would be more like, oh my gosh, like seeing is believing. Like there's more than one form of evidence.
But we know for a fact Tank was there. We know he hit this car. We ain't even got to use allegedly. Like we know he did this shit. Like there's no allegedly. That like he got eyewitness accounts, all kind of stuff. We don't have that with Trump, right? We got emails from what? No, we don't have that. So we have rumors,
that's why people are so shocked at the photos, because there's no concrete proof. I mean, speculation, of course, strong speculation.
Yeah.
But that's why they're so shocked at this, Pittsburgh T. With Trump taking pictures with Epstein, new photos, and they got more girls that have faces that are blurred out, and this is released by the Epstein estate. That's why people are so shocked.
I mean, but they ain't doing nothing though. Like, okay, so if he's friends with the guy, and remember Epstein at one point he was running Victoria's Secrets because he got the power of attorney from the guy Wexler or whatever. I think it's Wexler is his name, who was running Victoria's Secret. He signed over the power of attorney to Epstein. Remember they did like a whole documentary on that, like where they were recruiting girls through Victoria's Secret through like these modeling agencies, and they were disappearing. And they kind of took that down, and they tried to tie that into Disney. But either way, I'm saying it's no surprise that the guy who had all this stuff going on like that he's surrounded by women, and Trump, who loved to be around pageants and you know all of that kind of stuff, a lot of stuff that people have problems with, that they're around young women. And Trump at the time had to probably be about 50 or 60. Still an old ass dude, no matter what. I mean, he's 70 something now. So you're talking 20 years from now, like 50s, late 50s, 50 something years old. Yeah, man, that's about right. 20 something year old white guy. Yeah, that's about right. I mean, but young and underage, those are two different things. So I don't know. What I'm saying is not a surprise that he's on the picture with Epstein. We know he was hanging out with Epstein. We know he was boys with Epstein. Epstein, we know that he was around a bunch of women from varying ages, from underage to other age, to young and a bit above. That's what we know. That's what we know. So for him to be around Epstein and be taking pictures is not surprising, not shocking.
All I gotta say is this: that man denies any involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Even
that's
knowing
crazy.
he ain't got nothing to do with it. every day we start seeing more and more photos, and then they still got more to go through. But you better buckle in, man, because you're the only one with the balls enough to defend Donald Trump or defend your viewpoint. The rest of them people gonna stay in.
I mean, if we see something, we see it. But right now, we just ain't seen nothing. Right now, we just know that he's friends with the guy, and we know what Jeffrey Epstein do. That don't mean
What
that
about the
he did it.
emails on the screen? What about the emails on the screen where Jeffrey Epstein talks about, the girls that he has for his client, and that he knows a guy that used to recruit for Donald Trump, and he can recruit them girls as well. Like, you don't think that's incriminating?
No, because in that same email, they're talking about how they're going to get close to Trump and how he's going to try to manipulate Trump. So if they that close, he wouldn't have to be trying to game plan it. That's what he's got emails where he's trying to game plan how they're gonna get in close with Trump. So no, he can't be close and be trying to game plan in like you don't know the fucking guy. So no, I don't take. Listen, I'm not gonna take Jeffrey Epstein's word at 100% because it's even if I took it at his word, it's contradictory. Because one minute he's the best buddy in the world, the next minute he's trying to fucking come up with this whole scheme to get close to Trump. What you mean you got to get close to Trump? I thought y'all was fucking best buddies. So no, I don't take those emails are from Epstein himself to whoever he was writing them to. So that's from his perspective. I can't take them at 100%. I don't know how much of that is true and how much of that is false. I have no idea.
I don't know, Pittsburgh. I'll say this: it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard, at this point to defend Trump, because even with that stuff, I don't. What you're referring to, Pittsburgh T, I don't remember him saying that in the emails. Now, I could be some stuff out there I ain't privy to, because I will say it's been a lot of stuff that's been released. But in the emails that I see, he was basically saying that Trump was the dog that ain't barked yet, I believe, and that it wasn't nothing like, well, we trying to get close to Trump. It was basically like Trump is being blackmailed, and Trump is not going to
But
see
that's
him.
But that's when he had that dog to be. He was talking about how they were going to try to do something with him. They knew that he had that whole situation with the porn stars. They even mentioned that in the emails. That's in there. So like a lot of this stuff is like, it's not like he's not talking about Trump in a way that like, well, we boys and stuff, and I'm just going to give him a call. No, he's sitting up there trying to strategize with him and say what they can do and how they can do it. So no, I just don't. I don't really see it. And even if it was something, I haven't even seen nothing that's like a smoking gun. Me personally, no more than what we already know. You could say you could put your speculation on it. I mean, but it's not nothing no more than we already know. And the funny thing is, a lot of this stuff that was supposed to be released was supposed to be, supposed to be jaw dropping. I haven't seen it. No more than what we already know, which is that he hung out with Epstein. We already know that. Check. That he took pictures with Epstein. Seen that. Check. Epstein was still trying to get at him when he was the first term. Check. We seen that too in the emails. So I don't see nothing that late breaking. Unless I missed something.
If we checking all these things, could that lead? Do you think that Trump still has a plausible deniability? Do you think that he could be around all this stuff and not know nothing?
I don't know what he knew, but I know he was there. Like the idea that he keeps saying he wasn't there, I think that's nuts because he was there. I think that's a fucking lie. I don't know that. I don't know if that means that he was with underage. I don't think that means the same thing. Because the same thing, okay, we doing that. The same thing with Diddy when they had this whole thing with Diddy, and they kept saying he had these parties, right? And everybody who they know went to the parties when they would talk about it, and be like, well, I went to the parties, but there was a party after the party. I wasn't involved in that. Nobody said, hey man, she was at the parties. We know you was drugging them girls. Nobody said that to these people. But like the inference that we're trying to do is because people were there. That's what he did. He may or may not have done. He could have been right there with him. He could not have. I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm not going to jump to that. I mean, I would like to have some actual proof of it. And if they got it, why they don't impeach him? Just drum up your pages of impeachment. It's not like they're above the shit. They didn't tried it before. They don't impeach him. Fuck it. Get it out the way.
Let me show you this, Pittsburgh T. This is why I mean Pittsburgh T. Why I'm slowly losing it because people won't jump off the Trump train. Let me show you the insanity in this, Pittsburgh T. This is just recent with Donald Trump. Look at this right here.
President, do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
And who should?
Tim Walz, over the fraud scandal in his state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that
from the day I watched JD destroy him in the debate. I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field, and I think she's leading the field in this for the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily because I want to run against it, whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table, you know, but I want them to win because we've done a great job for this country and I want that to be carried forward. And, you know, I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But no, I think that Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay, there's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes, but this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off, and now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that, Scott, I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I can say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them the hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other. And we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go. Come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
Tonight, President Trump.
Who's we? Donald Trump's parents migrated over here. Donald Trump is a beneficiary of government assistance. That's how he created his father created a lot of wealth, and they actually had discrimination against black people, but that's neither here nor there. Like who is Donald Trump talking to? Who is, like, I don't understand. Like Donald Trump, if we didn't want him in our country, Somalians, they're coming over here. They're doing this, they're doing that. Like Donald Trump. That's what I mean by the insanity Pittsburgh T. Do people who are Trump supporters look at this and say he's right? Because nobody was talking about Somalian immigrants before. Nobody was talking about them eating the cats and dogs before he started saying, is there anything that Donald Trump has become a deity to his followers at this point? No matter how stupid it is what he says, they're eating the cats, they're eating the ducks. He said that during a live presidential debate. My God, man, I can't believe this is our future. I mean, excuse me, this is our present. Our present. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me play this real quick. There's another clip I wanted to read. Hold on. Maybe I think Pittsburgh team might be doing something anyway. So hold on. Give me a second. Hold on.
Somalians ripped off that state for billions of dollars. Billions. Every year. Billions of dollars. And they contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too.
And now a federal official tells CNN.
Yeah.
On Tim Walz, Mr. President, do you think
They didn't want him in that. You know who he sounded like? He sounded like. Hold on, let me find this clip. This is who Donald Trump sounds like. Oh my God! When I heard it, I don't want him in that country. They come from. I know it's not politically correct, but I'm going to tell the truth. When I heard that, oh my God, my brain immediately went here. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I don't know if they're going to flag the clip, so I'll just go to the most important part. Here we go. It's on YouTube, man. They bet not. But hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Should be fine. This is who Trump reminded me of when he was talking. That's who Donald Trump sounds like to me. We don't understand you. Go back to your country. And this was a skit. Donald Trump sounds like that in real life. That is crazy, man. I know YouTube's gonna get me for that. They're gonna give me a copyright claim. I'm gonna just edit it out. So but that's what Donald Trump sounds like. You know, they're coming over here. We don't want them. We don't want them in our country. We just don't want them. Who's we? Is it the people that you were crying out for reparations for? Because Donald Trump, he understood reparations. He understood reparations when it was time for the others to get them.
Knows those computers better than any.
Hold up. That was wrong clip. Man, I might have deleted it. Hold on. I don't understand you. I think I might have deleted it. That's crazy. Donald Trump got me.
Of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all. We are going to have real education in America. Thank you.
Interesting.
Hey, I mean, elections got consequences, bro.
What that mean?
I mean, we only had two candidates. People picked this guy. That's what it is. That's what we got.
Not only
they didn't want the other lady.
They got there dancing and said, "I will vote, yeah, for Donald Trump." You had a bunch of people. You had veterans for Trump. You had a whole bunch of people that was voting for Donald Trump.
No, but I don't think our people care about that. I think our people just rejected the lady candidate for whatever the reason, for a lot of different things. I just think that like they got to come up with better candidates. I think that's for fact. And it seems like they trying to prep Gavin Newsom. They going out their way to make sure Gavin Newsom get denied, which I think is insane. And that's look like what they trying to do, literally.
Gavin Newsom
Which
either,
will
but
be another problem.
he probably gonna win it. But I want to show you this too, Pittsburgh. You check this out. This is Donald Trump. Right?
When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us, at our stupidity. And now they're beating us economically. They are not our friend, believe me. But they're killing us economically. The US has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems. And these are the best and the finest. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people who have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people. But I talk to border guards and they tell us what we're getting. And it only makes common sense. It only makes
So that was Donald Trump that was talking about the rapists that are coming over here. Meanwhile, him and Jeffrey Epstein are getting really, really cozy. You know what I mean? Trump's getting so cozy that he's taking off his slippers and blowing Bubba. So that was that was Donald Trump during the campaign trail. You know what I mean? And let me show you this.
Well, I
Pittsburgh.
mean, let's say he wasn't all the way wrong. They not like the people that's sneaking over the border, bro. You ain't getting no neuroscientists and them kind of people coming over here, bro. You're not getting that. Go ahead, play it.
Hold on. I gotta fast forward anyway. Somebody said it's AI because they heard the voice. It's so crazy. When Donald Trump is on record, double it down on that comment. But so here we go.
The Southwest Saturday, refusing to back down on his immigration stance. He's even confident that he hasn't alienated Hispanic Americans.
If I get the nomination, I will win the Hispanic vote.
But when it came time for audience questions at his first event in Las Vegas, he was confronted about his controversial comments.
I'm Roberto Salinas. I'm actually from Mexico. I'm incredibly insulted by the remarks.
I was waiting for this. Did the government of Mexico ask you to come up here and make this?
At a second stop in Phoenix, thousands of supporters packed the city's convention center, where organizers were forced to relocate when the event grew too large.
We have to stop illegal immigration. We have to. We have to.
Hey! Oh, Donald Trump has got to go!
Protesters have.
So I show that Pittsburgh T to say, I cannot believe he got elected. I cannot believe the same people that he talked about in Bass went out and voted against their best interests. He went up there and told them straight up that they're sending the worst that are coming over here. And you kind of alluded to it, Pittsburgh T. You kind of alluded to
Well, they not saying no. He said, I agree. I don't know if they're saying the worst, but I'll say this: the people that's coming from Mexico, them ain't the best people that they got coming from Mexico because they'll go through the visa process. They'll qualify. They not. And some of these countries are doing that now. Are all of them doing it? No, I think that's far in between. I don't know what the number is. I have no idea. Know what the real number is. But there's little countries that are clearing out jails when they had that parole program. I don't even know if you're familiar with that, where they would let people leave from a neighboring country from a certain airport to fly into American airport, and they were under the parole program, where they got pushed in the program right away and got their information whatever way they wanted to vet it, get them straight to the front of the line. So yeah, that was happening. Now, was it like this mass 80 percentile thing? I don't think so. I don't think it's that serious, but I think it was something happening.
Well, Pittsburgh T, I got some good news. I got some bad news for you. Good news is, I saved a bunch of money on my car insurance by switching to Geico. Bad news is Donald Trump pardoned a president that was accused of drug trafficking, literally the stuff that he said he didn't want immigrants to do.
Hernandez of Honduras, both accused of stealing elections, both indicted on narco-trafficking charges, but only one pardoned by President Trump.
Can you explain more about why you would pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about.
Trump granted Hernandez a pardon while Maduro faces an armada and an all-out effort to oust him.
It seems enormously hypocritical what Trump is doing in these two cases.
So why did Trump let one leader off the hook? The answer, analysts say, is at the heart of his foreign policy. Before he was in handcuffs, Juan Orlando Hernandez led Honduras for 2 terms as president. But federal prosecutors say he built his rise from local congressman to the presidential palace on drug money. Hernandez was convicted in 2024 of what prosecutors called one of the biggest and most violent narco-trafficking conspiracies in the world, protecting drug routes in exchange for millions. In total, prosecutors said he helped flood the U.S. with more than 400 tons of cocaine.
Hernandez had been sentenced last year to 45 years in prison for allowing tons of cocaine to flow through his country into the United States while giving top drug traffickers state protection. He basically turned his country, one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere, into a narco state.
He allegedly even boasted they were going to stuff cocaine up the gringos' noses. Prosecutors also won convictions against his younger brother Tony, a former lawmaker, his national police chief, and his cousin, also a high-ranking national police official. Exactly the sort of narco cabal that Trump officials accused Venezuela's president Nicolás Maduro of leading.
Hernandez's treatment differs totally from what Donald Trump is trying to do with Venezuela's president, Nicolás Maduro, who was indicted in 2020 by the United States for roughly the same sort of crimes that Hernandez was convicted of. He is a dictator in all but name. He is accused of stealing 2 elections and supposedly leading a very loose-knit group of corrupt generals and senior officials protecting cocaine shipments.
It's not the first time Trump has rescued Hernandez. In 2017, Hernandez, like Maduro, faced allegations of election fraud as he sought a second term. Independent election monitors found irregularities with the tallying, calling for a new vote. But Trump, then in his first term, recognized Hernandez as the winner anyway. Now he's arguing the criminal case against Hernandez was a setup.
They had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was a Biden horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that.
The pardon was a bombshell in Honduras. No one was expecting it.
Hernandez was arrested just days after leaving office in 2022, when Joe Biden was president. But the prosecution against him and his family was in full gear during Trump's first term, with Emil Bovey, later Trump's personal lawyer and senior Justice Department attorney, leading the case against Tony Hernandez. Still, Trump granted the pardon after an all-out campaign by the family, including this 4-page letter from Hernandez himself.
That letter had been circulated in Washington among Trump's inner circle. It basically hit all the right spots if you want to get a pardon from Trump. It basically praised him, it flattered him, it said that Juan Orlando had drawn strength from studying Trump and seeing how Trump had been a victim of lawfare.
Trump's longtime friend Roger Stone, who had been pushing Hernandez's case for months, urged the president to issue a well-timed pardon ahead of Honduran elections on November 30th.
I was delighted about 3 hours after I sent a copy of this letter to President Trump to read on Truth Social that he had announced the full and unconditional pardon.
2 days later, Hondurans voted. Analysts say Trump's pardon announcement may have helped Hernandez's Partido Nacional clean up its image, still tainted by his conviction, especially because it came with a direct warning. If the party's candidate Nasri Tito Asfura lost, Trump suggested the U.S. would cut aid. Honduras, one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere, received over $193 million in U.S. assistance last year.
Without a doubt, Trump is throwing his weight around in the Western Hemisphere. This seems to me a bit of a return to the 19th century, and he's picking winners and losers. And the winners are basically his friends, his ideological friends, or people like Milei in Argentina, who he just provided.
Pittsburgh, I thought y'all was worried about drugs and them sending their worst. But he over there pardoning the guy who's responsible for literal drugs coming over to the U.S. Pardoning that guy.
Yeah, but they do that. They do that all the time, though, Scholar. I think, but that's an American problem, bro.
We gotta stay on Trump. because Trump
Yeah.
marketed it as they sending the worst. We can't allow them to send the worst because they're bringing over drugs, they're breaking the laws, they're doing X, Y, Z. And then you have a guy that says, "Hold my beer," and is doing all of the above, and he pardons that guy.
Well, hey, what was that? Remember that tall basketball chick that they did the exchange for? Wasn't that the merchant of weapons or some shit? What was that dude called? The guy who was all the arms or something? Like, bro, we don't care, man. America say all kind of shit. If it's drugs, hell, we went in and got Noriega out of went and arrested Noriega after Ronald Reagan and they had no use for him no more. After he got elected, he wanted to clean his mess up. Like we just seen America get involved in countries in all kind of dirty, illicit ways, man. That's just what they do. I don't even think that's exclusive to Trump. I just think America do dirty stuff, bro.
Why is it so hard to say Trump is wrong?
No, he's wrong. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that's something we do as a country. We get involved in other people's elections. We do that.
For Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
No, this ain't got nothing to do with Trump, bro.
Run
Bro,
and
Israel.
We got to do something about immigrants. Immigrants are a problem. They're eating the cats and dogs. They are bringing drugs over here. They're bringing rapists.
They are. They were.
List all of these things, and then go pardon a dude who's responsible for a large drug operation and flowing.
We hypocrites.
As a matter of fact, he was talking about places that wasn't even responsible for fentanyl, saying that he was gonna use the military to do strikes on them at sea. But if you're that dedicated to drugs, then why would you be pardoning an actual drug dealer that was bringing it in by the tons?
But we seen somebody who was in bed with Noriega get election, man, didn't have a war on drugs, bro. Like that's on American stands, bro. That's the game that they play. These people play crazy. You act like this is exclusive, like America ain't been doing this. We've been doing this for years. This ain't new.
So America been doing it for years, so Trump get a pass.
No, I'm saying when he leave, we're gonna still do it. We went in during that place we backed out and took all them poppy seeds out of Afghanistan. That's why we had that drug epidemic. We always going in countries doing backward stuff, bro. On the slide. And we don't really care the effect of it. We got a motive behind it. And then we'll go in after we do something, make some money, and then be like, you can't do that no more. Don't do that no more now. We ain't gonna have that. That's illegal. We will not stand for this. We do this all the time. I mean, if we want to go on some recent examples, we can, but we done did this. We done seen this too many times, man. This ain't new to exclusive to Trump. And when we get the next president, he gonna do the same shit.
Let's see. Okay, we got okay, let's go down the list now. Let's go down the list with the current president. Because we don't know who's gonna be the future president, and the past presidents are already out. So the current president, right, that's holding office, he has sexual assault case that he lost. So, you know, he lost that case. So he sexually assaulted somebody. He got felonies.
No, that's a civil suit, bro. That's civil. That don't count.
Donald Trump sexually assaulted somebody, Pittsburgh T.
Come on, bro. That's civil, bro. The bar for a civil lawsuit ain't the same as a criminal lawsuit. Come on, bro.
So do you think the dude that's grabbing him by the pussy didn't sexually assault somebody?
Because he said that, bro? So you think because a person say some shit, that mean they did it? I don't know.
That's how that works, Pittsburgh T.
I don't know, bro. I've seen some people say some wild stuff around a bunch of dudes, man. I can't believe everything somebody say. You want to do that, then that's cool.
That's crazy.
I don't believe nobody at first. When a bunch of dudes around, they start telling stories. Dudes fabricate all kind of stuff, man. They be the biggest player in the world. They be the fucking truth.
Even if he fabricated, that was
stupid. It's weird and creepy.
You walk up and you kiss these girls. Pittsburgh T. The whole idea that Donald Trump doesn't like women in men's locker rooms and the whole fear mongering that they do. He literally bragged about being the judge for a beauty pageant and going into the locker rooms of the women.
I mean, Scholar, that's you trying to get like what you trying to find, and you never gonna find this. You want to have some honest person be a politician, bro. That shit don't exist, bro. It's like an oxymoron. That ain't gonna work. And then America's policies is American policies. When it comes to our international policies, they've been very fucking consistent. We gonna come, steal, kill, or destroy and take your resources. And if you ain't down for us, we finna get you up out of there. We done did it a whole bunch of times. We recently. Gaddafi, we did it with him. They ain't had no business going in there getting Gaddafi at all. They had zero reason going there. None. There were no international law that made let them go in that country and take that man up out of there and blow all that land up. We did it anyways. Nobody said anything. Uh, Saddam Hussein, same thing. They talking about stuff they did 20 years ago, and they do the same thing. They're gonna keep doing it. So no, that's not new. And if you look at the people in Israel, that group that they're fighting, those people was elected. America and Israel didn't like the people that they elected. They felt like it was a crazy religious sect that was in charge of it. So we always manipulate stuff, bro. They just it don't matter.
So Pittsburgh, you think over 24 people is lying about Donald Trump's sexually assaulted him? And Epstein, he just so happened to be on film saying, you got to grab him by the pussy. They kind of like that. You think all of this stuff is a coincidence, Pittsburgh T?
So you don't think 24 women? Okay, let me ask you another better question. Let's say some kind of magical way. Let's say Rob G, who was just up here, he went $50 million. He went $50 million, right?
Rob G
and
always
nobody. Yeah, let's say Rob G, because Rob G a good dude. Let's say Rob G win 50 mil. Next year, nobody know Rob G got this money. All of a sudden, it get published somewhere. Rob G get this money. You don't think women gonna be popping about talking about some shit he did in high school, and he did this and he did that? Man, I can't believe every accusation just because the volume of it. I don't really agree with that. Now, if they got some actual proof and they did it, lock their motherfucking ass up.
Okay, well, Pittsburgh T, let's go through the proof, right? So let's give them the benefit of the doubt on the what do you call it? Preponderance of evidence, not beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, let's give them that. All right. So we got a guy, right, who has those charges. This same guy is in a lot of pictures with Jeffrey Epstein, is on record saying that Jeffrey Epstein and I are the same. We both love women. He likes them a little bit on the outside. He's on record talking about women really love when you just kiss them, and grab them by the pussy. The fact that Donald Trump was talking about going into the dressing room of a teen pageant, as somebody said in the chat, you got all of these things that point to sexual deviant, sexual misconduct. What is one to believe about said president?
I mean, he created no crime, though, Scholar. But that's not criminal. None of the stuff you said is criminal.
Epstein never went to court, but we know he committed it.
No, we know we got a preponderance of evidence. We got video. We got people, eyewitness accounts of him actually doing the thing that he's supposed to be doing. People on the actual island. So no, we actually got a legitimate proof. All we got with this guy is speculation. We don't really have that.
What do you need to Pittsburgh T? If this was anybody else, Pittsburgh T, I brought this up earlier. Barack Obama had a Photoshop photo of him with a kid on the boat. They automatically tied him to Jeffrey Epstein for that Photoshop photo. You got all of these pictures, you got emails, you got all of this stuff connecting Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump, with his dumb ass, has publicly said, well, Jeffrey Epstein, I stopped hanging around that guy because he kept recruiting my workers. And it's like, wait a minute, sex workers? Because he talked about how you had a guy that was really good at recruiting girls and promised the girls to whoever he was talking to in the email. And all of a sudden, you and him fall out, not because he's a heinous individual, but because he was recruiting your help. Pittsburgh T, what more evidence do you need? Look, Pittsburgh T, I ain't gonna say who, he's not here to defend himself. One dude said that he need footage of Donald Trump blowing bubbles.
That brother wanted to get down to dirt. He wanted to do his own investigation. You can't help a brother because he's thorough, man. That brother is thorough.
Bro, that is the weirdest
that
shit.
Brother, hey, that brother is thorough, man. I can't hate a brother because he's thorough. That brother is thorough, and his name is Mr. Thorough. As far as the evidence, it ain't no real evidence, bro. Like, you just got him saying some stupid ass shit that nobody would agree with, but you don't really have because remember the one chick that actually tried to say that he was involved, she got on the stand and said he wasn't involved. Right? She testified that in court. The one that they even they point to an email. So no, you don't really have nothing concrete. You just got the view of public opinion.
You talking about the one that Donald Trump gave special privileges to in jail?
No, 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 no. It was one of them young girls that was on the island that they asked her because they were bringing a suit. I don't think this had nothing to do with his presidency. This was before this. And what's that guy named? The one with glasses. He was his Epstein's lawyer, Jeffrey Durchin or something like that. I can't think of his whole name, but he's always on CNN. He's got glasses. He was actually Epstein's lawyer at some point, which he's a dirtbag for that. That's a whole nother thing. But there was one girl that was accusing, had some accusations against him. She testified that neither one of them did nothing to her. That particular one person. Now, does that mean he didn't do anything? No, but that means you don't have actual proof of him doing anything to anybody. Because the one person that was speculated that we could tie a name to, they actually testified that he didn't do anything to that person in particular. So no, I just don't see any actual proof.
Damn, Pittsburgh T, if you don't see any proof in this, you ain't gonna see the proof in that. We might as well question the moon land in Pittsburgh T. Pictures, emails,
I mean,
video.
we might not have got to the moon, brother. Wait now, I don't know, brother. We might not have got to the moon, brother. I don't know if we did this episode before, but I've been doing my research, my Googles, brother. I don't know if we got to the moon. I know the Earth ain't flat, but I don't know if we got to the moon. Let's say that.
And what somebody in the chat said, he said, as bad as the deep states wants Trump, they would have had Biden release them without question. It's the craziest stuff. Trump is the deep state, if you haven't figured it out by now.
I mean,
Trump,
they do got the whole thing inside the agency. I don't know if it's called no deep state though.
man,
It's kind of
Trump is
crazy.
man is in charge of the FBI, the CIA. The man is telling, threatening Facebook, saying if he does something this election, that he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. He's blocking mergers until he gets his cut off the top. Like he's out there doing whatever he wants to. He's bombing people. He's doing acts of stealing oil. Like he's just doing a bunch of stuff. He's behaving how he wants to. Trump is the deep state. I know people might think Trump is an outsider, but Trump has written check to Kamala Harris for her campaigns. He was a lobbyist.
Well,
He's a lobbyist turned politician. He's not going to drain the swamp. He is the swamp.
I mean, look here, Scholar. They got a group called the Collins. I think it's the Collins Elite. Look it up. Because they actually got a group that's within the government that's well known that is part of that. If you look them up, they into some wild stuff, man. So I don't know about no deep state, but they got official names for some of these groups that's been around for a long time, blocking stuff and knocking stuff down. That's been around for a while, man. As far as the other stuff that he involved with, I ain't seen no actual proof. I can get the sentiment where you try to draw these lines. I get it. It's cool. It's fun to do. But I just don't see no real stuff going on. Because remember, we did the same thing with Puffy. They told us he was messing with underage people. He had all these bottles of oil, all this stuff. And then when they went to trial, we didn't see none of that. They kept showing us the same tape we already seen.
I mean, they didn't allow any cameras in the courtroom, so nobody's seen anything. But I mean, it was the dumbass jurors who decided that Puff Daddy was innocent of 3 out of the 5 charges. Puff Daddy did exactly what they said he did, man. That dude is
No, he didn't, bro. Racketeering? How could you have racketeering with yourself, bro?
Yes.
How you Okay, explain that to me. Self, make this phone call. Okay, self. You gotta have multiple people for racketeering, bro.
And racketeer by yourself? Yeah, you could. The people that he was getting through were the victims. So if you're doing a sex crime, you can literally be the head pimp and still do racketeering. You can run an organization by yourself and have nothing but victims. Like that would be so. Let's say you get somebody who's a pimp, and this pimp has children, and he's getting his children to participate in selling drugs, and then he got the women out there selling their bodies for him. That's what he could get hit with the RICO.
That's not a RICO, bro. That's not RICO. That's a criminal act, but it's not RICO. Man, let me look up the definition of RICO. That's not RICO. RICO can't be it can't be one person in RICO. It's impossible, bro. That's the dumbest shit ever. Like the charges that they brought up on Puffy had nothing to do with all the stuff we talk about. It was the dumbest shit ever. And then when the trial came out, kind of find out Cassie over there making all the phone calls, paying them and everything. So no, man, that man should not be in jail for that, man.
I ain't heard of that. That's a conspiracy.
Bro, you gonna put the cape on? Go ahead. Let me move out to it. Go ahead, bro. What do you think?
Man, nah, we can't be presenting that. You ain't got no proof. You got just as much proof that Cassie was paying people than Puff. There's more proof that Puff was doing racketeering than Cassie paying people. But you believe that?
No, the worker said it. The person that she was paying
was
was
also saying
saying that.
That Diddy was putting stuff in their bottle and sleeping with underage girls, but you don't believe that.
No, not the people that was working. You talking about the guys. I'm talking about the people that they had prepped for trial. And then the prosecutor had a whole list of people that they was prepping for trial. A lot of people they didn't want to go to trial when they didn't even call them because they went against the narrative that they was pushing. But when people went and interviewed the people that was on that list that they have to go to trial, like one of them dudes was suing them because of that. He's like, hey man, this lady was the one that was calling me. I don't get it. And she lied on me and my name and the way she was presenting herself. So the guy ended up suing her. That's a fact. You can look it up. So no, that stuff that they said, if it happened, they ain't had no proof of it. Because they don't stand the charges. Let me see. Can you be a single person? I'll rephrase this. Can one person be
Tell you what. I'll wait for this answer. They finna tell you yes.
One person be charged with RICO. Yeah, let me put that. This is crazy, bro. This is insane, bro. I just never seen this before, bro. The internet's gonna let us down, bro.
When you use your business as an influence to coerce, threaten, or manipulate, yes, that they could be hit with the RICO. That's literally what they made it for.
Nope, it says RICO requires a pattern of racketeering activity, at least 2 qualifying predicate crimes within 10 years that is connected to an enterprise. Okay, the enterprise can be a gang, a business, a political operation, or other ongoing organization. Okay, the statute does not require how many defendants. Prosecutors can charge one individual if that person is alleged to have committed or directed the racketeering pattern. That's some nonsense, man. The law need to be changed, man. That's crazy, man. They just slap a RICO on anybody. RICO for you, man. That's crazy.
And he can be hit with the law. Pittsburgh T, you definitely can be hit with the RICO law if you have a business, especially if you're using it, like you're using your influence and you're using the business.
No, but the business wasn't used for that. He made money off the man. That's crazy, man. This got to stop, man. You got to get these laws changed, man. But Donald Trump gonna change the law, though. I ain't worried about it. And Diddy, man, that whole thing with Diddy and 50 Cent is I don't even know what to say about that dude, man. He's not moving like a dude, man. That's some female stuff he did, man. He putting his name on that crap.
Let me finish up with this.
Okay, Tony, go ahead. My bad. We got cops and strays. Right back in. Go ahead.
Tony Tiger, you could definitely get the hell up out of here because you've been here the entire chat. Talk about stop pretending to care about Epstein victims after calling them liars. What the hell is he talking? So you can justify accusing Trump. This is why I mean, Pittsburgh T, this is your clan. Get your friend. These are the people that align with your thinking, Pittsburgh T. What the
I ain't got nothing to do with that dude.
I don't even know.
I voted for one dude. I ain't vote for the whole Republican Party, so I ain't no MAGA. I only voted for one guy Republican. I ain't vote for all of them. I don't know that dude. And any man that call himself a Tony the Tiger, man, you need to go take a good look in the mirror anyways. I don't know how you came up with that name any fucking way.
That man called himself Tigress, Tony Tigress. So he the female line.
That's crazy. That's like Meg the Stallion. You know, a stallion is a male horse. That's not even a female horse, bro.
Where? Yeah, but she bad though, so I'm gonna give up Pat. But look, let's go into 50 Cent, Pittsburgh T. So listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I like 50 Cent. You know, we'll transfer over because we didn't roll the Epstein stuff. We've been up at 9 hours cooking. So we'll transition into this, right? To people that don't care about hip hop, this might be the time to log off. You know, make sure you subscribe before you do it because we have political conversations over here. And like you see, we don't always agree on everything, and it makes for good conversation. We're all brothers over here. But check this out. So I ain't gonna say a soft spot, but I like 50 Cent. I like 50 Cent. I feel like 50 Cent he gets a bad rap because of public perception of him, but I think he's actually really a good dude. I think there's no way you could be a bad dude and have $1 million for your friend sitting out whenever he get out of jail, then let every single member of G Unit get the shoe deal when it's really your shoe deal, you know. But he said something during the interview, and the woman asked him basically like, do you think that hip hop is okay with this? And he was like, I think that if I wouldn't have did this, people would have thought hip hop was okay with this type of behavior. Listen, that might be a political answer, calculated. I like it. I like it. I think hip hop, as much as I listen to it, as much as I like it, and it's part of our culture, it is responsible for a lot of bad stuff or bad views of women today. And stuff like this, like what Diddy was doing, was normalized. It was normalized in hip hop, which is why Puff was able to operate as long as he was, because it was normalized. So I like that 50 Cent said that. You know, like I said, it could be a political answer. It was a hell of a political answer because I like what he said. I like how he answered it.
Man, Puff he only care about Puff because he had his old lady or his ex woman on her back. That's it. That's the only reason this dude care, bro. All that other stuff he owned, that ain't remotely true, man. Because he ain't do nothing about Weinstein. He knew about him too. He ain't do nothing about Kevin Spacey. All these other dudes he ain't care nothing about. Man, get out of here. Like now he care about hip hop. Weinstein was breaking moves. Like these guys was all in that media, that whole space, making movies and productions and all kind of stuff together. Man, get out of here with that. He only cares because that dude and his ex lays in the air, bro.
No, I don't disagree with that. I know that he's motivated by whatever happened to them and what happened in the past. But at the same time, T, who gives a damn about the motivation? Who cares about the truth and who tells it? As long as it's the truth, right?
I mean, but is this the truth? Because these documentaries like this, bro, I didn't. First of all, let me just put it out there. I didn't watch it. I'm probably never gonna watch it. But whenever people start splicing stuff up and editing and stuff, man, I can't watch stuff like that, bro.
It's how media work.
Yeah, I can't do it, bro. Can't do it. I just ain't gonna do it. People want to believe that, and they want to think. Because think about it, they put a documentary on Netflix, and people think that shit is 100% legit. And you find out all kind of shit in there is wrong. So I just can't do it. I mean, hey man, if people want to believe that, that's cool. But I know the dude is motivated by him being petty as hell. He always had a problem with Buddy busting his woman down, his ex down, or whatever she was to him. That's baby mama, right? That's baby mama, I think. Leaves. Yes. One I was working for. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah. So I think that's all it is.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care what his motivation is. I think 50 Cent is the most pettiest dude alive, and definitely entertaining and funny. And I don't dislike him going at Puffy. Like, especially if I think it's deeper than that. I don't think it's behind just the girl. I think Puffy might have did something behind the scene that 50 Cent never forgave. I don't think it's just the shopping stuff. I think that might have been the first time that he tried him. You know how somebody will try you, and in the moment you don't really like, damn, I should have said this, I should have did this. But I think he just reverted to not liking him, and that's why he's motivated. But honestly, I think that Netflix came to him with this. I don't think 50 Cent produced this, or executive produced it. I think he just threw his
definitely didn't. Yeah, of course he didn't produce that, bro.
Just because of the beef. I don't think he's marketing off the beef like everybody. Like I said, a lot of situations with 50 Cent, people look at and think, oh man, he's the bad guy, he's this and that. When really, he's not a victim, but really they don't, like, it's public perception. It's because they think he's the bad guy that he ends up being the bad guy. But in this situation, somebody came to him with a bag, say, hey man, you want to executive produce this? So you mean I could executive produce this? It'd be successful, so success is tied to my name, and you're gonna give me a big check? Netflix dropping big bags, bro. Let's not act like they not. They paying a lot, you know what I mean? Because they number one in streaming right now. So with all those things said, why in the hell would he turn it down is the question I have. With somebody else, anybody else who thinks 50 Cent is bad or a bad person, would they turn down a bag that somebody is giving them to go at one of their enemies, and all you got to do is put your name? The hard work is already put in the documentary.
Well, as in the names of like that, man, that booty for sale, brother. I mean, if that booty for sale, man, go
No,
ahead. Sell your booty, man. Go
no,
ahead.
the booty is
Go
for sale.
ahead.
When if he twerking for the cash, they come to him for a bag with his enemy, Pittsburgh T. That's not selling your booty. This is an enemy. This is somebody that doesn't like you. And you
He's
like them.
selling that booty, brother. He's selling that booty, brother. Because why? So, because let's examine why he's the enemy. Because he knocked down your ex, man. Get out of here, bro.
I don't think
Like,
that's
that's
it.
corny as hell.
I don't think that's the sole reason. I don't think that's the sole reason that's it. 50 Cent knew she was one time he got into a fight with her over the baby, and he was like, "You a sex worker, my little sex worker." Like I think he caught wind of how she got there. I don't think that's the reason. I think the reason is because something that we might not never know. You know why he dislikes Puff Daddy. I don't know. Maybe it might be some
Yeah.
streets. I don't know.
Yeah, it's that woman. He
I
had to
don't
do some coming American stuff. Get on your knees, bark like a dog. That's
It
what he had
can't
to
be.
know.
Why you not mad? Why you not mad at Marquise Mama and who she dating? Why you not mad? 50 Cent got other chicks that he's been tied to, and they keep doing it. It ain't been no beef. The beef that
Yeah,
he
but
had, serious, like with Ja Rule, somebody life was threatened. It didn't have nothing to do with no woman. He don't have a history of beefing with people because of a woman. So it would lead me to believe that the disdain that he have is something we might not never know. That might be leaning more towards the streets.
Nah, it's about that woman, bro. Cause like them kind of niggas, they insecure, man. They can't have that woman out here moving on with a dude with more money and more pop than them, and that's all that was. Puffy had more money than him. That's all that was.
I
And he
disagree.
had more control. She over there doing stuff for him. She ain't never did. She ain't never been part of no order. She probably fought that nigga down to get a threesome. And she over there busting over for the whole crew. Like, nah, man, that dude just couldn't handle it, man.
Man,
He
ain't no
just
way.
married an animal. He ain't know he got an animal, and that's what he got. And 50 just showed him what he had, and he got mad at 50. That's all that happened. Ego.
Nah, I disagree with that.
I mean,
I
he
just
ain't do nothing anyways, but put his name on something, and that could be viewed as true or not true. I mean, you can't say it's actually true.
So how is he a bad person for just getting to the back, Pittsburgh T? Ain't that one of the reasons y'all voted for Trump? Y'all wanted to
Nah, that's
better.
sucker behavior, bro.
Y'all wasn't selling y'all booty.
Nah, I thought they had codes though. I thought hip hop had all these old codes that they had. Scholar, I missed something.
Man,
codes ain't it? Them niggas tough. They got codes.
Man, come on now.
I mean, I'm a square. I don't know nothing about this. I'm just a taxpayer, but I heard them Negroes got codes.
And see if they got codes. Yeah, they got
I'm
a
just
code.
saying, Scholar.
Snitch on you before I snitch on. I'm gonna snitch on you before you snitch on me. That's their code. Yeah, they got codes.
I'm just saying. I thought the Negroes had codes, bro. I'm just saying. They got codes. They shouldn't be getting mad about that, man.
Man, I ain't got no damn codes. No, man. I listen. I was gonna do a whole hour segment on this, Pittsburgh. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna do a whole segment. I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't do it because number one, the documentary I don't feel like was that well put together. And then on top of not being well put together, I just didn't like it because it didn't reveal anything I didn't know about Suge Knight and P. Diddy. Like I didn't learn anything new from that documentary. So it's really hard for me to really get like into it. So that's why I didn't do a follow-up episode. Not saying I might not do one in the future, but I couldn't dedicate a whole episode to that. I didn't feel like it was something I was passionate about. I couldn't cook for an hour or two by myself. So that's normally how I load the gun before I go live. So I was like, nah, I think I'll pass. I think I'll pass on this one. So that's why I passed on that. But as far as 50 Cent being this bad individual, Pittsburgh T, I remember 50 Cent had an excerpt in his book. And he talked about Lloyd Banks. And he said Lloyd Banks has a tattoo of Lazy Lloyd on his arm. He said Lloyd Banks is comfortable being a big fish in a small pond. He said a bunch of things about Lloyd Banks. And people was mad and said 50 Cent didn't have good character because of that. And I'm like, what is wrong with what he's saying? Like, that's so crazy to me. Like, if you had a person who didn't have good work ethic and you had great work ethic and you called it out. What is wrong with it? Like, what loyalty does he have to Lloyd Banks? He made the man a millionaire. When he got on, he froze his projects and put G Unit on. What more does 50 Cent owe to Lloyd Banks?
Yeah, I didn't have no problem with that. I don't have no problem with 50 in general. I just think this was the wrong move. In general, his advice, his business acumen seems to be fine. This right here just it's too far. Way too far, bro. That's not normal behavior. Besides the obvious reason why he did all this foolishness. His book is good. His financial advice he got in his book is actually really good. A lot of good things about 50 Cent. In this situation, we just dead ass wrong, bro. And on top of that, if you had such a problem, why you ain't do this shit when he was out? Why you wait till the man down to kick him when he down? That's the other problem with it.
Man had a criminal organization. 50 Cent might have been scared for his life. You know, he was getting death threats after he worked with for this project.
I don't believe that, bro. I think that's just hype, man. I don't believe that. That man in jail.
Why would he say that he getting death threats if he ain't getting them?
So some people can go click it. Oh man, let me go see it before they take it down. You know, people say I'm gonna go see it before they take it down now. Yeah, that's all the game, man. I think 50 is good at what he does. I just think this is too petty, man. This is way too petty. He shouldn't have did this right here, man. This ain't no good look.
Yeah, I love it.
The thing about 50, he had like he can't be. They can't come and get his ass like they came and got Puffy. They just these moral people, bro.
They not, because 50 Cent ain't out there living like Puff.
Oh my God! All right, Salah, you believe that? If I had to do so, you really believe that?
Nah, he definitely living like Puff. 50 Cent ain't living like that. He too smart. He too calculated. He come from a different side. Like Puff is like single mom, but he went to school, like middle class. 50 Cent has been shot at. He come from he dirt poor. He came from dirt poor. Stay with his ground. Like he too smart for that. He too calculated. He ain't finna if they get him, it's gonna be something minor. It ain't gonna be nothing major. Like one time 50 Cent almost got canceled because he talked about an autistic kid or made fun of him or something like that. So, but no, 50 Cent ain't nothing will happen to 50 Cent. But what was I gonna say? Pittsburgh team tomorrow episode, bro. I don't know if you work tomorrow, but I definitely need you to cook with me tomorrow, bro. We doing the dude that got fired for stalking. I think I'm gonna do a whole episode dedicated to Simps.
Oh man, that dude. Yeah, I was going with Reg with that. That's only part of it. That dude got a whole investigation going outside of that too, with some other stuff going on.
Oh no, besides the stalking?
Yeah, he had remember, that's Michigan. That's where Harbaugh got caught with the sign stealing thing, right? Remember that whole scandal they had where they made the Netflix documentary and all that. They went into the whole. I don't know if you've seen that. They had a whole documentary. They scripted up, but the guy that was in charge of them with the sign stealing thing, where he figured out this whole network of people to help him steal the signs and the way he was going to transmit it back to the coach. Well, anyways, Harbaugh was the coach of Michigan. This guy's the coach of Michigan. Harbaugh got sanctioned, kicked out of the college. He can't go back to college, I don't think, until 2028. And the school got sanctioned where they couldn't go on bowl games and all this other craziness. This guy had a similar investigation about sign stealing. They were investigating him, and then he just came off suspension from sign stealing. So he had that plus that going on. It wasn't just that. So I thought it was, and it was still, he just came off suspension where they figured out that he had like 50 something text messages to the guy who was the criminal enterprise of the last sign stealing in ring. So he doing basically the same shit. So I just think it's convenient. I'm not saying he's not guilty. I just think it's very convenient. They already knew he was messing with that white woman, and they wanted to make a big deal about that. Because nobody talking about that. Yeah, look it up. You'll see it. He got suspended for that, whatever that fool name is. I think he's very silly. So I want to say that's the biggest college stadium in America.
So sign stealing. You're not talking about the Bill Belichick scandal, are you?
No, this was in college. So in college, you had Jim Harbaugh had the biggest one.
Crazy.
The biggest, latest one was the Jim Harbaugh. Is it Jim? Because it's two brothers. I might not be saying the right Harbaugh. It might be the other one. Whatever Harbaugh coached at Michigan, he got caught with the sign stealing, and he went to the NFL. So he can't college coach no more. So I think 2028 or 2030 or some shit. He been in the league for a while. He still can't. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't go back to college. He's banned. But the school got sanctioned. On top of that, the school got sanctioned where they couldn't get on bowl games and all this stuff for a while. I think they might. Once they hired that dude, they finally got back where they can get on TV and all that stuff. So this will be the second dude. So I don't know. You got a lot of stuff going on. I just don't think it's that simple, and I don't think that's the only thing that's going on. Because now nobody even talks about that part of it. All they talk about is this idiot doing all this dumb stuff for this white woman. So do your research, Scholar. You'll see. It's a little crazy.
I'm gonna check it out. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a whole episode on Simps because I gotta do where they are now with what's that dude name we was talking about, Pittsburgh T? Oh, what's Travis Hunter. He actually done. I'm not gonna lie. He might have put his pimp pen down, man, because she done been kind of quiet.
They're young, bro. They're young. She might not have been raised right.
I don't know, man.
You can straighten him out.
He might have. Nah, how he straightened out. He gave her $1 million guaranteed if they break up.
You probably. Yeah, you might have gotten the league out under some of the older dudes. Like, look, man, that's how you do it. You know how it go.
Come on, man. He ain't did nothing. And hopefully he don't. So he don't want to end up like Diddy. But nah, he gonna be on the episode. But yeah, I'm gonna do a whole simp episode because this is crazy. This 2025 has been the most money paid out for public figures, and they all been over the age of 40.
But who are they paying it to? These women, right? They paying it to women that's down for, and they just run away with money.
They shouldn't be getting caught up.
I mean, the Shannon stuff, he didn't really get caught doing nothing though. That's not nothing illegal. I never understood why the fuck he had to pay anyways. That just shit don't make no sense. That was two consenting adults. I ain't understand Shannon stuff at all. That was the craziest thing. Diddy thing, that's kind of crazy too. Because remember, that's all about Cassidy trying to get some bread, and she lifted up all that money anyways. So I don't know, Scholar. I just think all that stuff is based off money, man. It's all based off money. And we supposed to be empathetic towards women, bro. That's what it is. And when you sound like you hate women. It's no, I just don't. These women are different kind of women. Cassidy ain't no regular lady that went to work. Any lady who can have sex so much that they take a break and come back, nah, bro. Come on, that ain't no regular woman, bro.
I don't know, Pittsburgh T. You sound a little sexist, bro. Where's brother ill at when you need him?
Nah, but she ain't no regular lady, bro. Because most women can't have sex that long, bro. Well, motherfuckers got to take a break.
She was
and
on
you got to get, man, she was on everything.
That's what I'm saying, though. Diddy had her drugged up. That's why he belonged in jail.
But Diddy ain't do that. She did it, bro. She calling the people, man. Man, come on, man. So she stopped doing that after Diddy?
No, I got it. Pittsburgh T, I took a class, informed victims class. I know how grooming works and stuff like that. Gotta be a little bit more sympathetic, Pittsburgh T.
She got some millions, bro. She don't need my sympathy. She got Diddy money.
Yeah. And you know what? It's a win-win for everybody because Diddy finally got to live in the alternative unit in jail, so he can live out his freedom, his dreams and freedom as well. So it's a win-win for everybody. You know what? But I gotta be honest. Money don't solve everything. I don't know. I don't like. Somebody can do something heinous for it, like money. Can you hear me?
There you go. I can hear you. Cut out for a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, money just don't solve everything. You just can't throw money at the problem. Like I remember there was a Dave Chappelle skit one time, and the world was about to end. He was the president, and he was like, "Here, lady, here's ladies." He was like, "Here's a cure to AIDS. Sorry about last night." That's how people throw money at the situations. Money don't just solve everything. Like It's just crazy. I don't know. It's just crazy to me. Like the more public stuff I see, the more people side with the public opinion or public celebrity or case. I just I'm starting to like lose hope in humanity. Like people think that this is how it's supposed to go. They think Cassie getting money was enough for her being groomed at a young age. Like, wait a minute. So if Jeffrey Epstein paid out his victims, was that enough? Should he not have had jail time? No, that's crazy. He broke the law. Like, no, grooming is a real thing. Absolutely not. He should be held to the full letter of the law. Same thing with him. I don't understand. I don't understand this champion for the rich or for the.
Well, how did he groom her though? She wasn't of age when he was dating her. She was of age, right?
He got it. I think he met Cassie when she was like 17 years old.
They were dating, bro.
He didn't publicly go out with her until he broke up with Kim Porter, but he was already messing with Cassie by that point. Because Cassie came into the game with her friend, and she was young, and Diddy was saying how he was gonna make her stay. He was messing with that girl then.
I mean, I don't know, Stella. I mean, I'm not gonna say it is or ain't. I don't know. I'll say this. That's one of them things that happens all the time. Is it right? Nope. Does it happen? Yep. But in this case, she did get paid. So that's what I say. When you get millions of dollars, people don't feel sorry for millionaires, bro. They just don't.
I think that's wild. I think that's why they don't feel bad for millionaires.
They don't. They don't. When the NFL is about to go on strike, people's like, yeah, so what? They're millionaires. Who cares?
That's insane. It's just the thing with boxers. Like when I went to the fight, Lamont Roach was beat up, bro. He had to put like an ice pack on his lip and everything. Like he was getting beat up on in there. And people's response was, I don't give a damn. Man, make millions. You know what I mean? Like it's like, damn, bro. God damn, bro.
So they think they really don't care. You making millions, people have no sympathy for you.
So this what they telling me, Pittsburgh team, that that somebody could come and do whatever they want, to them, and just pay them money, and that's enough.
They're gonna tell you that at least you got paid. That's what they're gonna tell you.
People crazy.
They're not gonna feel sorry for you. Yeah, that's what they're gonna tell you.
People crazy.
And when they find out that, then they're gonna find out she participated in it, and the level that she participated in, nah. And remember, they never showed nothing even to the jury. One thing they ever seen was that tape. So nothing really got showed. Whatever they might or might not have, we ain't never seen the shit. The jury ain't seen it. So nah, man, ain't nothing. The stuff that we know of him, that ain't the stuff he on trial for. He got convicted of. So nah, I don't. And she got paid all kind of ways, man. That lady, she good, bro. Ain't nobody feeling sorry for Kathy like that. They be looking at her, the dude that she with crazy. That dude look crazy right now. He look like a straight fool.
I disagree. Because if money is not the root of all evil, like people was thinking out for the same, but if money is the end all be all, and hey man, at least you got paid, well then, can't be mad at that dude. He came up, he got with Cassie when she didn't have nothing, and now they rich as hell. So
like he need to separate it so he can get half. That's what he need to do. He's smart. That's what he do. He look like a sucker right now. I mean, he's from our side anyway, so I mean, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't got no beef with it either way. Do your thing. That's what you want to rock out with. I mean, we know she's a professional in certain instances. So I mean, maybe she did that thing she was doing that she was puff hanging around for a long time. That chick was so bad with it. She said she had built up a tolerance level for antibiotics, bro. That's kind of crazy. That is some wild stuff, man.
You said she had a what?
She had a tolerance for antibiotics because she was taking so many of them because she had so many STDs and different stuff going on. So, like, she had a tolerance for it. That was a wild. That whole thing was wild, man.
But that was just really their personal relationship. It wasn't all these other people that they with the Rico and all of this stuff, man. That was just crazy, man. That's crazy work. That's the thing that made people mad with 50 Cent, because the stuff that you believe Puffy may or might not did, that's not the stuff he got convicted of, bro. So, and we know that that got pushed by an overly aggressive district attorney. That's not a case that they normally bring forth that weak like that. They marched out bottles of fucking baby oil for the press conference, bro. That's how weak this shit was.
Well,
Hey, it's all good. It's all good, Sally, man. We come to run it back tonight, man. Everybody got to hit that like button. Shit, I guess hit any button. You still get credit to hit dislike button too, right?
yeah, I still give you sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you get credit because I mean you ain't got the person that everybody want to see anyways. I heard you last week with the dude. What told you they all come up here to see me. You just keep playing my video.
Hey, Pittsburgh T, that was coming, man. I was trying to avoid that, man. I was trying to avoid, you know what I mean? I was trying to let the nostalgia being what it was, not to have no beef, you know. But every time I try to do the right thing, man, they come with that nonsense. So yeah, that's crazy work. And it was a day after you had got into it with a Pittsburgh T. I'm like, wait a minute. Pittsburgh T and him used to be cool. Pittsburgh T used to always say this man spitting high five. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, it was him.
Yeah, he came up with nonsense. Yeah, but that was just some different stuff. Some people come up here with an agenda, man. They be on some foolishness. Because I don't, unless you start talking crazy to me, man, I'm cool. I don't be trying to have no beef with nobody like that, man. I ain't trying to do all that. I'm trying to come up here and have fun. I ain't getting paid. I'm trying to chill out, have fun, get through my night, impart some little knowledge and go on about my business, bro. Not really trying to do all that. Some cats be coming up here with agendas, bro. And they hear some stuff. You know what it is too, Skylar? They might disagree with one thing you said, and it could have been a month ago. And they won't let that shit go.
That's what it is. It is. They hear some and they won't say some. But like even today with Raji, bro, I'm like, damn, Raji, what you want, bro? I promise I don't be taking that shit personal, bro. I might
Yeah, I was trying to see what it's going with it.
Hang up, like it might bug me at the moment. Cause like, damn, bro, like how you believe that? You know what I mean? But in the grand scheme of things, bro, everybody got their own mind. Everybody got their own life to live. Everybody got their own lessons and bridges to cross, man. And they ain't that's between them and God. It got nothing to do with me, you know. And my stuff is between me and God. So, you know, I don't be taking it that personal. As long as they don't say nothing personal, why would I take it personal? It's crazy, you know.
Yeah.
Like it. Gotta tell the homie Press. Don't flip out on one of the homies for somebody who don't even know you exist. That's crazy.
Yep.
You know? So yeah, man.
Yep.
I looked at that.
I mean, but you could be like, as long as you let me take my couple shots off and load the clip here. Could be like Reds though. Reds, you say anything, he gonna relate it back to Trump and just say some shit that you ain't had that like Reds, why the fuck did you get that? I didn't say that. Yes, you did. You just D-walking. You a D-walker. Like, wait a minute.
You and Reds, bro, let me play that chicken. You know what I'm talking about when I said chicken and Peter Griffin?
Oh no, yeah. I think that they used to be that's they hit the clock at the end too. After they fought out the whole time, try to take each other out. Yeah.
That's crazy. They always fight every time they see each other.
That was a Reds, man. Reds funny, man. Just say that ain't his fault. West Coast Negroes. Ain't his fault, bro.
Every time you and Reds get on, I already know. Like sometimes I'll be trying to change the subject because I see where it's going. But like, yeah, man, you know, the Spurs, they doing pretty good. Y'all be like, nah, fuck all that. Pittsburgh T, what you say about that? I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just mute up. They clearly want to go back and forth with each other. Let it be what it is. But yeah, y'all like that.
That's not my fault. Not my fault, brother. I can't help it, but I understand.
I'm petty like 50 Cent. I'm gonna play Piero's greatest hits and see what my views is.
Oh man, yeah, you gonna be like, see, I told you.
I'm gonna do a highlight segment, all Puro clips, and see how many people will pull up. A lot of people don't even know who Puro is, so I'm gonna do a all Puro segment and see how many people. I bet you it's low viewed. I bet you after like an hour of listening to Puro, they ain't even gonna be able to take it no more. They gonna get the hell up out of it.
I mean, I don't think nobody come to nobody's channel listen to what the fuck like they exclusively come here listen to me talk. It's not my channel. Well, what the fuck would I think that? Same thing with Mark or Reggie. They clearly the person name on the goddamn channels. The reason why people are going over there, they ain't going there for me. And that's kind of wild. Unless you got a segment or a show or some shit.
No, some people do show up. They do show up for like that.
No.
There's some people, Pittsburgh T, believe it or not. I know a dude named Ryan that show up to hear you talk. He be like, "We're
No, but
Pittsburgh
what I'm
T."
saying.
No,
No, but
no,
what
but
I'm saying is for the most part, they not showing up just for that though.
let me finish it. Let me finish. So people will show up if you got good things to say, you got good viewpoints, or whatever the case may be. You give good conversation. Nobody's ever associated him with any of those things. So it's foolish of him to even think that I'm a superstar, especially when you got content on your own channel. Why not create it for your own channel then? That don't make any sense. That's what I mean by the insane, like the insaneness of him. Like, because if you're that guy, then why not just recreate it? It would be easy to recreate it. So, that just showed me that that guy's full of it. Full of himself. He got low self-esteem and high self-esteem at the same time, which is them people I tend to try to veer off from anyway. Because it's like, bro, if you that cold and you that guy, go create it for your own channel. Why you can only make that magic happen for other people? So yeah, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. With him, I'm glad that happened. Like, it's like nothing really happened to begin with. You left, then you come back, right? You talk stuff, and it got back to me. I ignored it, and then you come back, and then show back up like ain't nothing happened. And because I'm not I gotta take stuff personal. I just, it is what it is. Just let him get back in where he fit in. But then when he
Oh, he
get
was
mad,
talking trash about you? He was talking trash about you when he left? I didn't know that.
yeah, he'll be doing little stuff here and there, throwing little slugs. But then he come back, and he get into an argue with me, and we talk about boxing. Then he want to bring up YouTube beefs. Like, bro, you can't make this up. What? So if you stay neutral during a YouTube beef, why would you use this situation to bring it up?
Yeah, but see, that's a little different though, Scott. Like, Pure, he got your number? He got your phone, your personal cell phone number?
I ain't talked to Pure since he left the show.
No, but I'm saying, do he have it though? He got your number though, right?
He did at one time. Like, that's why I said we ain't talked since he left. Not this show. Since he left the first time around, we
Yeah,
haven't
but
talked.
what I'm saying, well, I only bring that up because y'all got a relationship outside of this, so it's not the same. Like if it was just on the internet stuff, then that's one thing. Like, I think you move a little bit different, especially if you care about that relationship. Is like at some point, like if it's somebody who I got a personal phone number with and I might have did something wrong, I'm gonna apologize because I'm hey man. If it offended you, it ain't worth that. And especially if I can see that side of it, hey man. And if I did it publicly, I'm gonna apologize publicly. Like to be starting beefs with people on the internet for no reason, I ain't with that shit. I'm not trying to do that. People got their own stuff that they got going on. But like, I say all that to say, like, when you have somebody's personal phone number, I think you should examine that situation a little bit different, opposed to be trying to be abrasive like that. Some of that stuff ain't that serious, man. I don't understand people with this internet stuff, man. I be kind of trying to get it, but I don't really fucking get it. Maybe it's just me.
It's the internet world. They'll do something to you and gaslight everybody and tell everybody you overreacting for the thing they did to you, or make it or minimize it. Well, he really mad at me because of this, because of a dislike. I'm glad he did that though, because I addressed all that stupid stuff that be being said. It's like, bro, you think this about a dislike button? It's not about dislike. It's about disloyalty. When you had conversation with somebody about dislike button that they was pressing and they sit up there hit on the doing the Alpo, that's 10 bricks right there. Or the what? Them scratches, all that came from when they doing stuff like that, playing dumb when it was them, and then saying, oh, they got hating ass dude, whoever it is, and then you find out the hating ass dude is them, and then they pay for a membership just to go watch your videos to hate. Like that is, I don't want that person around me. That's understandable. Like, you have the option of messing with who you want to mess with on the internet, and you can say whatever you want about anybody. They have the right to choose, just like that person had the right to hit the dislike button. okay, I can hit the excommunicado button in real life, and I have that right, just like you had your right. You know what I mean? But you never expressed that to me, so I felt like I told Piero, I felt like that was wanting to be close enough to see what I'm doing because you look at me like competition. I don't compete with my friends, so we're gonna be competitors. Let's compete. And then when I say let's come, then it's a problem. Like, oh man, Scott, why you do that? That's the whole thing. But I'm glad he gave me the opportunity to get that out of my chest because I normally be letting it roll off my back because I feel like it's so stupid and petty. But that day, I'm glad Piero did what he did because he allowed me to be petty. He allowed me to be petty. Piero watches my videos more when he's a quote unquote enemy. You know what I mean? When he's on the other side of the enemy side, he give me more. If you put your shoe on your head and try to walk, you'll get splitters in your foot. You know, people
Well,
are supposed
and
to
then the
be.
problem with him too, like he really got no way out because he can't really do what he tried to do because like I'm cool with Mark. You know, you and Mark got y'all thing going on. You don't browbeat me about Mark, but that never comes up. And I went on Mark's show and apologized to him, and we never even discussed it. Like it's not a thing to do the thing that they trying to do around the internet. And I don't know if he's doing that thing, but I know a lot of these dudes go in groups where the whole group gotta hate somebody, and they do like the mean girl thing. That's what they do, the mean girl stuff.
Yeah.
And that's not what we do. And I still don't have no problem with Mark, but that ain't got nothing to do with you either way. You know what I mean? Like I just don't understand the internet stuff that these dudes be doing. It's weird as fuck.
Huh? It's the game.
It's just really strange.
It's the Hunger Games. That what that's the worst thing that ever happened to human beings. Pittsburgh T is boredom. People get bored and they start doing all kind of stuff. They start torturing people in metal bulls. Like they just start doing weird stuff. And the internet is that on steroids. A whole bunch of people bored. A lot of people up late night. You know, drug habit, alcohols, dopamine addiction, whatever the case may be, porn, whatever the case. We get that late night crowd and they want to be entertained. And sometimes they don't realize the people that they want to entertain them, it can evolve into something real. You never know people's mental state, what people going through, and you know they ready to snap. So it is what it is. Like that whole situation, man. I'm so glad that's behind, and I'm glad that he like the people that be lingering that I feel like might have played both sides or you know whenever stuff went bad, the stuff that they said they got back to him. I'm glad he finally stayed over there. A lot of time be killing the mood, bro. Like we over here commentating the fight with Devin Haney, and then we got to listen to all this hate from him. While the Devin Haney fighting, like killing the vibe, bro. We up here like, oh snap, like he knocked down B Normal. We like, oh snap. We can't even commentate it properly because in every round, he ain't do nothing. Oh, he like every round is just hate. Like dang, you can't read the room.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. He did knock him down, and he was like, "Yeah, that's kind of nuts, bro." It's kind of crazy, man.
Man, they had
and the same thing happened with Tank. Now, he's one of them ones that was saying that guy wasn't the guy Tank was supposed to fight. He wasn't a real fighter. But then they kind of went away when Tank wanted to fight. Nobody said that no more. Didn't hear it no more.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
That is what it is, bro. I mean, it's I don't know. It's just different people, man. The internet bring everybody out, man. Some people they do what they do, man. That's them people. Got no control over that. Hey, but if they do get a tape out of Trump, man, we'll let you know, bro. We'll figure it out. We got an extra. We'll figure it out.
Y'all gonna have to let me know. I ain't watching that shit, man.
Hey, man, I'm just only saying that because my dog Deuce said it, man. Deuce be having some one-liners. That Deuce funny as shit. Now, I don't know if you've been watching Deuce lately, but that motherfucker, that's probably not the person you want to crack jokes with, man.
Yeah, Deuce.
He got a lot better, man.
His toolkit done got better, man. Because what it was is Deuce a gangster, bro. Deuce used to take it personal. He would get mad. He would get his feelings involved. When Deuce stopped involving his feelings, it got off that, we can catch a fade. That's when Deuce got funny, man. Even now, he still be on his bully stuff. He'll be in the chat. He'll be like, Mark will be a Reggie chat. He'll be like, Mark, go live before I break your orb. I just be like, bro, this dude Deuce is crazy, bro. This dude is crazy. Shout out to Brother Deuce, man. He is hilarious.
Shout out to Brother Deuce, man. The real truth teller, man. Yeah, I'm gonna let you ride on this one, Scholar, man. You gotta do one on the moon, then we go to the moon too, man. Cause
No, I
I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence with that one. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't saying we did. I'm on the fence.
man, I ain't wasting my time on that. 'Cause what's gonna happen is, all the experts gonna pull up and tell me about Orion's belt and all this stuff, and then I'm gonna show Neil deGrasse Tyson. They gonna write me off. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson don't know shit. So I'm wasting my time.
You know what I'm saying? He don't, bro. That nigga smile too much. I never seen a black
Hey,
man with a
come on,
serious topic with all that damn smiling, bro. Can't take a deep roll like that serious, bro. Stop it.
oh man, don't do that. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy, man.
I'm
Neil,
just saying, bro.
Neil
Ain't been
deGrasse
wrong with this
Tyson,
whole comment thing for a long time.
he's a brilliant man, a brilliant mind, and he's an elite. He's an elite black person. You know what I mean? He always showing up to the debates. He always make a good account of himself, and he good at articulating himself. I like Neil. I ain't gonna say I love Neil deGrasse Tyson. He always gonna teach you something. He ain't just gonna be out there just talking. I put it like this: if they gave me a call on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I had to pick out of Neil deGrasse Tyson and Terrence Howard, give me Neil deGrasse Tyson 10 times a day and 20 times on Sunday. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a genius. Terrence Howard is, well, basically, he wouldn't even get to the answer. Basically, where things are whole, where they are particles, beings. I have the tree of knowledge, the flower that revolves around. You're like, bro, what the hell? When I was a kid, I had an imaginary friend, and I realized that friend was my hand. Before birth, I had my first memory. Like, bro, shut up, bro. Shut up. You did not have your first memory. Then he taking some stuff what was he taking it every hour? My wife gives me this stuff that cures my body of the toxins. And like, Terrence, what are you talking about? And this is why Joe Rogan's show has fell off the hinge. You know why Joe Rogan's show used to be really, really good? Because Joe Rogan was well balanced and he was a great interviewer and he asked really good questions. And he got interesting guests. So he got the guests that everybody, and he would ask the questions that everybody want to know. Dr. Roger Patrick, bunch of different guys. The guy who said HIV, that he has the cure, like a bunch of interesting guys, but he doesn't do that anymore. He doesn't do that anymore. He's been reduced down to just like favoritism. Like he's political now, where Donald Trump was able to infiltrate his space. The old Joe Rogan wouldn't have did that. The first time he got into politics was probably like Bernie Sanders, and that's because he thought they wasn't giving him a fair shake. But other than that, he didn't really do politicians unless they were, like he said, they were interested and he could ask some questions that people want to know. But Trump hijacking his show and him just smiling and endorsing them, even though he didn't endorse him and said he wasn't a Trump guy, that's why that show has spiraled out of control and really is not the show. Joe Rogan even looks burnt out at the UFC fights. He doesn't even have the same enthusiasm. So, but that's a lot of
He
reason
tried
why.
too much.
Yeah, that's
He tried to do too much.
he's overstretched. The thrill ain't there no more. It's just a bunch of stuff with Joe Rogan that's just like it's cringeworthy at this point.
We signed that crazy contract with Spotify, so he committed over there. Plus, he's still trying to do UFC.
The
So he's
millions,
probably stretching himself real thin. $100 million.
Yep.
$100 million to do it to you. Sell your booty for $100 million, boy. You can stretch yourself pretty thin on that one. Now, see, like that. Now, like that got a whole fan club. See, the whole sell your booty stuff like that, man. Like that got a serious fan. Now, if anybody got a fan club, it's fucking like that.
Yeah, he definitely. And you know what else? Joe Rogan even got. He even got like people like Elon Musk hijacking the show. Call him up anytime he want to go on the show, and he just let Elon Musk say whatever he want with no pushback. That's why I say like Joe Rogan ain't a spiral, man. I found out that he don't prepare for the show. I was extremely shocked, but I'm like, that's what comedians do. They have good inside, the good voices, and they got good friendships in the game. So I like Jon Stewart could do it, Stephen Colbert could do it. Bill Maher literally does. He just get high. He do the same thing Joe Rogan does, but it's just like I said, it ain't the same no more. You know what I mean? And I'm not one of those people that normally do that. You know, say something's not the same no more just because I either don't want it to be or just want to criticize it, pump it up to criticize it. It literally is not the same no more. Joe Rogan would do 4-hour podcasts. It would be dope, man. I would watch like every bit of. And then it didn't help that that when they did that. get him dropping the N-bomb stuff, and it was like a lot of clips. That didn't help either too as well. But yeah, man, Joe Rogan, man, he definitely is gonna go in the Hall of Fame. You know, they talk about top streamers, they never include Joe Rogan, but he got a $200 million deal from Spotify. That's crazy, you know. But
he got to be the top. Yeah, he got to be the top. But yeah, Skyler, you got to consider that. Look, you got to consider going to the moon, brother. Did we actually go? I'm not
I'm telling
convinced,
you,
brother.
this
I'm
episode
telling you, I'm not convinced.
we doing Simple
You
of the
got to
Year.
throw that in the mix one time.
We're gonna do that,
Simple
Coach.
of the Year tomorrow.
Next episode, I know
Yeah.
exactly what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do that, Coach. Simple of the Year, and then we're gonna do a segment called "What Would You Do?" And I'm gonna play scenarios, and I'm gonna try to get a mix. I'm gonna try to get some females on the panel where I do like.
Oh, okay, that'd be
female,
dope. That'd be dope.
What would you? So yeah, that's the next episode we're gonna do. We're gonna do the Coach, the Simps, and then the last part of the show we're gonna do, you know, what would you do, and then we're just gonna do free flowing topics. That's the next episode. But yeah, man, you got any final thoughts before we get up out of here, Pittsburgh team?
Nah, man, hit the like, subscribe button, man. Hey, everybody have a great morning, man. Skyler, catch you on the next one, brother.
All right, bro. To everybody, make sure you subscribe. Yeah. She was saying so crazy. I was just like, bro, I just face palm. I couldn't even take it. I couldn't even screen record what she was saying because I was just like, yeah, bro, I can't even make it through this shit, bro. It's so I can't believe she's a fucking member of Congress, believing these things, believing in every conspiracy. I bet she believed Barack Obama is a Muslim terrorist, a Muslim terrorist, non-American.
Damn. Yeah, see, I've never heard of this chick, this Neanderthal chick you said. I never heard of her, or barely even Jasmine. To be honest, I've heard of more on Jasmine because off of YouTube, like the cats on YouTube talking about it more than I've seen like her stuff. But then again, I'm not looking for it. So
Hey, I know you heard about that wagon she dragging, brother.
Well, I seen it.
Hey, Raji, and the funny part about it is they don't even realize they making Jasmine famous than a motherfucker. Like they looking at it like, oh, the Democrats are so stupid. They're propping up this woman. This
Where's
woman's
she
never
from?
gonna be Texas, Dallas, Texas.
Oh, for real?
Yep.
Like
She
born
got
and raised or what?
no, she wasn't born and raised. She just got elected there. I don't know when she moved to Dallas, but she got elected there. She's a representative from Dallas, and her claim to fame was whenever Marjorie Greene Taylor, because she's known as a bully, bro. She be bullying people in Congress, like she be talking to them nasty, treating them real nasty. But she stood up to her. She told her, "I think your eyelashes are too long." Marjorie Greene Taylor told her that, and she was like, "You know, the court. You know, they were ordering the court. Oh, Dub, you out of order. You out of order. You out of order."
Who
You know,
who said the eyelash remark?
Marjorie. So then Jasmine was like, if I said you're a beach blonde, bad built Barbie, then I would be wrong talking about your physical appearance. And that's when she went viral because everybody started saying that shit. I think they even made a fucking song to it. And that shit took off and had a life of its own. But that was the beginning of her stardom. And then she went to the DNC. She spoke for Kamala. And like
What's
I
the
said,
DNC?
Democratic National Convention. It's what they have before they have an election. It's supposed to be like party unity where they all get together, say this is our nominee. Now let's go win the race.
Yeah, I know about that. I heard about it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I just didn't know it was called that. Yeah.
But yeah, man, Deuce ran off. I can't believe Deuce ran off, man. This is supposed to be the time where Deuce supposed to. No, she ain't. Man, you don't know how you know that, Scholar.
What happened, Clipper Deuce? Where you at?
But yeah, man, I had to do it to Jasmine, man. No, well, I had to do this for Jasmine, man. I was tired of her receiving unfair criticism because the hypocrisy in it, Raji, is every generation wants the next generation to do better than them. So they give them access to more resources, right? And the way that they do that is say, you know, hey, you know, I'm gonna make sure my son get basketball lessons when he's 5. So he'll know how to shoot when he's older. Or they'll say, you know, I want him to play the violin. I'm going to put him in a musical class. I want him to do this. They put their kids in private school. If they got the money to do it, they going to fucking do it, right?
Yeah, no, most definitely. No, that's a fact.
They clowning Jasmine for going to a private school. I'm like, bro, come on, man. When did this turn to 8 Mile? She went to Grand Brooks. That's a private school. Oh, like what the fuck, bro? You can't make this shit up, bro. Like Jasmine Crockett, bro, is caught up in the crosshairs, bro, of self-hating Negroes. That's what it is. They don't want somebody to do better than them and reach a status.
So that's who's hold on. So most of the people that are hating on Jasmine, you said are black?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, but surprising, right?
Whenever you was mentioning that she was going back at it with the Neanderthal, I thought it would be, a split in race.
Yeah, she getting it from both sides. She getting it from the white people and the black people. Both of them are criticizing her heavy. The black people claim that she's a plant, Rob G. That's what they're saying. Jasmine Crockett is a plant that the Democrats are using her to pretend to be black. This is how stupid they sound.
Hey, where the Mexicans at?
I ain't gonna lie. It's two of them twins from San Antonio. They on I forgot their name. I know them by face.
God damn, man.
They came to the library whenever I was working there a long time ago. I ain't get no picture with them because I ain't no groupie, but I was like, damn, that's pretty cool. You know what I mean? Because now they in Congress and they got like a big name. I can't remember their name. I think it's Castillo, bro. I can't remember. Don't get me guessing, bro. But
yeah, Jay from the land of Ella. So he said 100% she is. What she? Are you saying 100% like she is a plant or what?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Jay, hit the link. Hit the link and come up and explain yourself. Look, I'm gonna drop. Let me drop
AOC. What is AOC? I don't know what that means.
Oh, he's saying AOC. I forgot about AOC. AOC is a representative for Hispanic people. She's younger than Jasmine. She got oh shit, I put it in a private chat. She got kind of the same reputation. Like she don't take no shit, you know. There we go.
A non-believer, MTG. What is MTG? Republicans. Hey, what does MTG mean?
I don't know, bro. MTG. Oh, Margie Taylor Greene. He talking about Margie. He talking about Margie Taylor Greene.
What's that?
He talking about Margie Taylor Greene. That's her. What you call it? The letters of her name. He said,
okay, that's
she be looking for the
triple G.
She be looking for the
triple
lizard.
G. She got MTG.
He said MTG is 100% looking for lizard people. Oh, got you. So Jay is not saying that Jasmine is playing. He talking about Marjorie. I think he for because yeah. I think I remember Jay from another episode. No, I think Jay pretty. Man, I said I was going to do the episode today and drop the link, and the Trump supporters don't even pull up, man. The people disagreeing, saying I was lying.
At a decent time too, goddamn it.
Hey, that's why I do the late. So they don't respect me coming early, all right, G. They don't respect my earliness. He said AOC is whack. And then he said, not Neanderthal, just Jewish. Is that what she is? I don't know if she's Jewish or not. I know she ugly. I know anybody that hit that missionary got to have a strong stomach.
Hey, now the question is, would you hit that or would you hit Chris Cyborg?
Oh my God, that's awful. That's an awful choice, bro. Oh, give me, bro. I don't know, bro. I'd rather piss a cactus out my dick, bro, than hit either one of them.
Hey, man, I'll take MTG over Chris Cyborg most likely. Well, I don't know. We can only see MTG face. You know what I'm saying? We got to see the rest. But Chris Cyborg, hey, that's a gnarly broad, bro. Man, you know what I'm talking about?
He said it's a bit insulting to Neanderthals, though. That's fucking hilarious, bro.
Damn, that's fucked up.
That's hilarious, bro. But yeah, she is ugly, bro. And that's what I was trying to show earlier, man. I think I'm gonna have to go back and timestamp this episode so people can see. But I showed how when Kamala was running, they said she was a whore, you know what I mean, and all these other things. And then turns out, MTG is sleeping with cheating on her husband of 25 years and sleeping with the sex guru who she's supposed to get sex advice from for her relationship. She over there fucking him, bro. Then sleeping with one of her clients for her fitness group. And look, for those who don't know, this is the side by side of Jasmine Crockett's qualification and MTG, Margie Taylor Greene's accomplishments. It just showed that you need more, because Jasmine Crockett is always in the crosshairs for something she said, didn't say, or didn't do. Like I showed like this, like recently, Rob G. Check this out. I ain't gonna tell you what to think. I'm gonna just show you the clip, and you tell me what you think of the clip. Right? Here we go.
So I'll make sure that I keep it short, but I am truly here for very selfish reasons. Starting with, on March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down.
Damn, I cut it a little short. But she said for Elon to be taken out. What'd you make of that?
I don't know. I mean, unless you ain't talking about him being assassinated.
Hold on, one second.
Well,
was that all positive?
Yeah, it's all positive. I'm gonna play it one more time, all positive. Look at her facial expression. Use your deductive reasoning. Here we go. One more time.
So I'll make sure that I keep it short, but I am truly here for very selfish reasons. Starting with, on March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down.
For Elon to be taken out.
You just say down?
Taken out.
Like killed?
No. What she was insinuating is she wants him out of. She said this on the floor plenty of times that she wants him to be taken down. She says Doge is unconstitutional, but they took that and spun it as if she wants Elon to die, and you're just like, what the fuck? Why would you put that on her when Margie Green Taylor has
the way it was cut, like the way it was edited, it looked like that.
And that's why I put it up there. I got it from a Republican person who was like, this is what we're doing? When Marjorie Green Taylor has actually called for the death of political people, the assassination. Damn.
Do one more. Yes, sir.
What is the penalty for treason? Okay? We know treason has been deleted, and nobody having an answer for it. Something has got to be done. It's treason. Our country, our Constitution has been stomped under the city. God is written according to the Bible. Like you said, you got to get the praise for the country. So we got people got to be tried for treason.
And death penalty. I think we're ending on a right note.
The comment said that a bullet said that a bullet to the head would be quicker. And she the comment said that a bullet to the head would be quicker. And she liked that. Marjorie Green liked that. Okay? The comment said that a bullet to the head would be quicker. And she liked that. Marjorie Green liked that. Okay? Now, in one Facebook post from April of 2018, Green wrote conspiratorially about the Iran deal, one of former President Barack Obama's signature foreign policy achievements. A commenter.
Did you see what they put in the comments? They said both parties are corrupt. He said, "What finna they?"
Hell yeah, both parties
as
are
the people.
It's all the same bullshit, brother. Hey, I'm on some QAnon deuce when it comes to that.
Well, I look at it like this, Rob G. This party is so incompetent, this regime, that I'm praying for, I wish we had just normal corruption. That's how incompetent they are. From sending war plans on a text message, from cutting Social Security, which is the most successful program that's ever existed. You know,
Social Security, man. You know they can't do that.
They absolutely could, and they're gonna do it. They've already started. All positive.
What up, all positive?
All positive. I bullshit you not. They've already started.
Fucking Yogi the Bear.
Man, they ain't cut Social Security, man. You know what I'm saying? They can't demand it.
Hold on, let's bet lunch on that.
Bet more than lunch, man.
Hold on, brother. It's a Trump economy, brother. Everybody ain't got it like that. I said lunch, brother.
Yeah, I knew that. I bet like, man, they can't cut no Social Security, man. Man, this nation will basically die out. They did that, man. I mean, because the thing about it, when they was talking about Trump talking about getting rid of the IRS, and a lot of people was celebrating that, on Facebook. I'm like, well, I asked him like, okay, when you become a senior citizen, who's going to pay your Social Security if that happens? If you want that to happen, like who would pay your Social Security? Like Social Security, like taxpayers today pay Social Security of older people, man. I'm like, this is set in stone, man. It's just like people with whatever VA benefits, whatever, man. They can't touch some people's stuff, man. They grandfather in. Now they might change stuff going forward, like they might try to raise the age. Then they probably can do that.
So what you telling me is they ain't cutting no funding to Social Security?
I mean, what do you mean cutting? I mean, the Social Security is taxes that the taxpayers pay right now. They're paying Social Security. They're paying for Social Security.
Okay, brother, I'm looking it up. I'm pretty sure they cut Social Security because I seen Bernie Sanders talking about it on the floor, and he talked about how Social Security is the most efficient program of all time. You know their margin of error is less than 1%. You know that their margin of error is less than 1%.
I can't believe y'all let any Democrats scare y'all like that, man.
That ain't Democrats. I'm looking at Fox News right now. That's talking about cutting it. They've been celebrating it.
Okay, then, you know, it ain't just black people get Social Security. You know that, right?
Okay, which article you want me to go to?
I mean, it ain't just black people get Social Security. I mean, Social Security is not a black thing. It's not a white thing. It's a senior citizen thing. I mean, this nation would fall if they got rid of Social Security. First of all, it's set in stone for it to be there. You know, and so nah, man. It's like people talking about they're gonna get rid of the Civil Rights Voting Act, so black people can't vote. Like, man, like, dude, some people got to use their brain. Man, they really got. Come on, man. You know they ain't doing nothing like that. And I'm not siding with no Republicans or Democrats, but what is it? Some of the stuff, man. Some of the stuff they be saying on the news is crazy. That's why I don't watch it.
Maddie.
Okay, all positive. I share this video. What source you want me to use? Fox News?
I don't use any of them. Any of them.
Well, let me ask ChatGPT first. Let's see what they.
Let's see what they man. Not ChatGPT. Come on, man.
Hold up, brother. Hold up, because they brother. We're not gonna hate on AI, brother. That's what we don't do that over here, brother. Well, let me ask you this, all positive. Who you trust more, AI or the news?
Neither one of them, really.
You could ask ChatGPT. You could say, "Give me a credible source," and they'll do it.
Man, I could ask ChatGPT about some hip hop songs, and I guarantee they'll get it wrong.
Hey, it's GPT. ChatGPT.
Okay, GPT, my bad.
Y'all
I guarantee you they'll get it wrong.
Okay, here we go. Hold on. Let's see.
No. Hey, ChatGPT, brother, it ain't mean to finish the job, but it definitely get the engine going.
Yeah, it get it going. I agree. It gets you on your way. It starts you.
Yeah, but no, it don't got no soul. So I mean, it still need a human to tell it what's.
I got a soul. I pay for it. All right, here we go.
Has revealed that millions of non-citizens received Social Security numbers under the Biden administration, and Elon Musk is calling the findings mind-blowing.
And Madeline Rivera is live in Washington with the latest. Hey, Maddie.
Hi, guys. Good morning. So that's right. A Doge team member says they came upon these numbers by accident. He says they were mapping out the Social Security system, trying to find out where fraud was, and then they came upon this.
This is what jumped out at us. When we saw these numbers, we were like, what is this? In 21, you see 270,000 people, goes all the way to 2.1 million in 24. These are non-citizens that are getting Social Security numbers.
Generally, non-citizens who are authorized to work in the U.S. can get a Social Security number. What's not clear from that presentation is what percentage or share of those SSNs may be fraudulent. So for weeks now, the Social Security Administration has been working to clear out bad data, listing the people over the age of 120 as being dead. The efforts came after President Trump and Doge pointed out the inconsistencies in the system. Doge says its estimated savings so far total about $140 billion. So could Musk stay longer than 130 days? That's the maximum amount of time he can work in his role this year as a special government employee. Here's what the president had to say about that.
I think he's amazing, but I also think he's got a big company to run. And so at some point he's going to be going back. Oh, I'd keep him as long as I could keep him. He's a very talented guy. I love very smart people. He's very smart and he's done a good job. Doge has, we found numbers that nobody can even believe.
Musk has said before he'd like to continue Doge's work for another year, but he's also told our Brett Baer he believes he would finish most of the work to cut $1 trillion in spending within weeks, potentially by May. Lauren, Steve Ainsley, and Brian.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian.
Okay, I listened to that. They said nothing about getting rid of Social Security.
Which is exactly why I don't watch Fox News, because they said nothing about nothing. I typed in is Doge cutting Social Security, and then I looked at the that was the clip that came up when I typed that in. But no, he absolutely is cutting it, all positive. I just asked Chat GTP, and they said no, and I said, what about Doge? And they was like, yeah, Doge does have plans not to get rid of it altogether, but to cut it. Same way they're going to cut food stamps because they're claiming that it's wasteful spending and it's going out to people that it's not supposed to go out to.
Yeah.
Meaning, like
people paid into their Social Security. I mean, they that's their right. It's not a privilege. Social Security is not a privilege. That's their right. Because all those years, so you can't be like, okay, you paid into it. Now we got it's unconstitutional. You can't do that, man. I'm not even.
All positive. What you mean they can't do that? You're aware that they deported a person to that they said was a legal immigrant, and while he was waiting for the judge to decide if he was legal or illegal, they had already deported him.
There's a lot of legal things that go on, like with law enforcement. A lot of things they do on.
Okay, well let me ask you this. Since we hear all positive, is Doge constitutional or not?
I don't even know what Doge is. I just know Elon Musk.
So I'm positive. How you speaking in certainty and you don't even know Doge already fucking shit up?
Look, man. All I know is, man, look, you cannot just come in. He's not coming in like I said, it's not only black people getting Social Security like they try to scare. It's black people, it's white people, it's Latin people, it's Asian people. It's people. If you're a United States citizen and you worked and you paid into it, that is your right, man. I'm not siding with Trump. It makes it seem like this thing. Like I don't care about Trump. I don't care about Jim Crow Joe. I don't like any of them. But I'm like, it's just these are scare tactics, man. You gotta stop falling for the okie doke.
See, and then what I'm saying, all positive. How you not familiar with Doge, but you say scare tactic?
I know that Doge. I see the Elon Musk thing they doing, but man, I don't look at the news, man. You know what I'm saying? Man, I don't watch the news, man. The news just try to scare me.
What's your source? Trust me, bro.
No, man. Look, my grandmother died at the age of 70, 77. She died. And to the day my grandmother died, from the day I was born to the day she died, she looked at the news almost every day, scared to death of stuff she was seeing on the news, and she took that to her grave with her. I am determined not to be that way. No, I don't watch the news. They gonna lie to you. They gonna always lie to you. Fox News is gonna lie to you. MSNBC is gonna lie to you. They all lie.
So how you stay informed, brother?
I don't.
So how you know what's gonna happen? You just use your feelings? You an Indian now. You just go spit with the wind?
Dude, I just I stay in my own little circle. You know what I'm saying? And keep my circle small. You know what I'm saying? But when you know both sides are evil, it's nothing I can do about it. So they're gonna both lie to you. Fox is gonna lie to you. MSNBC is gonna lie to you. I don't like.
What's up, homie? Can you hear me?
100%. Oh shit, Clippers in the building. Goddamn it.
Whoop whoop. Hey, so I don't know what you guys. Comprehension, whatever. They just told you what they were going to do in that Fox News video. They're cutting the benefits to the non-citizens. These stupid ass Democrats are trying to say and conflate shit and all kind of shit. You know, yeah, they cutting Social Security. Yeah, they cutting Social Security. They cutting Social Security for the illegal immigrants. That's what they cutting fucking Social Security for. They're cutting the food stamps and all that shit
How do
for
you
the
do
illegal
that without
immigrants.
affecting Americans?
Bro, what the hell you mean, bro? Without affecting Americans,
So Deuce, in order to get Social Security, you have to pay into it, right?
bruh.
So there's no way an
Bro,
illegal
we
immigrant
went
is getting
over
it.
this shit, bro. We went over this shit before, dog. They got these NGOs and these people doing work, signing people up with Social Security numbers and all kind of shit, dog. We
You
went through
still
this
got to
shit.
be
They
the right
tired of the
age and
fraud.
pay into it, Deuce. Let me tell you
No,
how silly that
bruh.
sounds, Deuce. Let's say I die and my Social Security number gets stolen, and an immigrant takes it, and he applies for Social Security. They're gonna say, buddy, you got 30 more years.
No,
And you're
actually,
already, there's a death
actually,
certificate.
if you die, your wife, if you collect Social Security, your wife will get a percentage of your Social Security. She will get a percentage of that.
Oh, yeah, I
What
forgot
scholars
about
not
that.
what scholars not knowing is these people are just giving people numbers and names and shit. That's how they find people who's 100 years old and 200 years old getting
Cap.
shit. They're just giving people names and shit,
That's
dog. Like
cap.
you don't understand, bro. You don't understand how this shit works, man. That's why they talk about the shit like being so like government efficient and all this shit, bro.
So
They're
let me ask you
throwing
this,
money
dude.
away to all this shit.
Let me
Go
ask you this,
ahead,
bro.
man.
Let me ask you this. Social Security has been around for as long as you've been alive, right?
Yes.
When did you become so woke to the Social Security system and the fraud?
Bro, when they start putting the fraud in front of you, not hiding it behind a damn curtain, like they say, this is the administration of transparency, bro. And then you see all what they're doing with your fucking money. Like you can refuse
You know what?
believe.
I will agree with that. They're so transparent that they're adding reporters to their fucking attack plans. I agree with you on that.
Oh yeah, so how the Democrats been doing, how they've been paying people the whole time, huh? Yeah. So you can see what's going on with your money. Like you can refuse believe they're sending $150 million to Afghanistan for women's study, but they got the receipts for it. You can refuse believe that they're doing LGBT studies and all this shit in Egypt and all this shit. You can refuse to believe that shit. You can say they lying to me and all that shit, but they got the receipts for it, bro. And all these people who are against all that shit are the ones who was getting kickbacks from this shit. Because yeah, they spending the money over there to do that shit, but they ain't doing that shit. They sending that money over there, and them niggas putting that money in their pocket because everybody is the owner of this company or their husband owns this or their wife owns this, but it's really them. So they getting all these government contracts and government handouts and all this shit and pocketing that shit. How long they been collecting money for Africa?
Oh
Niggas
man,
with flies on their eyes and shit.
yo,
Like,
we are the world raised so much money, and with that single, they should have wiped out hunger altogether in the country of Ethiopia.
man,
People embezzling that money. They raised
that's what they've
millions,
been doing, bro.
hundreds of millions.
Yo, Deuce, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, Deuce. And brother, you better be careful how you answer this, because I'm gonna judge you harshly if you answer this one wrong. How do you feel about Elon Musk trying to pay and buy an election?
What do you mean by pay for and buy?
Elon Musk was offering $100 for people to register to sign a petition. For people to sign a petition, you know what I mean, to agree to vote or to get rid of wokeness or some stupid shit, right? And when you sign up for the petition, you're eligible for $1 million. By the way, nobody's gonna see that fucking $1 million. Elon Musk is a fucking liar. But how do you feel about that?
Well,
you think somebody gonna get that million?
Why wouldn't he, bro? He wipe his ass with $1 million. Like, what are you talking about?
But he wouldn't wipe nobody else's ass with $1 million. That's the point.
Hey, yeah, we don't know. They got all
We absolutely do know. We have a track record of rich people stealing from poor people. They have enough to sustain them for the rest, more money than they could ever spend.
That's how rich people get rich. You get rich off the poor.
Okay, so then why would they give to the poor if they want to get rich off them?
because the poor is gonna give it right back to them. That's why. That's why they're pushing this transparency and putting the money back into people's pockets. You don't have no money to spend. The rich people can't get rich. The government contracts, the government handle all that shit starting to go out the window.
So look, you didn't answer the question though, Deuce. Are you in favor of him trying to affect elections with his money?
Well, I don't see a problem with it. He's not telling you who to vote for. He's telling you to vote.
Deuce, you can't make this up, brother. You definitely not an independent. Like your argument of independency is over at this moment right now.
Man, come on, dude. Man, take your car like that.
I don't know how you can, bro. This dude's so emotional.
Nah,
so
that ain't Deuce. I ain't yelling or nothing, bro.
I'm talking about the way you swaying it. I'm not saying you're emotional as if you're mad at me or something. I'm talking about they're playing off your emotions. That's what they do, bro.
Listen, this ain't got nothing to do with Democrats. Look, this got
absolutely has something to do with Democrats.
Look,
because you don't have nothing to say about George Soros.
Hold on, this got hold on. This got everything to do. This got everything to do with Deuce saying he a freedom fighter and he for the people. Deuce is saying, if you got the money to buy election, go ahead and do it. Well, then you can't complain about corruption then. That's literally what corruption is.
No. See, there you go with the democratic conflation shit. Bro, he's not telling you who to vote for. He's telling you to vote. He did the same thing during the Trump shit.
Deuce, are you sound like his fucking lawyer. So Deuce.
No, bro.
If I have a problem with a dude, hold on, Deuce. If I have a problem with a dude, right, and I go to you and I open a briefcase with a gun in there and $1 million and I wink at you and walk out, I didn't tell you to kill the dude. But you understand. It's like, come on, man. We already know what it's like. Come on, Deuce. He's going to a place telling everybody how important this is, this election, and how it's going to sway the tide and shit like that. And then he's paying money and offering $1 million, and you don't have a problem with that?
I would have a problem with it if he told you who to vote for.
Okay. Well, you brought up George Soros. Can you see the screen?
Nah, it's too small. I'm on my phone.
Okay, well, it shows Elon Musk spent more than any one of those people. George Soros, Elizabeth, fucking all the people that spent money on this election in Wisconsin with donations. The billionaires, the millionaires, the billionaires and millionaires that Bernie Sanders be talking about. Elon Musk spent more money than them. Way more.
So are you? So this is the Bible. This is the God's honest truth right here.
What are you talking about?
This graph you have up here.
I got it from X. I got it from X. That's a way to get you to not question. I got it from X, brother.
No, from who on X? It's also another thing too.
I got it from Elon Musk. He retweeted this.
You take a porn star. You take a porn star word for anything on his.
Whoa, brother. Porn stars, they be well read too, brother. We not gonna do that. This ain't this type of show, brother.
Somebody said porn star?
Yeah.
You know he got his attention.
So I'm not just gonna take any graph they put up, because it could be the same people who told you that Kamala's gonna win by a landslide when every metric, every person you talk on the street showed you she wasn't. So these graphs and shit is not the God's honest truth to me. I'm sorry, ChatGPT and all this shit. They don't know. It's the same thing as Wikipedia.
Dudes, brother, you're a little inconsistent, brother. Because you only want to accept the information that agrees with what you want to agree with. You'll send me a X link.
All information.
Except for the X information that you. So how you fact check the X information you send me?
By other X users and other X
other X users, brother. That's really. So that's peer reviewed data.
Usually blue check or gray check people on there.
Can I tell you something, Deuce? Can I tell you something, Deuce? When I'm looking, while I'm looking at the criticism of Jasmine Crockett, brother, it's disgusting, bro. because I was on a panel with a black dude. He told me Jasmine Crockett was a piece of trash. And I'm like, damn, bro, if you disagree with her policies, that's one thing, right? But calling her trash, why is she trash? He couldn't tell me why she was trash. But I know why he thinks she's trash. Because he been listening to the white man. The white man tell him what to think about people. But he swear he woke.
No, see, think about Jasmine Crockett is people can smell that phoniness from a mile away. You can just tell she's phony. So you know what I mean. You ain't
What's
saying
phony about her?
Her fake clap bag. She's all of a sudden she Cardi B when she should be Claire Huxtable. But she's Cardi B. And you know what I mean. People can see all that shit is performative. You can see it's performative.
Can you hear me?
Man,
Absolutely.
Did you say her fake clap back?
Yeah.
Dude, what?
Shit
So everything she
performative,
does
bro.
in response is fake. So you criticize her fake walk, her fake talk.
No. Yeah, the fake talk, fake walk. People can see that shit from a mile away, bro. And it's kind of disingenuous and offensive. And you think it's the only way you can connect with black people is talking on the side of your neck and popping off and all that shit. If you feel that's the only way you can connect with black people, it's kind of disingenuous and insulting.
Well, let me ask you this.
Why do you think Charleston White had so much to push back?
Charleston White? That's your source? Listen, Charleston White is the biggest fraud in history. Charleston White goes out there and preach against gangsters, preach against all degenerate behavior. This motherfucker was on Fan Buzz. Charleston White?
What's Fan Buzz?
Bro, I'm not
a porn site. Yeah, we can hear
me. Bro, I'm not saying that she's the same thing as our power as her. I'm saying that the actions, the things they do, people have a hard time vibing with them because they can tell it's performative and fake.
Okay, Deuce, well, let me know what you think about this. Tell me what you think about this.
An amount, I think that would help with our discussion and making a decision.
We don't have a problem with giving you a amount, but this is why sometimes people have to follow the leader, because sometimes the leader is the visionary. It is quiet. It is what it is. The leader is the visionary. Sometimes people can't see down the tunnel. So sometimes this is why people follow people. So I'm just throwing that out there because everybody got an opinion. You just said I can't see.
Thank you, man.
How it looks. So all I do is just try to tell you what the vision would possibly be.
Not the typical.
What you think about her? You think she real?
Yeah, she's her real self, and that's why people are going against her. She's low bottom ghetto trash, and that's why people going against her.
Dudes, brother, do you see the contradiction in what you just said? So Jasmine Crockett is fake and cosplaying. That woman that I just showed is her real self, and they call her trash and ghetto. They say the same thing about Jasmine. You just proved the point that I make. There's nothing that you could do amongst black people to be accepted. If you're doing better than them, they're gonna hate on you.
Hold on, bro. So you can say this bitch over here is embezzling money and doing all kind of bullshit, fighting and going on. That mayor bitch you just showed right there from Chicago. Yeah, people supposed to vibe with that shit? You supposed to accept that shit? What?
What I'm saying is this: that mayor that did all that,
symbolism is over, bro.
You missed it. There was nothing. Deuce. There was nothing that had to do anything with symbolism with her. I was showing you what they say Jasmine Crockett is. Jasmine Crockett ain't did none of the stuff of what that woman did, and they say she's ghetto and trash. But the black people are saying
she acting ghetto and she up there acting ghetto.
According to who? So Marjorie Green Taylor don't act trashy,
and she gets her pushback too
from nobody. No, she doesn't.
You crazy as fuck, bro. If you think these white women out here.
Okay. Well, who pushes back on Marjorie?
Laura Loomer. How about that?
What was the insults that was? Well, it was a difference in policy or opinion. It had nothing to do with her being trashy. I guarantee it. Never seen the clip, and I can tell you exactly how it went.
Laura Loomer don't like the way she acts, and she don't like the way that Laura Loomer acts. So they got into it a bunch of times on Twitter and all that shit. But CNN ain't covering that shit. All these other crime motherfuckers you listen to ain't covering that shit. Laura Loomer is the reason that she's not that Marjorie is not even.
Let me ask you this: did Lauren say that she's cosplaying a white woman? Is Lauren saying that?
No.
That she okay, because that's what black people saying about Jasmine.
Because she is, bro.
That's because, bro, that is the silliest.
No, bro, this girl's educated, 2-parent house, private school, this and that.
Dudes, that's what black people want. I wanted that as a kid. I'm sure you wanted the same thing.
Why is she acting like that though? Like, why is she not acting like
dudes?
That?
What the dudes? So, if black people will acknowledge that rap is a part of our culture, do you think people can't? Hold on.
A bunch of black people who don't even like rap, bro.
Listen. See, now you doing the Fox News shit you just said.
No, I'm not.
If black people will acknowledge.
No.
Well, let me ask you this. Dudes.
Ignorant motherfuckers say hip hop part of our culture. Say that.
Is it not? Is it not?
Ignorant motherfuckers think that shit.
Well, hold up. Is it not?
Nigga, you couldn't play no rap music in my grandma's house, nigga, growing up. My mama won't let you listen to no shit with no cussing. So don't sit here and act like, nigga, the rap music and all this. Maybe where you from, all that shit is acceptable. But
okay. Well, I can see I ain't getting no. All positive. Is hip hop a part of our culture?
Yeah.
How is hip hop not a part of our culture when they take the old school songs during your mama time and remix them and add rhythm to it? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying, when I was growing up, hip hop was still fairly new. You know, I just heard of hip hop music in like '83, but I got into it in '84, so it was still fairly new. First hip hop album was like.
And you still play none of that at your mama's house, huh?
Well, you know, my grandma. No, I had it, man. My mom. My mom busted up a lot of my tapes. My Willie D joint. She caught it.
Come to your mama's house.
She caught a lot of my tapes.
Go to your grandma's house sagging and shit. Go to your grandma's house smelling like weed and shit. See what happens.
No, I don't do. I ain't do the weed either.
Like I'm saying, see what happens. This nigga Scholar acting like this shit is just accepted to all black communities.
Well, you know, it's accepted now. I'm just saying now hip
hop. Not even now, bro. There's a lot of nerds and doctors don't want to hear none of that shit.
Everybody's into hip hop now, but like I said, hip hop really ain't
not really, bro.
It's not that much. Like the I'm older than the first hip hop album. First hip hop album came out like '79. So yeah, it's still.
It turned 50. What, last year? It turned 50 last year or the year before.
Yeah, 50th anniversary. Hip hop was 2023. Yeah. But the first album didn't come out till like '79 though.
Well, we can act like this girl up here snapping her neck, ain't up here talking intelligent, ain't up here fighting hard for reparations, ain't doing none of that real shit. You up here crying and stomping for DEI and immigrants. Get the fuck out of here, man. That's why black people ain't going for that shit, bro. The days of being happy for a nigga having a job, those days is over with, bro.
But y'all go for the white man, bro. They calling fucking Donald Trump daddy, saying daddy's home. Like, this is what I don't understand,
Who said that,
bro? Who says that, so let me ask you this. Are we gonna get? Hold on. Is Donald Trump gonna give us a check?
Hold on.
I'm not looking for it. I'm not expecting.
No. I asked Dukes. Is Donald Trump gonna give us a check?
I say yes.
Okay. That's the point I was trying to make, brother. Like how we so woke, but when it comes to Donald Trump, we lost.
I don't know how we lost. I mean, that's the thing that's on the table. We didn't bring it up; they did. It wasn't the internet. It wasn't the internet rumor or a TikTok rumor. They brought the shit up, not us.
Oh God, it's working like crazy.
It's crazy, bro. Like, no, they call him Daddy. Who the fuck calls him Daddy Trump? I've never heard nobody call him that. This is crazy, bro. You niggas in your fear mongering, your Democratic shit. Oh, they're gonna
around the world. They're gonna be like, "This is the stability that we were asking for. Daddy's back." So and that's what you're gonna.
So who calls him that, bro? One nigga said that shit. Now it's they. You say he. You should have said he. Who calls him that? You got more clips? No, can y'all hear me? Am I off?
I hear you.
Okay, yeah. Do they got more clips? Got more clips? Or Daddy Trump? Get the fuck out of here. Niggas only got
around the world. They're gonna be like, "This is the stability that we were asking for. Daddy's back." So and that's what you're gonna.
Just because you
why does he talk like that?
They got one nigga talking like that. One person, so it's Dave.
Why?
Does he even have? Does he even have a office? He was
Yeah, I
doing all
never
that
heard
ass
that shit.
kissing. He was doing all that ass kissing and all that shit, and Trump left his ass in the back seat. Get the fuck out of here,
Thank you
man.
for making my point. How are Negroes so woke and not going for that identity politics shit or whatever you said, but they're out there campaigning for a man that's not gonna give them shit? Thank you for making my
Who is
point.
they? Who is they, bro?
Deuce, you're up here defending. You didn't turn into Johnny Cochran for Donald Trump, bro. And you're not gonna
I'm up
receive
here
shit.
defending the truth.
You're
The
not
truth,
gonna
bro.
receive shit from Donald Trump,
The
Deuce.
truth.
You're gonna be just
Well,
like
we'll
Byron
see.
Donald, brother.
We'll see. We'll see. The
Can I get
run
an
ain't over yet,
apology
bro.
whenever this happens?
Hold up, let's
Yes,
moderate
absolutely.
this. Hold up, let's moderate this. Hey, so Deuce, what are you looking to gain?
What do you mean? What am I looking? Me.
Oh
I'm
no, he
looking
said
at
something about something. What you say, Scholar?
no. They gonna shoot the change, bro. Those all that damn fraud they finding. They gonna kick some of that paper back to the people, bro.
I don't believe that one. I can't see them doing that.
They said it.
Now this is
They
what I
said it,
believe
not
they're gonna
me.
do. I think they're gonna come up some of Trump buddies. They're gonna come up with some new ways. They're gonna fund give some money to some new contracts of Trump rich buddies. Probably Elon Musk as well. And that's what they're gonna use all that extra so-called money for, like contracts for their businesses. That's what I think.
Let Trump say it. We got people spending money, invested in America, not trying to get contracts from.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what I don't know.
China,
I'm just
investing shit. These people are investing shit. It was a list I was looking at. So, you know what I mean? All this money they talking about, you got people trying to spend money.
You see what this dude said? American muscle. Why would I not expect a smart comment from a guy who got muscle in his name? Because he ain't got no brain. He said Byron Donald is high IQ and Jasmine is low.
No, Byron Donald was some bullshit. He said shit against reparations. That Jamaican nigga can go back to Atlanta and go be gay.
Hey, why ain't these cats hopping on the panel?
Oh, you already know why. They don't want to stand in front of it. They want to stand in front of these clips. Dude said, what people are saying this? Byron Donald's out there. Daddy's home.
Oh, that's a person. They're not people. That's a person. You see people get behind that? Now, if you would say niggas for Trump, that's something different. But you talking about one nigga calling, you talking about one nigga saying that shit, and he got back.
Deuce, but why? Deuce, was anybody calling Barack Obama daddy?
No.
Why are they calling Trump daddy?
We was calling the nigga our homie. Who is Dave, bro? Why is he calling it? Don't conflate. Democrats love their conflation, bro. There's no Dave.
Black men.
No
Black men. Why is a black man calling a white person daddy?
Him. Why? You gotta ask his gay Jamaican ass. He probably want to go with a nigga to dance hall or something.
Deuce. It's larger than what you trying to make it. You trying to make it like isolated incident, brother. All those Republicans who say that they left the Democratic plantation, they all got white wives and they refer to Trump as daddy.
Well, who you sleep with don't make you who you are. And I don't know, but I only heard one person say it, bro. You can't just say they, bro. Don't conflate shit, man. That's how you lose the people, bro. You gotta keep it real.
Rosie O'Donnell got a song called Daddy's Home. And the party's theme, listen to me. The party's theme was Daddy's Home, and there wasn't one black guy who stood up and said, "Nah, I ain't riding with this shit." Not one.
How many black people were there?
What?
Yeah, how many black people were there? You talking about?
It wasn't enough to stand up to Trump. It don't matter if it was half a black person. Nobody stood up to Trump. Nobody stood up to him saying, Rosie O'Donnell saying, "Daddy's home." They went with the shit, which is complacency, brother. Which means they believe it as well.
Rosie O'Donnell support Trump?
No,
not Rosie O'Donnell. Roseanne. I get them mixed up.
Okay, Roseanne.
I guess she become a Republican.
I don't know, bro. You get caught up in these celebrities and all this bullshit. The people on the ground, the people are out here moving and shaking, and the people are happy with what's going on. So you got some paid and brought forth celebrities trying to tell you what to think and influence you, those days are over with, bro. I don't know. I keep telling you that shit, man. Those days are over with. When Kamala and Trump went against each other, bro, Kamala got all the high paid celebrities, all of the outlets and all that shit. You know what Trump was doing? Going to podcasts, going to shoe conventions, going out here where the people are at. Fuck these motherfucking these celebrities and broad and paid for actors. That's why he won so much. He touched the people, bro. Like you think it's crazy, man. You gotta know what's going on out here, bro.
It's funny because he touched the people, but then right after he said, "Get them deported right now," because they had Latinos for Trump and they asked to start getting deported. They had a bunch of people for Trump that's no longer with us.
Should have had their business taken care of. And I keep hearing you talking about that guy they sent to jail and shit, and they end up finding out this nigga was a damn boss of the Trinidad Agua shit. You know, this dude, man, you people are crazy, bro. You guys are crazy with the damn conflation. Hell yeah, just send his ass to the prison. He's a nigga in charge of a motherfucking game.
Dude, you just be making stuff up, bro.
Bro. Are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me? You think I actually just made that up?
I think you went to X, found a source on X, verified that source with another X source, and said you got the truth. Bruh. That's making shit up.
Bro, Jesse Waiter just did a whole damn segment on this shit yesterday. You think he just made it up?
The Fox News guy?
You think he made it up?
Absolutely, bro. What? Hold on. Other than ABC, in the last 5 to 10 years, who has paid lawsuits for fraud?
I don't know. Did Fox News do that shit?
Absolutely. For making shit up. Fox News.
I remember the white boy who almost shut down CBS and tried to say he was messing with that Indian, and he sued them niggas for that shit. So you know, a lot of these newspapers are getting what they deserve.
I said other than CBS, because Trump also sued CBS.
Yeah.
Other than CBS.
Oh, it's all corrupt, bro.
Dude, I can't believe you up here saying like everything is corrupt, but the billionaire's gonna save us, bro. Like you can't make that shit up. At least with all positive and G, they like, look, man, they all the same. You saying they all the same, but Trump is different.
I say because Trump's an outsider, bro.
Bro, he's not.
Man, all right. They wouldn't attack him the way they did, bro. He go from being the most lovable nigga on TV to being the most hated man on.
Hold on, let me ask you this. Are they attacking Jasmine Crockett then?
I don't see an attack coming from her all over the place. I see some people talking shit about her, but I don't see Fox News running hit pieces on her. I don't see fucking CBS running.
You have lost your mind. They absolutely did.
Okay, I don't know if they have, but I don't watch Fox News like that.
Several, like this whole time I've been showing clips of Fox talking about Jasmine Crockett.
Okay, so CBS running a hit piece on her? Are they making TV shows about her? Are they coming with fake documentaries on her? Are they doing lawsuits against her about shit she shouldn't have did or shit she may have not did? Are they trying to throw her in jail? Are they making up crimes and shit? Are they doing any of that shit to her? They do to him?
Absolutely. Let me tell you what happened because I know you're not familiar with. I know you're not familiar with the story. I know you're just up here talking. I know you're just talking, bro. So look, check this out. Jasmine Crockett said she wanted Elon Musk take it out, right? So they approached Jasmine and they told her, "What do you mean by the comments?" Said, "I released a statement already." Cameraman wouldn't get the fuck out of her face. You know what she did? She pushed the camera out the face. She didn't push the cameraman. She pushed the camera. They're suing Jasmine for assault.
What happens? She go to jail? She get booked?
See, you just keep moving the goalposts. If I give you a scenario of her being attacked, are they making documentaries? Is she on Fox News? Then I give you
that's symbolism. You talking about niggas gotta go? You talking about niggas got some fake assault charge? Like, nigga, if I push somebody and do something, I'm going to jail.
No, if you put somebody camera, you definitely ain't going to jail. But that's neither here nor there.
Bro.
Donald Trump is the president of the United fucking States, bro. The fact that you expect the coverage of Jasmine Crockett to be on his level is fucking insane. She hasn't even been
you the one said that they're getting attacked the same.
Exactly, and she's just getting started. This outsider shit that you're talking about with Trump, bro, Trump is a fucking lobbyist. He's donated to Kamala Harris's campaign.
Bruh, that's a nigga with money to spend and shoulder to elbow. When he got into this politics shit thing, bro, he was an outsider to the game. He don't even know.
So hold on.
So truthful.
He donated to Kamala. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, we went through that.
Okay, so he thought she was doing a good job, right?
Okay, I didn't know that. When did he donate the Kamala campaign?
Twice.
In the early 2000s, he was running for AG and all that shit.
Okay, I didn't know about that.
And it's
donated to her twice, all positive.
How much was it? $1,000?
I think it was 7,000. I think it totaled seven.
That's news to me right there. Learn something new every day.
Yeah,
and also his kids donated to Kamala too.
And these people, this how you buy access to people to get.
Oh, hold on. That's how you do what?
Buy access to people to get.
One more time.
Done. Buy access to shit to people to get shit done.
But he's an outsider.
Yes.
But he was buying access.
That's a different game, bro. Politics and fucking real estate and real estate and restrictions and all that shit. Those are two different things, bro. Two different things.
So you think he was lobbying? He was lobbying whenever he was a businessman. But then he came over as a politician and said, "Man, let me play by the rules."
No, I'm gonna come over here and change the rules. How everybody else change the rules.
That's what a lobbyist does. They want the rules changed in their favor.
Oh, I can do this. I can executive order this. I can do this. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh yeah. Well, they want you to do this. Fuck what they want. The people want this. You don't see Jasmine Crockett up here riding for a tax on tips, do you? That's
see her doing what?
You don't see her riding for tax on tips. Her party and her, she's against tax no tax on tips.
Dudes, I don't know. See, I don't know if it's hit the world of X yet, but Trump's tariffs have started reciprocal tariffs from other places like Canada, and the fucking stock market has a level of speculation, and it's tanking now because of Trump's tariffs. All the stuff that he campaigned for, the tax on tips, these executive orders, he hasn't signed one for no tax on tips. He ain't did none for no eggs. He ain't signed shit for the average man. But you know what he's talking about?
It's a bill
taxes for the rich.
You can ignore that. You can ignore that. It's a bill that's trying to pass. You know, goddamn Democrats over here filibustering and shit. But you can ignore that though. You can just say, "Hey, Trump trying to do it." Yeah,
okay, Deuce. Well, show me what part of the bill that he's trying to pass had taxes on tips.
All right. Well, I'm on my phone.
Do you know for sure that is a provision in there, or are you just making this shit up?
Bro, why the fuck would I just make that up? I don't come up here making up shit, dog. I don't know what kind of niggas you niggas fuck with. I say something I've seen or heard. I don't just pull shit out of thin air, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of niggas you fuck with. Well, it's not me, bro. I wouldn't just make that shit up. So you said you haven't heard nothing about no tax on tips. As dialed in as you are.
I heard him when he was campaigning for it.
So
I haven't seen him try to put anything, anything that he's campaigned on for the average man. I haven't seen him try to do that. What he stressed on is these fucking tariffs.
Okay.
He said, "You heard it. You heard it on TikTok, fam." Jay said you heard that on TikTok, fam.
Yeah.
Why you get quiet? Oh, Deuce, nah.
No, because it's dumb, bro. I feel you being disingenuous, bro. Like you just said, "Oh yeah, you making up shit." I never heard it. I never heard that, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, bro.
Deuce.
Like,
Deuce. Let me tell you what I mean when I say you're making stuff up, bro. I don't think you pulling shit out your ass. This is what I think, and I'm gonna say it again, brother, because you're not listening to me when I say it. I think that you think X is a credible source, and I think that you will verify on X with other X sources. and I can make an
So
account on
if
X right now and
if
not
I
know diddly squat about what the fuck I'm talking about and post something on X.
but no one's gonna believe you if you don't have the receipts. Like
That's
I don't
not
think you
Deuce.
bro.
There I can find something on X right now that there's lizard people out there.
Yeah, and the person who's going deep into that shit probably got some kind of receipt, some kind of video they altered, some kind of shit that's going on. And no, you're not gonna write 150 characters talking about a situation, and you're gonna get all kind of traction about that shit. You're just not, bro.
He said he already signed the no tax, no tips, and overtime and Social Security benefits. He just made that shit up. And he said
No, bro, he said that shit. I mean, they said they did this shit. Dog.
Why do you keep saying this? Is why I say you're making shit up. Trump said he didn't have anything to do with Project 2025. Is he implementing Project 2025 right now?
How do you know that Project 2025 didn't take the shit from Trump's campaign?
Because the person that works for the Heritage Foundation also worked for Donald Trump. So what was he? What was that? Was the blueprint for Donald Trump's second goddamn, why I keep saying presidency.
So what did he do for Donald Trump? Was he a gardener? Was he a hairdresser? Was he a driver? What the fuck did he do for Donald Trump?
It was his son, because Donald Trump's daddy's home. But no, they said it. The Heritage Foundation said it. Before they distanced themselves from Donald Trump, they said that they were writing a blueprint for Donald Trump's second term. They said this shit.
They said it. They said it, and he said.
So now we don't believe they. Unless the day is Donald Trump. This is why, Deuce. This is why I say y'all part of a cult, brother. Y'all will quote the guy.
You can't fucking say they and not have no receipts or no fucking thing about it. Remember you was jumping up and down talking about he said you gonna be Hitler. You remember you was jumping up and down about that? You did like 3 episodes on that shit.
Said what?
He was gonna be Hitler.
Brother, are you fucking serious? Bro, this motherfucker is denying court orders. This motherfucker has an unconstitutional agency called DOGE that's cutting fucking federal employees. And I know when you think of federal employees, you think, oh my God, the politicians.
What federal employees?
Oh my God, Deuce, where the fuck have you been? They've been sending mass letters out.
They have been sending letters out and telling me motherfuckers to let me know what you do at your job for a week. Yes.
Have people lost their job? Have people lost their job?
What kind of people? Was it a janitor?
Oh my God.
Who was it, bro?
Now we got to be specific. You got to move the goalpost. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yes, the fuck you do gotta be. Yes, you do gotta be.
Dudes, did people lose their job because of DOGE? Federal workers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so why are we talking about? Why do we want to know specifics if you already know people lost their job?
No, because is your job important? Is your job essential? You know what I mean? How people try to say.
So, Deuce, you finna make me pull up the video of the veterans who worked for the government and thought their job was safe, and those came in and got rid of them. You finna make me pull those videos.
Veteran what? The veteran what?
What?
You mean ex-service member or veteran employee?
All right, we finna watch the video because you want to know specifics.
No, answer the question. Yeah.
But you wasted my time because what's gonna happen is I'm gonna show this video and it's gonna say exactly what I just said. It's gonna be a veteran on there, and they're gonna talk about how they got fired with Trump, and it was a letter, and they didn't think their job was Trump said their job would be safe, and they voted for him. And then you're gonna say, well, you're gonna move the goalpost. You're gonna want to know more specifics.
No,
what's a Social Security number?
Yeah,
I'm wasting my time. I know I am, but I'll show the video.
I want to know what veteran it is and what he was doing. I sure in the hell do want to know.
So what you're telling me is Elon Musk, right, who is an immigrant,
is he a legal immigrant?
He's an immigrant. Not how does American first shit? Donald Trump is second generation immigrant. Elon Musk is first, and Donald Trump's wife is an immigrant as well. House full of fucking immigrants that hate immigrants. Can't make that shit up. But so what you're telling me?
There's a big caveat. There's a big caveat there. But yeah, more Democratic inflation and misconstruing of the words. Yeah. illegal immigrants. They talk about illegal immigrants.
So let me ask you this.
Illegal
Let me ask you
immigrants.
this, dude. Let me ask you
Yes,
this, bro.
that's what they talk about.
So you think that every person that was fired by Donald Trump was wasteful spending?
Well, who knows?
And this is why I think you're in a cult, Deuce. You don't even question that.
I don't.
You don't even question that. And Donald Trump is Elon Musk. The dude ain't even paid
Elon Musk.
any. The dude who doesn't even understand Social Security. He was like, why are 5 and 6 year olds getting Social Security? He doesn't even understand that if their parent pays in the Social Security and die, that they're eligible for Social Security. He talked about people being 150 years old.
Are they special needs? Are they special needs also?
Okay, that too. But he don't. You think Elon Musk knows that? He talked about people being 150 years old.
So you think Elon Musk is over here going through the paperwork and doing all that shit?
I think Elon Musk is a fucking idiot.
Okay, so no, answer my question. You think Elon Musk is over here combing through the work and deciphering files? You think he's doing that shit?
No, he has a team with him.
Of course, bro.
And the team, and you know what the team consists of?
Employment histories.
Another Doge worker, Edward Corstein, who called himself Big Balls on social media, was fired from an internship with a data security firm called Path Network in 2022, accused of leaking information to a competitor. A spokesperson telling CNN his contract was terminated after the conclusion of an internal investigation into the leaking of proprietary company information that coincided with his tenure.
That's the team that Elon has working for him, brother.
So did you know his background? You don't need like Ivy League graduated and all that shit. Do you know that shit?
Moving the goalpost. Let me tell you what I do know. Let me tell you what I do know.
Don't act like this nigga just a nigga from the McDonald's or something, bro.
Okay. Hey, look, I don't care where he's from. Incompetence is incompetence. No. Incompetence is incompetence. Because guess what they did? They did this, Deuce. I'm pretty sure you're not aware of this because it ain't on X. Check this out.
We will make mistakes. We won't be perfect. But when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately.
Oops. Ebola prevention.
What's wrong with that?
He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. That's not a little oops, brother. Ebola prevention.
And it was gone for 6 years and never came back like a dunk contest. All right, they fixed it within 2 or 3 days.
What, Deuce? I don't even know what the fuck you just said.
No, you act like they canceled this shit and Ebola virus broke out. You act like they canceled this shit.
Deuce. That is Deuce. You're talking about Deuce. You Johnny Cochran, brother. You're a part of the cult. You're just like the people that defended.
Piss on me and tell me it's raining. You
Deuce,
can't lie and
Deuce.
mix up
No,
shit.
that's what you're doing. Deuce, that's what Deuce. That's what you're doing. Deuce, you ain't even pissing.
Deuce is part of a group. Yeah.
Deuce. You shitting in the bag and telling everybody it's a Snicker. You're not pissing on people telling this, right? You're telling the world, bro, that Elon Musk canceled Ebola prevention, but because nobody died,
for a day or two.
It doesn't matter, bro. That should not happen. That would not happen if it was somebody in there that was competent. Dude, stop. Dude, if you had a business, brother, if you had a business and somebody made a mistake and they told you, well, look, I made the mistake, you could have lost millions. You know what I mean? But you didn't. You would probably fire them for making that mistake.
And they rectified it.
You would fire them, bro. Bro, you would fire them, bro. They would give you the hypothetical what ifs, and they would tell you that's the reason that they're gonna let you go.
That's what you doing.
Hey, if the Clippers homeboy just missed the winning shot, would you fire him?
Ooh, nah. If it was the last game, I'll be mad about it. But hey, there's more games to play. We gonna relate them back up tomorrow or another night, and we gonna move. That's simple as that, bro. Only person that's perfect is Jesus. And once we start trying to hold everybody,
this man done brought Jesus into the con. That's why I say, bro, you're a part of a cult. What the fuck does Jesus have to do with Elon Musk?
People have a job to do. The mere fact that Doge is for
no one's
wasteful
perfect at
spending,
job. No
dude.
one's perfect at job. Michael Jordan didn't make every shot.
Now we going into Michael Jordan not making a shot.
All
Listen,
doctors, no, bro. You gotta
Deuce.
You can
The mere fact, bro.
I did not compare Elon Musk to Jesus. I said the only person perfect is Jesus.
Yes,
So,
the mere fact that we're talking about Jesus lets me know how
we're not
high
talking
you see.
about Jesus though, bro.
Why even bring him up?
As a correlation to the point is
okay, so you brought up Jesus in correlation to what?
To saying that Jesus is the only perfect person.
Okay, to say that Elon Musk is a little bit, he's not up to Jesus' standard, so we should give him grace. Why the fuck are we comparing Elon Musk to Jesus? That's my question.
No. I'm sorry, bro. Is anybody else getting that point from me besides this dude? Rob G, was I comparing Elon Musk to Jesus?
No, I ain't hear that.
My God, dog! Like, what the fuck, man? What are we doing here?
Nah, I don't know what the.
What you did is you brought Elon Musk up to say that we are all fall short of the glory of God, which is what pastors do before they rob you.
I said crazy as fuck. I had to tune out this bitch.
Nah, bro, I didn't say we were all falling short of the glory of God. I said the only person who's perfect is Jesus, so anybody else.
Okay, listen. Perfection aside, if you hired me to do a job and my job is throwing rocks at a telephone pole, you would expect me to know how to do that job, right? The mere fact that Doge is a company,
know how to do it.
Okay, why you don't let me finish my statements? The mere fact that Doge is a company that's supposed to be in charge of wasteful spending and people who are just collecting money and not doing their job, and then they make an error this fucking big, the hypocrisy is on a level that I can't even, my brain doesn't even reach. And you don't have to go to CNN for that. That's something that you should be able to come through a logical conversation and be like, yeah, that is kind of like, what the fuck are you? You don't know what you're doing, bro. That's not a little oopsie. That's not a little mistake. That's not a little error. That's not when you turn in a paper. And you have little grammar errors, your teacher's gonna count off for that. But if you turn in a paper that's supposed to be about global warming and you got somebody else to write it and they write about R.L. Stein, well, that's a big issue, right? What if they graded it and they say, hey, this is plagiarism. Not only is this paper about R.L. Stein, but somebody already turned this in. When you say we all fall short of the glory of God. And let me tell you about what Jesus said in Corinthians. Like, come on, bro. Why the fuck we gotta go to that analogy, bro? Elon Musk is incompetent, bro. This administration is incompetent. It's the most incompetent.
Nigga worth $40 billion. He know what to do. He know what to do with something.
Yes, he knows what to do. Kiss Trump's ass, right?
Yeah, how do he build
Kiss Trump's ass, get them to give all the contracts to him. Hold on, this person said.
I think Biden gave him the contracts. So don't forget about
because he lobbied the Biden against Donald Trump, and Donald Trump actually spoke out against him. Here's the funniest part about it, right? When he lobbied to
the contract in 23, bro.
Why you don't do no listening, bro? You so party identity politics that you don't do no listening. Listen.
You trying to say that this nigga lobbied for him and shit, and Biden gave him this shit.
That's what lobbying is.
Y'all out of order. Y'all out of order, bro.
That's what lobbying is.
Like,
that's what lobbying is. You ain't even let me make my point. You know what I mean? Because I don't, for whatever reason. So this is the point I was gonna make. When Donald Trump met with Elon Musk in 2020, he thought that Elon Musk was gonna endorse him. And when Elon Musk didn't endorse him, Donald Trump felt betrayed. And he came out there and he said, you know, Elon Musk is a smart guy, but electric cars are never gonna make it. They're never gonna make it. He was like, people like gas. This is what he said, right? Now all of a sudden, when the Tesla strike, when the Tesla strike is in place and people are not buying Teslas, he's telling everybody they should go buy a Tesla and how good Teslas are. Can't make that shit up. But this person said, would that be okay if it was Biden or Obama? I don't know what you're talking about specifically. And look, this is what I mean, Deuce. People like this guy, Master Gunny.
Put the link.
He said, so this channel is bought and paid for by Democrats. Stop
Yeah,
listening
you
to
can
them.
tell.
This is how
You can
stupid,
tell,
bro.
bro.
This is how
You
stupid
can
they
tell.
sound. My
You can
channel
tell
is not
you're a
even fucking
Democrat.
monetized by YouTube. You want to talk
Bro, how
about
does he know
blackball?
that?
See,
How does he
see
know
you,
that?
Put the link.
Deuce. How do I know
How does
my
he know
channel's
that?
not monetized? Deuce,
No, I
come
said, how
on,
does
bro. You
he
can't,
know that?
Deuce.
I said, how
Oh,
does he know that? Or the person who wrote the comment, not you, bro.
okay. Oh, well, you were scaring me there for a second. The reason why he don't know that is because his brain is a conspiracy brain, and he's thinking that if I have a conversation and that I lean a certain way, that I got to. So you think this is a pro-democrat? You think I would have allowing a opposing view on my channel? Like, come on, bro.
No, that don't mean you're
Use
not
that
fair.
10% of brain that's fucking left, bro.
That don't mean you're not
Use
fair,
that 10%.
You know what I mean? Hey man, I gotta finish work though. I mean, this has been fun, dog. I'm racking my brain.
Oh no, don't run. Don't run out. Hey man, don't run, man.
Yeah, I was about to go
I'm not
make a
running.
pizza. Goddamn.
I wish I could make a pizza right now.
Hey, them Trump supporters always fucking running.
I gotta work, man. I'm gonna have a loud background. It's not gonna be for high quality show.
Man, hey, try it out, brother. Try it out. I'll try to run a high quality show too, but just try that shit out, brother.
For real though, man.
Yo, I dropped the link in case Master Gunny want to join and tell us about how the lizard people are taking over and how the Democrats done bought my channel. That is crazy though, man. I can't wrap my mind around it. Like, y'all really do what you say, Deuce? What used to be your saying? I'm gonna have to go back and make that a drop. Y'all really believe that, huh? Then he said, okay, well, you're a Democrat that don't know anything about anything. Why is it Trump supporters are the smartest people in the world? Why they know everything about everything? Why are Trump supporters so woke?
Because
he said you don't like my truth. If I didn't like your truth, brother, you wouldn't be able to comment.
Niggas been asleep for so long, bro. This is the age of enlightenment, the age of truth, the age of transparency.
Listen, finally we got. Listen, look. I don't even know what they support, but this is what critical thinking looks like. Musk isn't incompetent, but he doesn't care about anything other than his own interests and should not have control over everything. Like that doesn't in the least bit like concern you. Look, besides CNN, let's just get some facts here right now, right? Elon Musk is the richest man in America, right?
So they say.
Okay, well, he's at least up there. It's either him or Bezos. You know, one of those guys, right?
Jeff Bozo, is Trump like they call him.
You remember not that long ago, Elon Musk was racing with Jeff Bezos into space.
Yep. They spend their money doing what they want to do with their billions.
Okay, well, just stay with me. SpaceX, owned by Elon Musk, right? SpaceX just was responsible for sending those astronauts back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a guy who started Doge too, right? These are all facts. This ain't CNN shit, right? He started Doge too, right? He's in charge of Doge.
Yes.
At one time, Doge wanted our social security numbers to quote unquote do their job effectively, correct?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So they're also, whether you think it's rightful or not, are firing federal workers, right? That is too much power for a non-elected person to have. This is some fucking McScrooge. What was that? What was that duck? Was it DuckTales? What was the rich fucking duck? Was it Donald Duck? I think that was based off of Donald Trump, now that I think about it. But nobody should have all that fucking power, bro. He wants to control the government, space, and have access to all of the American citizens that so you agree with all the facts, but didn't agree with the conclusion I just came up with.
I don't have no problem with none of that shit, bro. We don't control none of that shit. And niggas who've been in control so far have been fucking shit up and made it so bad for everybody. So shit, let's get some new blood in here. Let's get some new ideas in here. Fuck these motherfuckers, man. These motherfuckers is crazy, bro. These niggas just fucking up shit. The schools are the worst schools on earth. The kids are the worst kids in any generation.
Nah, Deuce, your generation was awful.
Yeah, right.
Man, your generation,
I know
bro.
how to kick it.
Listen. It's still some motherfuckers left from your generation. They just locked one up called Big U.
No, Big U ain't in my generation. Big U's older than me.
Nah, he older
From
than
my
you, but he
daddy.
affected your generation. He was still gang banging.
No.
He
Yeah,
could.
he still game with me yesterday before they locked him in jail. So
That's what I'm saying. So he still was able to affect the youth. Not that he your classmate or anything, but it was a
that's why the youth,
generational thing.
and that's why the youth turned against his ass because he been over there because he been having such a strong hand and hurting motherfuckers over there. That's why they turned against his ass.
He said, how could
He only
this
got
channel be supported by Democrats? He said, they're cats. They don't have money. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that. I served my country for 31 years. What have you did for our country? Well, serve your country for 31 years brought you to my comment section.
Who said that?
I don't know. I don't know what that means. We got a veteran on the panel. You want to go veteran for veteran? I don't know what argument you're trying to make, sir.
I'm not too fond of the military today. I wasn't too fond of it then, man. They messed my body up bad, you know.
Yeah, I don't know what. There's veterans that's getting laid off right now by Doge. What is Elon Musk did for the country? I mean, because I pay my fucking taxes. You know, so I don't know what to tell you, brother. Pay my goddamn taxes. You know what I mean? And I vote. I do my fucking obligation as an American citizen. This motherfucker's an immigrant who don't want to pay taxes, want all the tax breaks. You know what I mean? And don't even want to give Social Security, even though he's rich as shit. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, you can't make this shit up.
Rich people don't need Social Security. You know what I'm saying? That's why they don't really too much care about it. So they don't need it.
I know. That's the fucked up part about it. So because it don't affect me, fuck it for the people that it affect. It's some people that can't live without Social Security.
I agree with that, but like I said, it's set in stone, man. Like I said, you put into it, you gotta get it. You're not getting rid of Social Security. I assure you that. I promise you that much.
Then here we go back to this stupid ass immigrant argument. So here's a question for you guys. Why do you think they let all the immigrants into the country? See, it's back to this stupid ass shit. Let me tell you something. Why the fuck are we still talking about immigrants if Donald Trump and his borders are, which wasn't even a fucking term until they made this shit up, his borders are sending people back, then why are we still talking about immigrants? If they're doing what they're supposed to do, how do y'all hate an enemy that they're taking care of? Why are we still talking about immigrants? They're taking care of it, right? So why are we still talking about it? We still talk about it because that's a party of hate. And they gonna always need somebody to fucking hate. You know what I mean? Even when you get rid of the person that you're supposed to hate, they still gonna hate. Like I said, man, it's just, listen, the Democrats have problems. And this is what I say to Rob G and all positive, true independence. Democrats do have problems. But I would rather lobby because I don't have money to lobby with my voice, my opinion, and my vote to a party that values human rights. Because the reason why the LGBTQ don't identify as Republican is because they understand the rights that they're going to receive comes from Democrats. Democrats pass civil rights for black people. They understand that the party that champions property is not going to pass anything for them. They care about property. They care about inanimate shit like tax cuts and I can shoot you and take your life if you're in violation of my property. They value property. So if I was gonna identify with anyone or gravitate to one, it would be the same one that the other people gravitated to, like Martin Luther King and the people in civil rights activists. Because when they gravitated to it, they got civil rights passed. They understood that JFK was probably going to be racist. They understood he probably said nigga from time to time, but they didn't care about anything. Same way you don't care if your boss says nigga, right? Your boss could, let's say if he hands you a $5,000 check and he say, take this nigga, you're like, okay, what's with all the attitude? You know what I mean? You wouldn't be like, oh, I'm not taking this. What is going on? Like, you gonna take your goddamn money. So especially when we know the higher you go up in companies, the CEOs are going to be fucking white anyway. And more than likely, they're going to be old and racist. It should be expected in America. So there would be no outrage there. So why is there outrage with Democrats? You gravitate to the party that's going to give you more. And more than likely, they're going to be Democrats. The Democrats believe in the safety net. They believe in food stamps, all the stuff that would affect the American people, right? The average day-to-day American people. And Republicans champion tax cut for the rich. Reaganomics came from them. Reaganomics never works, and it's always touted like biblical gospel by Republicans. And that's the party that people identify with. The same party that talks about liberal snowflakes and liberals being sensitive. And the moment that Jasmine Crockett calls Greg Abbott Hot Wheels, they lose their shit. Like, this is shit you can't make up. They mad about Jasmine Crockett dancing. They mad about every fucking thing. He said, these are new ideas. He said, these are the same old people just stealing money from the common man and don't even try hard to hide it. And he said 12 million. I don't even know what that was referenced to. He said, because all the Democrats are blocking it and the Washington judge is trying to bring the one Trump's deported. Okay, Master Guinea. Tell me which specifically judges are trying to bring them back. Give me some names. Because saying a judge in Washington, brother, is not really specific. It's just throwing shit at the wall. You probably heard it from TikTok or you heard it from Fox News or X. So give me some specifics. Google it. I'll give you time. Said Elon Musk. Oops. I caused an Ebola pandemic in Africa. Well, he said, now's a good time to go to Africa and take their resources. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. Said, cave woman looking kind of thick. Oh, you disgust me, brother. You disgust me. You disgust me, brother. Ah, that's hilarious. He said, I don't see color at all. Oh, positive. Before I finish the statement, what are the people that say I don't see color?
I mean, they don't see you.
That mean they're racist.
No, I'm saying,
how the fuck you don't see me for who I am?
The person
So
saying
what you do?
color, that means they don't see you.
Yeah, you ignore the fact that I'm black. You don't see color. Like, bro, people don't have to say I don't see color to prove that they not racist. But he said, all my fiance is black and Brazilian. And all my fiance is black and Brazilian. Congratulations. Because Thomas Jefferson and those people didn't have black kids that were in slavery. He said, then do you know she's black? I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone is human, period. Except Neanderthals. Said, OMG, perfect. Are you talking about the picture? Oh, that's the judge's name. Oh, okay, well, let me look this up. Brother. Oh, positive. I don't know how you stay informed, brother.
I don't.
Know what I'm saying, brother? You got to. All positive. You got to get initiated, brother.
No, I mean, I learned a lot about watching the news.
Yo, all positive. Can you see the name that he said?
Hang on, my glass in the front room. It says Boasberg.
Can you spell that?
I can't see the screen. I have my glass in the front room. I think it's Boasberg. I can't see it.
Boas Berg. Okay. All right, I'm gonna look this up, brother.
What is that supposed to be?
He said that's the judge that's blocking Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, this is one judge, but I don't know who it is. I heard about that,
So he just decided if Trump's policy was what you call it. Hold on, let me read this article. It's already been decided. Deportation of 5 people their lawyers feared would soon be disappeared to El Salvador. At an emergency hearing conducted on Zoom that evening. Okay. So this is the judge that decided after Trump had already deported the guy away if it was unconstitutional or not. And he ruled against Donald Trump, but the guy hasn't got brought back to America yet, from what I'm reading. He said Republicans have gerrymandering for so long that I don't blame the Democrats for bringing people in to fight it. That's a good point. He said, that looks like my coworker. He said, I watch the live Hill every day. You watch the show The Hill? Is that what you're saying? I think he's saying the live from The Hill. The Hill hasn't been good since Crystal and the other guy left. And the reason why everybody liked that show is because they got that Joe Rogan bump. Said, anybody got that cave woman's Instagram? You sick, bro. Fucking sick. Oh, this is sick. He said, the ideal public servant to be sure. He said, just ask Google what the judge is trying to. He said, just ask Google what judge is trying to bring back the illegal immigrants they deported. I typed in the name of the guy. It was basically that specific guy that they deported. From what I read just now, it sounds like exactly what people have been saying. While the judge was ruling on the deportation of that specific case, Donald Trump had already deported the guy. That's not how fucking law works in America. Like, you could say you're like, look, hey, the judge might be wrong, but that's not how that shit works. You better go ask those motherfuckers that get paid millions of dollars for being not guilty that went through the prison system. Like, nah, we the land of laws, not just the laws you agree with. Said Neanderthal, Marjorie Green. He said on a Saturday he did this. He said, no, it's a whole plane of immigrants. He said, it's funny how black people can be racist to whites. Imagine if white posted a photo of apes from 12,000 years, then a photo of Jasmine Crockett next to it. Brother, this is why I be trying to ask, like, do y'all be intentionally being slow, or do you just do it by accident? Because you could be ignorant to certain stuff, right? Have you heard the shit they've been saying about Jasmine Crockett? Have you heard it? Did you hear the shit they said about Kamala Harris? Like, this what, man, like I said, bro. Like, I can't. You want to talk about racist shit? Let's see.
Oh.
Let's see. How you feel about this?
True freedom of association, you have to repeal the Civil Rights Act, because that is in literally fighting against the Constitution. The two cannot exist at the same time. Barry Goldwater even talked about that back, when this was a thing. He was talking about how the civil rights regime was going to be built out. It would end freedom of association. And ultimately, what has it given white people? No rights. It's given political prisoners, thought crimes, censorship, banning. And now we can't have our own spaces, but they can have their own black everything and be in all our white spaces. All of this because they couldn't drink in the same water fountain or use the same toilet. Was it really that big of a deal?
I don't know. Was it really that big of a deal? This.
Look, man, the way I view the world, that's why I'm so carefree, and my life is so great. The way I view the world, me and my wife view the world two different ways. My wife views the world as everybody is good until they prove otherwise. She just trusts everybody. I view the world as everybody's a piece of trash until they prove to me they're not. So the racist white person means, I see him every day. It means nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? I just keep it moving.
You know what I think is funny? All positive. They always use the what if the white person did. If the white person did, we would call it history, brother. Because that's what y'all have a history of fucking doing. And that's why y'all don't want. This is why y'all didn't want critical race theory. This is why y'all wanted to change the take slave out of the books in fucking Florida, because y'all don't like history that makes y'all uncomfortable. And y'all always try to do, well, what if we did this? What if we did that?
Keep your kids out of their schools. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's only two ways to get a racist to respect you. And there is only two ways. It ain't no other way. It ain't but two ways for a race to get a racist to respect you. And those two ways, if they feel their health is at risk or they feel their money's at risk, that's the only two things they respect. You can go out there and protest, march for 30 miles a day. They don't care about that. You know what I'm saying? You put yourself in a position of a bully. If you're a bully and you're constantly slapping someone every day and you're constantly bullying somebody, and that person is constantly showing up to your neighborhood to sing and is like, please stop hitting us, please stop hitting us, I'm gonna pray, please stop hitting us. But you bully another group of people, and that group of people is like, you know what, if you hit us, we're gonna hit you back, or we just not gonna spend money at your businesses. Which one would you more than likely stop bullying?
The one that fight back.
The one that fights back. So all of this, look, black people spend the most money in America, but they're the least respected. So you gotta, when black people learn to use their money where they're respected at, then things will change overnight. Like you say, I mean,
they're already doing it. They see she ain't in the house.
They did do it with Target. I know that.
Yep.
With Target, but this Target is just a start. You know, it's a start.
Hey, it's got to start somewhere. Let Target be. Let it be the start, and let it be the start of something great. But let's check this out.
You know what's gonna happen?
What?
When Target changes, Target's like, oh man, like this messed up. Okay, we're gonna put black products back in our store. You know what's gonna happen? Black people's gonna go right back to Target like none of this stuff ever happened.
I disagree.
Yes, they will.
I disagree.
I promise you.
I don't think Target ever gonna bend to them. Target gonna hope that Trump's tax cuts and all this other stuff benefit them. Hopefully, they get another round of stimulus. They're gonna be like,
it doesn't, what's gonna happen? They're gonna go right back.
Listen, Target's not even a pleasant store to shop at.
We see the same thing with the Grammys. Remember, every 2 or 3 years when black folks don't get Grammys, we boycott the Grammys. And what they do, if they'll pick a Grammy show, give a bunch of Grammys to somebody black, and black people forget all about it. And they're like, we're going to Grammys now. You know, last year was one of those years they did it. This year was one of those years they did Kids of the Mall. They're like, we're not boycotting the Grammys no more. Like such and such won a Grammy, blah, blah, blah. 2 years from now, it's going to be the same instance like, oh man, this black person didn't win no Grammys, blah, 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 blah. We're boycotting the Grammys. You know what they're going to do? They're going to come back in 2 years, give a black person a bunch of Grammys, and they're all going to be forgotten.
See? Hold on. He said, yeah, like we all know racism is wrong. We all know slavery is wrong. Just trying to be mad like a 4-year-old they got sent to their room. I don't know what he mean by that. I got a different interpretation when I read it. But I just want to say this all positive. I don't know when you and Queen got in here. Look at this shit right here. Just understand that black struggle, that descendants of blacks, they understand Jim Crow. They understand that shit. But when you ask for reparations, oh man, what you talking about, man? Ain't no black people alive. What was a living slave alive, and like all this shit, you just be like, damn, bro. So y'all only understand when y'all want us to look negatively at the person that's trying to propel through our community. Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, Jasmine Crockett, but you also demonize them when they talk differently to black people than they talk to white people. When they talk to black people, they talking like, hey, brothers. They talk about Kamala trying to cosplay. They not down for the struggle, brother. What's up, my man? I don't mind. She not down. She ain't got no slave blood. She not down with the struggle, my brothers. But when they talk to white people, they say these people want reparations for stuff that they don't deserve, and they want to teach critical race theory to your kids. They pander. They the real party of panders. He said the blacks hate Trump because he's not black. Listen, let me ask you this. American Muscle. How many presidents outside of Barack Obama have been black? I'll wait. Bro, these dudes are, man, that's why I say these people are so fucking silly. Every president that we've ever had besides Barack Obama has been white. So black people hate every president. Have you seen them? I'm pretty sure you haven't. You don't do
I hate all presidents, including the black one. I don't like none
No,
of
hold on, positive.
them. Personally.
Because I know he don't do no Googles. Google the election results of Ronald Reagan. And black people voted in that election for Ronald Reagan. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? If black people hated non-black candidates, the voting turnout would be 0%. Like, that's what I say, man. This is why I be.
As the great theorist one once said in the lyric, every president we ever had lied. I'm kind of glad Nixon died. Oh yeah, what you do when you take the devil's crown? Oh yeah, I've always lived by that. Since 95, since then. I've always lived by that, man. And none of these presidents care about you. You know, Clinton gets on Arsenio Hall show with the saxophone. He gets out there playing basketball, you know, and stuff like that, man. That's what these politicians do. You know, I don't like any of them. I just like some less than others.
So you telling me if Jasmine Crockett drop a OF, you're not gonna look?
Well, I look, yeah, but she's a politician, so I don't respect her. But you know, I don't say anything bad about her.
So that's the most craziest thing in the world. So let me tell you this, Alpaza. So like is a loose word, I feel like, only because you're not gonna agree with anything anybody does. You know, I'm married. I don't agree with 100% shit my wife does. You know what I mean? And probably vice versa. So is there a politician that you feel like can effectively do their job and not be corrupt? Is the question.
There are, but they choose to be corrupt because that power thing. It's like everybody's a good person. Because so a lot of people get into politics to do the right thing. Believe it or not, I think a lot of people actually do get in politics to do the right thing. But once they get into politics and they start seeing the money and they start seeing the power, you know what happens? They change. It's like, you know what? I can fight for the people, or I can keep enjoying this plush office and these perks and these free trips and these bonuses, and I can go. I can stay with the program. I told you about. I'm not gonna say her name, but and I know her personally. But it's a politician in our area. When the mayor stepped down, she filled in for the mayor. Now, and you can Google this. Now, this lady, she was a councilwoman. She was arrested downtown by black lady. She was arrested downtown by the Greenwood Police Department illegally. She didn't do anything. They just arrested her because, you know, since she was always giving them a lot of lip and so that. So they found her downtown, and whatever law they said she broke, they arrested her downtown, whatever. And she was always talking about police this, police that, and you know what I'm saying? And we gotta do this for the police force. Now, when she filled in for the mayor, how much of that talk do you think she was doing once they gave her that mayor position? All that stuff went away instantly. Like people.
Let me ask you this. What would All Positive do with a political position? Would you do the right thing?
I would never make it. I would never make it in politics.
Okay, we didn't ask you that. Would you do the right thing?
I could never make it in politics. And I also some people that I remember someone asked me to run for on one of the council people in my area. When the city officials, they asked me to run, like they were going to put money behind a campaign. This was a few years ago because someone was stepping down that had the votes in the area. It's like, okay, this like the lady's like, my father's stepping down, and I think you'll be good to run for that spot so we can have that spot locked in. And it's like I'm like, nah, man, because I'm just not I'm not a person that can shuck and jive. I get around a bunch of white folks.
But see, would you do the right thing, All Positive? You ain't answer that. You making me think you could be corrupt, brother.
No, I wouldn't make it that far. I wouldn't even make it that far. You can't make it that far by being honest.
That's not true.
It's very true.
You can make it on a local level.
I would never make it. No, I'm saying even on a local level, it's corruption. There's always corruption everywhere. Even on
that's what I'm trying to tell you. Would All Positive participate in the corruption?
No. I cannot.
Okay, so you would be an honest politician. So therefore,
there's no such thing as an honest politician. You don't get that far with being honest.
That's not true.
It's like a good slumlord.
No, the people vote. The people vote you in. On a local level, you could be from the community.
I know the people vote you. I know how it works. The people vote you in, but for you to keep that, for you to stay there, they're like, man, nah. You got to have some form of corruption and be in with the network. And like, nah, they not gonna let you get in and change stuff. No.
He said all they teach in school is woke crap. How do you know that? You looked at the curriculum in your state. How do you know that? And you understand that the states is responsible for the curriculum in the school. It don't come from the government. No matter what Trump and those guys are telling you because they want to get rid of Department of Education. It doesn't come from the government. It comes from the state. Said Kamala is a code switcher. We can't hear you.
It's like, yo,
it's static.
We are boxing fans. We are boxing fans. Right or wrong? Are we not boxing fans?
Yeah.
Okay. Every time a new promoter comes in and it's like, yo, we gonna change the game, whether it be Al Heyman, Turkey Al-Rashid, like, we're gonna change the game, we're gonna get the people the fights they want, we're gonna pay the fighters. Once that person gets in power, what do? They start acting like the rest of the promoters that they took their spots and they took over for them and they became the top dog. You predicted Turkey Al-Rashid. He's like, I don't trust this guy because once he gets in whatever he wants to do, you know what I'm saying, then he's gonna switch up. You said that. That's the way politicians are. They tell you what you want to hear, and they have good intentions from the start. But once they get in, man, they're not gonna let you keep. They're not gonna let you stay in power without some form of corruption. You know what I'm saying? What's the AOC? Isn't that her name? AOC chick. Crap as they can be. What's the chick with a hijab?
So you got to define corruption. So positive. So when you become an elected official, you don't have to, but you're supposed to consider your constituents and what they want, right? And you got to do what's best for whatever district or whatever you was elected in. So sometimes it might not align with the Democratic Party or whatever party that you ran in. So sometimes it might not be favorable. Like, I just don't listen. I believe a majority of them may be corrupt, but I don't think all. I don't think that's true. I think there's some of them who really do want to fight for the people and they feel like I'm rich. Because I look at it like this.
And they do, like when they get at them lower levels, but once they start climbing the ranks.
But no, because all of them, even at the lower levels, they make a lot of money. Some people are content with what they make. Some people, they don't have to be super duper rich. They okay, like if they play the lottery and it's 150 million, they'll be okay with 500,000. There's some people that are like that. And I feel like there's some politicians that are I think what the lowest salary is, they're still millionaires. So it's like they've had enough. So they really go out there and try to represent for the people who voted them. I believe there are people that are like that.
Well, I ain't seen one yet.
But you also don't look at the news to see them.
I see politicians every day in the city.
But come on, brother. We already know what y'all got the first actual coup on U.S. soil.
I know how Greenville is. I know how the nation is. You know what I'm saying? You know, I might not look at the news every day, but we know how stuff goes down in D.C. We know how corrupt that is. You know what I'm saying? So it's like every president tells you what you want to hear until they get in office.
Let me ask you this.
Black folks what they want to hear till he got in office. Trump his supporters what they want to hear till he gets in office. Now,
who controls the curriculum for the schools?
I guess the state.
Exactly. He said, no, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's the government. That's what I'm trying to say, man. Trump supporters they swear that they the most educated person in the room, but don't know shit. This is why when they do those random polls and they survey Trump supporters, they never know what the fuck is going on. Like, I remember they asked this one lady at a Trump rally if Trump was president. She said, yeah, because they robbed him out of it, that Trump is technically the president right now while Joe Biden, like, they're the most misinformed, but always show up with the loudest voices like they're the most informed. That's the craziest shit. They were literally going to hospitals yelling at the people in the reception place saying COVID is planned. He said Michelle Obama for president and Bernie Sanders is a great man that couldn't get his head out of the DNC's butt. I mean, he didn't stand a chance at running as an independent. So I feel like Bernie, if he would have ran as an independent, would have lost even worse. Because look at RFK. RFK has a lot of name recognition as well. And I don't even think he cracked 1 million. I think it was like 500,000 votes, something like that.
And that itself is a problem that we're still running off this two-party country. That is still going to always be a problem.
Okay, here it is. He said, I have kids in school. He said, BS. He said, it's run by the government. He said, that's why they are giving back. They are giving it back to the states. So you're wrong. No, you're absolutely wrong. It's not ran by the government. The testing, the benchmark testing and stuff like that can come from the government, but the curriculum is decided. Brother, this is how you know you don't know what you're talking about. The reason why they were able to take slavery out of the history books in Florida is because it's ran by the states. They wouldn't have been able to do that if it was ran by the government, because the government is what stopped the states from discontinuing slavery in the first place, right? And busing and Jim Crow and stuff like that. So they stopped states from doing stupid shit. So if it was decided by the government, I guarantee they wouldn't be taking slavery out of the history books. This person said, "Are you hating on white folks again, bro?" I don't even know where you're from, brother. Where you from? Ukraine? Your name looks kind of weird. We have moved past white folks. The white folks in the chat crying. What y'all say? The liberal snowflakes, the Republican snowflakes, they whining.
That's not my problem. I don't care.
It's we can hear you, but it's hard to make out what you're saying. It's an echo. We'll work with you. Go ahead.
I can't hear anything.
I couldn't even hear what you said. He said the government has been running the schools, what they are allowed and not allowed to teach. Get it straight. No, you get it. It's a simple Google search, brother, will solve all your misinformation. He said that is one hot Neanderthal. Ew, sick. And he said it's the government. He said, dude, you can't even read. Ha 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 ha. Says state responsibility to educate. So if it's the state's responsibility, then then who you think's responsible for teaching them and what they're going to teach them?
Well, you can always homeschool your children. It's only take 4 hours a day.
He said, I'm from your homeland, Hawaii. Well, you better chill out. I'll put your ass in a shadow realm. You can't get up there. He said, then why does the government have the Department of Education? Answer that one. Oh, my God, bro. Oh, my God. You got to stop getting your talking points from this is why I say y'all are part of a cult. Did you have these suspicions about the Department of Education before Elon Musk indulged? Answer that question, because I'm pretty sure you didn't. Just like I was telling Deuce with DEI. We haven't even been hearing about DEI until fucking Kamala Harris ran for president, and a little bit before then. But that's when they went full blown DEI.
I think she was a DEI hire.
100%. She was a DEI hire.
She would be the queen of DEI if she were elected. She is DEI.
I think that this whole DE&I token hire of Kamala Harris has already been exposed.
This woman, this disaster whose only qualification was having a vagina and the right skin color.
As if all of this is not enough, it turns out that in recent years, LA's fire chief has made not filling the fire hydrants top priority, but diversity is at least among the top priorities for the department. Her name is Kristen Crowley. She's been fire chief since 22. And in an interview shortly after she was elevated to this position, she talked about being super inspired to make the fire department more diverse.
DEI breeds complacency, Dana, and complacency kills.
We're going to have doctors who don't know how to perform heart surgery, and we're going to have planes that are falling out of the sky.
Boeing recently bragged not about being the best in the business, but about surpassing its diversity quotas. Goody. But then, not so good, a door flying off one of Boeing's 737 Supermaxes.
I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
That's all the shit that was happening, the shitstorm of DEI with Kamala Harris, because Republicans are good at their marketing, right? But they got rid of DEI through Donald Trump, right?
Companies finally sobered up, although others seem to be sticking with it. Costco's board of directors is encouraging shareholders to vote to keep the company's DEI program, claiming that it will ensure that, quote, all of our employees feel valued and respected. That vote comes after the National Center for Public Policy Research challenged the legality of Costco's DEI program, citing the Supreme Court's ruling that race-based admissions at colleges violates the 14th Amendment. But the decision might be a lot easier when these companies realize they've been violating federal law, which in 2025 might actually be enforced. As some guy named Greg noted on Twitter, it's going to be fun watching all these corporate heads realize that enforcing DEI policies has always been illegal, but now punishable by fines plus jail, thanks to the appointment of Harmeet Dillon. Suddenly, preference classification, going along with the crowd.
So DEI, they got rid of it, and even though they're the party that doesn't believe in reparations, Donald Trump came to the realization that white people need to be compensated for including diversity and having diversity employment.
Of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all. We are going to have real education in America. Thank you.
So there you have it. DEI that we heard about, Republicans are really good at their messaging. They know how to piss their base off because they understand. That's why Donald Trump said, I love the poorly educated, because he knows that you guys will believe whatever the fuck he tells you. You know what I mean? You won't go out and research it. You're arguing stuff as if you're 100% right, a master guinea, you know what I mean, in the chat. And you're wrong, brother. You're absolutely 100% wrong. But you're sitting here arguing with a strong conviction that you're right because Donald Trump said it. You know what I mean? You're a part of the code. Democrats aren't even fighting back right now. Democrats are sticking with business as usual because those tax breaks they're giving to the rich people, the same lobbyists that are lobbying to Republicans are lobbying to Democrats. They're not fucking fighting back. They pretended like Donald Trump was a threat. The ones who are fighting back now, this is why I told All Positive, I don't believe that all of them are corrupt. Because the ones that are fighting back now are proof that, to me, that not all of them are corrupt. Because they don't have to. This Doge cuts, all of this shit is not going to affect them. They're rich. This is why this is why they have the game of theater that they have. Because if they do the dog and pony show, you know what I mean? It'll just keep them getting their pockets getting fat by the lobbyists. You know what I mean? They pretend like, oh, I hate Democrats, I don't like Republicans, Coke, Pepsi, and then they go to the same lobbyists and get their fucking go to the same lobbyists and get the laws that they want passed. So
we went through this for 8 years with George Bush Jr. in office. Same 8 years, same stuff's going on, same hey, we're gonna vote against it, but House is gonna vote against it. I'm gonna do it anyway. Gas prices raising to astronomical heights in office. Everything went up in price. We went through the same stuff with George Bush Jr. when he came in office, and Trump is now basically doing what he did times 2, times 3. But he's so bad now because there was no social media back then. There was the internet, but social media really wasn't present. But with social media, Trump is so bad now in social media and people is making it seem like Bush wasn't that bad. He was a decent president, wasn't that bad. But with eras now changing with social media technology advancing, another 20 years from now, there's gonna be a guy to come along. And history is going to be kind of Trump. Like, they're going to be like, man, Trump wasn't that bad of a guy. So somebody else going to come along, he's going to be 10 times worse than him. It's repeat. It's history always repeats itself. Always. That's why I'm not too concerned about Trump because, like I said,
let me tell you something all positive. These dirt brain ass people, man, cult following motherfuckers, these Jim Jones motherfuckers. He said, "You're wrong. How much do the Democratic demons give you for your channel?" And I know he really believes that I'm being paid by the Democrats. That's how slow he is. You think that I would be doing a late night show if the Democrats was giving me money for propaganda? You think I would allow opposing views on my panel? Do Fox News allow opposing views on Fox and Friends? No, they allow other Republicans up there so they can kiss their ass and stick their nose up inside their ass crack. That's how that shit works. Like, what are you talking about? You really think that the Democratic Party is going to YouTubers and handing out checks?
Dude, the guy's just trying to get a rise out of you, man. Look.
No. All positive.
You gotta ignore guys like
all
that.
Positive. No, you are wrong, sir. He believes it. He in his heart of heart believes that the Democrats.
Even if he believes it, he sides with Trump, and you don't. I mean, he's entitled.
Hey, but see, now we trying to get all positive. We trying to change lives over here, brother. We trying to speak to the heart of the stupidity. The mere fact that this guy thinks that the Democratic Party is paying me, it just shows how slow he is. So look, let me tell you what's slow about that. So you're suspicious that the Democratic Party is paying me, right? But you're not suspicious of the billionaire Elon Musk being in Trump's cabinet. When he endorsed the election before, he endorsed Joe Biden, but now he endorses Donald Trump. Now he started an agency called Doge, and now he's going to cut wasteful spending. Where was the wasteful spending at when he was endorsing Joe Biden to run? And you're not suspicious of that guy at all, but you're suspicious of me and the Democrats paying me. Like, bro, that's what I mean, man. These people are slow. Billionaire don't make them suspicious. They'll say the country is ran by fucking lobbyists and